unlocked for a reason. Look at that. 3 stun locks in a row, guys. That was insane. That was all from breaking wounds specifically at the right time. Use the mechanics to your advantage. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out, guys. You were fucking awesome. Thank you so much. And, yeah, we got back into Monster Hunter Wilds. We did some writing today. We got some more people's writings. We got some people to show up. It was a good time, right? We had a good time. But yeah, as always, got to keep it a little bit shorter than normal because, you know, building up to the 24-hour stream, I don't want to be done before that even starts. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Oh, guys, check this out. Oh, I thought this was fucking funny. So I got, like, one of my first real comments. Check this out. It was like, this random guy was like, give up. I was like, true! Thought that was 111k. I know, right? Like, what a dick! So I subscribed to him. It's like, man, I could become a foot streamer and make a fuck ton of money. But do I really want to be known as a foot streamer? Not really. Because the commentary isn't going to be very long either. But I did want to bring up the clip for reference towards commentary, because all the commentary, let's face it, guys, it comes from Asmon's stream. A series of events is not a story. Wait, what? What do you mean a series of events is not a story? It's not quite decision paralysis, but it's like he has like delayed decision making because he overthinks everything. It takes him forever to come up with a decision. But when he does come up with a decision, it's usually really, really good. But making him think on the spot, he makes the worst decisions if he can't think it through. Is the reveal of the Warriors of Light. Holthrin, you know what I've learned is the best way to write overpowered characters and stories over my hundreds of watching and reading action, shonen, and other medias. Nah, give them as little screen time as possible, because giving them a little screen time, then you're giving a purpose to their power. You are stating that the power is now needed for the plot to continue, because no means is possible. Like, for example, Kenpachi from Bleach or Escanor from Seven Deadly Sins. The only time they ever show up in the story is when someone needs their asses handed to them. Damn! That goes fucking hard, dude. Definitely way ahead of his time. Oh! Logarius! Logarius! It's Logarius! What? Dude, I am having such trip backs to try. We brainstormed the shit out of the book, though. We may have an entirely different viewpoint of things and an entirely different outcome of stuff. But we'll see how we can meditate on the beginning and changing everything. But hey, as always, guys, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Where there is the Higgs field. This is the Higgs field collapsed, which is a particle. And then this is the Higgs field after, like, you know, like, full collapse. And the only thing that can make this happen, as far as we know, consciousness is what causes the Higgs field to collapse, which causes particles to appear. So as far as this theory goes, consciousness is fundamental, and consciousness creates reality because you need consciousness to collapse the Higgs field, and the collapsing of the Higgs field is what particles are. So far, the stream hasn't freaked out, but I figured something out. If you press Control-Shift-Windows-B, it resets your graphics drivers and your graphics card. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, I understand what you're trying to say. We were like, or be like, yeah, right, dude. I don't, like, now I understand the context for what you're saying, what you're saying, right? That's why I love talking to people.
I even covered biocentrism, which is the idea that the universe is made up by consciousness as we observe it. Basically, what you're describing.
Yeah, and one of the things like that they originally thought from this is the idea that every particle knows where every other particle is, and that's the only way the interference wave came along. But then some other scientists in a different field came along and said, no, that's an interference pattern from waves. And they're like, wait, particles are how is a single electron, because they're firing a single electron, right? How is a single electron a wave? It would have to interfere with itself. This story is a prequel to my novel, and it is to show how the Adventurers Guild works. Basically, there is a 12-year-old named Duarte, the main character. His parents own basically a paper company inside of what's called the Crystalline Tree, and it's basically what everyone writes on, and it's made from the pulp of the tree, but the company makes just the best paper because it like lasts forever and it's super easy to use. They also make the pens that you can write on the paper with, so it's like a full monopoly on it, and all of government like bureaucratic stuff is all written on their paper, so they're like super insanely rich, off the walls, like, you know, top of the fucking tree. Thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out, I fucking love you guys, you are fucking awesome. And of course, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Yo, 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 what's good, everyone? We back at her again. It's another day. How's everyone doing today? So we gotta figure out how communication basically works between the leadership and stuff like that, like the hierarchy, to figure out who's on what side inside of each nation, because there's gonna be, you know, back and forth. And that's kind of where the bandits come in, because the bandits are going to be an extension of like the two-group espionage, basically. So they're kind of like plants in a way, and that's what causes a lot of like strife and stuff like that. And like we were talking yesterday about the outbreak of the zombies at the beginning being part of the fact that the facility that the leaders built is powered half by technology and half by miracles, and the fact that now that miracles don't work, that layer of protection, like security, that was inside of the facility no longer existed, thus there was the zombie outbreak and Dilly, the main zombie, escapes. As well as them knowing that the experiment didn't work that time, so it's like, well, okay, there's something weird going on here, right? So they think that they actually succeeded because of, you know, what happened. Especially since miracles are gone now. It's like, well, this is an unforeseen side effect, but if you think about it, it would be a side effect if the goddess could see everything, and that's why she could do miracles, and now she can't, right? But then there's the other question of, as far as plot hole goes, could goddess do miracles inside of the main character if she was aware of those around her, right? So that the main character could kind of still use miracles, but I don't know if I want to do something like that. Because I want the main character to be essentially powered by the weed, not anything else. So I kind of want to make it where it's like the goddess, since they're trapped inside of this body, can't do anything, right? And same with like the, like at the very beginning, when the goddess and the Akasha field get pulled into the main character's head after they get isekai'd, or during the isekai, they get told like they have the containment ability, right? So you just assume that the containment ability is holding the goddess, but it's actually the machine that's holding the goddess, and eventually we find out it's just the machine, and when you destroy the machine, then it's going to let everything out, but we can't let the goddess out, so, but we think that we're just using containment. So that's how, like, the goddess escapes, and then in order to use contain and recontain the goddess, because we could have just contained the goddess once we had the goddess, we didn't know that we could, so we didn't, which caused an even bigger strife, and then we had to fight the goddess, which caused us to use so much magic it turned us into a tree, but we managed again to, like, bring the, like, bring the goddess under control, essentially. at least for, like, the period of time until, like, you know, the end of the story, someone eats the fruit, releases the goddess, and it's the goddess's laugh, and it's the whole cycle starting over again, right? So right now we have, like, the leaders are secretly building under Menos to build their facility. The war used to be a lot worse than it is, right? Like, right now it's more of a on-the-edge Cold War proxy war. No real, like, skirmishes or battles. It's just, like, a show of force in certain ways, right? And then, when do we introduce zombies in the timeline, though? Because how long has this experiment been going on for, right? And how have, like, leaks happened before in the past? And is that something that they've purposefully done to set the people in a certain light? Or is that something else, right? So that's one of the holes we kind of need to fill with information, is if they are purposefully sending out the zombies in order to make, like, the population kind of, you know, scared of this area, if you could say it, right? Like, to keep people away. It's like the stories of, like, the boogeyman, stay out of the forest or you'll be, like, you know, hunted by monsters or something like that, right? Some sort of lore or something that goes along with it that keeps it up. But it's because they've had escapes in the past, or at least they haven't had the security they've had in the past. And there is, like, maybe there's another type of mechanic where it's like, if coincidentally, let's say, someone in the city is killed in that, like, 2-minute period while the machine is, like, drawing consciousness, is it possible that those consciousnesses could wind up in a different body? Like, would there be a part of the machine that directs the consciousness? Because it would need to be a backup for the reason why the goddess is inside of the main character, Stoner Girl, even though Stoner Girl is alive. And that's another, is that specialty of the goddess that is keeping Stoner Girl alive, because we know that Stoner Girl died mid-isekai, because she had to have been a body in order for the consciousness to inhabit. And her consciousness, Stoner Girl's consciousness, and the goddess's consciousness both went into Stoner's dead body, instead of the body that was, like, set up to receive the consciousness, right? So after they did the test, the body never got up, so they're like, well, what the fuck? But then all miracles were gone, and they're like, I think we might have succeeded. Some shit went on here, so what's going on? Did we really piss off the goddess that much? Like, that was their initial thought, is that they pissed off the goddess so much that she stopped her miracles point blank. Just like, I see what you guys are trying to do. Fuck this, I'm out. The only other explanation is success. But they don't know how success means that they didn't get the consciousness that they wanted. It's because they pulled a different consciousness, and that consciousness happened to draw the goddess, right? It's like, there's this chain effect that happened purely because the main character was choking on the seed before they even got isekai. And then they died mid-isekai, which gave them an extra body, which then was like, okay, well, this is where we go, right? Because this is the nearest, closest dead body. And then there's also the fact of, could the machine malfunction mid-transit as well because you're grabbing the goddess? And if it is... Oh, shit. Femboy Fatale! Yo, what's up? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, how are you? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. We do a little bit of writing and reading here, a little bit of beta reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of brainstorming and theory crafting and all that good stuff. Writer and Rita, I beta read sometime. Nice, hell yeah, bro. What are your favorite genres? Currently, we're working on Stoner Girl Evolution and Isekai Satire, where we're basically taking all the isekai tropes and we're turning them on their head in some, comedic way, some ridiculous, outlandish way. Minus science fiction. Fuck yeah. You'd like Prohl's story. It's like, I'd say, like, it's almost like Mad Max in space. It's pretty interesting. If only Turner was still around, too. His is full on first contact with aliens, but the aliens, like the way that they do language is, like, completely different, and it's based on the Star Trek episode, was it, something to mock at... So, but it's like they meet aliens that, like, they don't... Their language is based on, like, inference through story, so it's like the universal translator can't translate it properly. And it's like Kirk and, or in this case it's TNG, so it'd be Picard and this other guy go down to the planet and they basically have to, like, communicate with each other through learning stories and stuff. Really interesting way of communicating. Kind of like with, I think it's Arrival, where it's like when you learn the alien language, it changes your perception of time because the aliens came from the future or something like that. Yo, what's up, Relic? How's it going, my man? And then you got Relics. Relics is a 1980s dark, like, noir detective story. Damn good shit. But yeah, if you ever anything you wanna submit for the reading, feel free to do that, Fatal. Fuck cock, suck pussy, eat ass, ball slap, Scotty. True, you got a double ball slap for good measure, though. You know, one forward and one backwards, you gotta, like, bell ring them, you know? It's like a double reverberation, right? Send that shock all the way up to your fucking stomach. You know what I mean if you're a dude. 100%, bro. I am happy to announce Scotty is reading chapter 30 and 31 today. Hell yeah, Relic, let's do it. The big chapters, you said shit's going down in chapter 30. I'm excited, bro. We're just currently just talking about Stoner Girl Evolution and what we were talking about. We were talking about the machine and possibilities for how the machine could malfunction, possible things for the past, and reasons for why the zombies, like, escape, and is it the purposeful setting loose of the zombies to scare the public? Or is it a failure of security because they don't really know what they're doing? Because this is, you know, a completely new concept of some kind. And then how those certain groups communicate and work within the higher structure of the government, of Manos, Techno, and Religion. So that there is a communication structure between the two leaders that is a work down, like a downflow towards the brigands in some way, to create them as, like, this side espionage kind of in-between black market, you know. They're not necessarily bad guys, but they gotta do what they gotta do to, you know, get by, right? And because I'm like, how do I make the brigands into, like, an actual faction that's not just, like, you know, a bunch of lawbreakers? It's like, what is their philosophy? What is their reasoning and everything? And again, it's like, they feel like people left Religion and Techno to go to Manos, but now Manos is turned into Religion and Techno. So thus, they've left Manos to create their own thing, where they're like, we're tired of this shit, we're gonna start doing whatever we're gonna start doing, right? So they almost create their own faction to the side, but they kind of have, like, a hierarchy of power, right? And I haven't really established what that is, but it's gonna have to be, like, a certain set of, like, technology goers, right? So they got like guns and shit like that. They're not falling so much under religion, right? It's like pretty much anything that was falling under religion at this point would be falling off because they don't have miracles anymore. What is this, Relic?
Making love to these dolls for over 10 years.
What the
breasts
fuck?
are now filled. Shauna's new doll has 3 interchangeable penises.
What? Wait, what?
What the is really going on right now? What the? I should have never downloaded this app.
Like, yeah, it's Reddit with videos. It's bad. It's bad, guys. Like all that diaper shit and everything like that, like the fucking people playing at babies. It's like those people should be in fucking jail. Straight up. Just straight up be in jail. Your algorithm should be in jail.
I'm doing it! I'm doing it! Yeah!
Kaboom? Wait, what the fuck?
I'm doing it!
I
I'm doing
have
it!
so many questions. Yo, what's up, what?
I'm doing it!
How's it going, my man?
Yeah!
Alright. I have no idea, Relic. Humans doing human things. Oh my god. I love it. 3, 2, 1, toke. Enjoy this one, it's funny. Okay. Okay, Rob, let's see.
Y'all know how like 98% of all public statements ever made by this man in recorded history are of him calling a woman fat?
Yep. Pretty good, something funny, whatever.
Whole time
Doc,
you had the world's
you were
first case
watching
of
last night.
terminal
Sleep.
lipedema ever found in a man. I want to remind you that it was Wilbur's lard ass over here who very, very recently stuck his head up the feeding trough long enough to call
You
a
mean
female
StarCraft?
journalist piggy live on television.
Or the
As the sitting
Veritasium
president
video.
of the United States. Emphasis on the sitting, because Lord knows he's got plenty of cushion back there. He would have had to have Marco Rubio's little ass running around the White House covering every single reflective surface in Room Essentials blackout curtains in order to have the gall to say something like that, knowing full fucking well that he had to have a tailor with a PhD in physics just to make any of
I
this
woke up and you were
happen. I
watching
do kind of
StarCraft.
get
So yeah, it was
why
probably
he just
Veritasium.
laughed at that reporter who asked him recently if he would start wearing a bulletproof vest because there have been so many assassination attempts against him that have nearly been successful. What bulletproof vest could he possibly need? What the fuck bullets are you gonna use that are getting through that many layers of just like pure gristle, a fucking rocket launcher? I needed to zoom in on just the botched BBL. I feel very confident that I could sit in antique Waterford crystal coupe glass on that octogenarian's ass cheek and it would stay balanced through a Richter scale 8 earthquake. Just a sturdy fucking shelf he's got. It makes me wonder if I like showed a 15-year-old in Switzerland a photo of all of the US presidents throughout all of American history and I asked them to guess which one of them was the most demonstrably obsessed with looks and aesthetics out of all of them. You would never fucking pick this one. He's got everything wrong from the top of his toupee to the soles of his fucking shoes. I wouldn't have shit to say if he did not make aesthetics like 11/12ths of his entire persona, and the 12th is fucking fascism. Y'all know how like...
Okay. I mean, there was literally, like, she didn't even say anything in that entire video. Like, what is she trying to say? I don't understand. Like, what point is she trying to make? Like, what information is she trying to convey? I don't get it. But, like, Trump's not fat. At least not by American standards. Not by American standards. He's, like, slightly overweight. He's not fat. I am my own wife, though, so I can't take myself off the screen. You guys wouldn't want that. There's football fat and fat ass. I don't know. I don't think Trump's fat. I mean, I think he's a little overweight, but I don't think he's fat. You know? I know some fatties, guys. I know some fatties, okay? I'm going to hell, right? Oh man, that's good. That's good shit. I'm just saying, as a Canadian, I look at Americans and I go, that's like, you know, Trump fat is not fat, you know. American fat is like fucking TLC's My 600 Pound Life, right? Like, we got these people that are in walkers and, like, wheelchairs and electric scooters and shit because they can't fucking walk and they're, like, 27. We got Vince Wilfork. What? Fuck is this? Yeah, like, this is a big guy, right? But this guy's not fat, right? If this guy was, like, 5'6" and, like, skinny as, like, not muscular, then he'd be fat. But, like, look at those arms, dude! Like, at least half of that is muscle, right? He's just a big guy. Is he an NFL player? Scotty, I 100% like this video for you and stream. You are welcome. Enjoy. Alright, what is this?
A Florida man noticed a tree that seemed to be moving closer.
Oh, I've seen this one! I've seen this one!
It did not appear in his childhood photos, and it was not shown on any maps either. Still, it was there in real life.
This shit is so fucking retarded.
There. So he started measuring
NFL
it carefully.
fat.
He checked the distance.
Oh, you meant football fat, not like football as in like a ball fat. I thought you meant okay, yeah. I see what you mean now. Yeah.
His porch to the fence, then counted his steps all the way to the tree and converted everything into exact feet. On the first day, the tree was 377 feet away. The next day, it was 345. The third time, it had moved to 339 feet. That meant it had come 6 feet closer overnight. Then things started feeling even more off. He stared at the tree for 2.5 hours, and not a single bird landed on it. There were no natural sounds at all. The whole area felt unnaturally silent, like something had cut it off from the rest of the world. He kept rechecking the numbers, hoping he had made a mistake, but every time the results stayed the same. No wind, no people messing with it. Yet the tree kept getting closer. At that point, he stopped just questioning the tree and started questioning reality itself. What do you think? A Florida man noticed a tree.
I think he's fucking retarded. That's what I think. I think he's fucking retarded. Fucking idiot. Like, he thinks the tree is a fucking ant or something like that? So dumb. Guys, that tree is stalking me. Why not just put a camera on it? Like, that's what I don't understand. Put a camera on it? Like, just put, like, a fucking security camera outside. Why are you doing, like, all this fucking crazy shit when you just put a security camera outside? Now, it would be hilarious if, like, someone was coming in with, like, a fucking, you know, one of those, like, uprooters, where it's, like, got the canopy on it, and it digs into the ground, grabs all the roots of the tree, uproots the tree in its own planter. And it's like someone's just slowly moving the tree. That would be fucking hilarious. Just to fuck with them. The fuck is this? I'm like, China? Oh, it's not China. Oh, I saw this too.
I have the power of Silverfang, and I combine him with the magic of the full moon to double his ferocity.
Oh, son used the magic card? Okay, remember when the spell cards were called magic cards? I forget when that switched. Maybe season 1 or season 2.
Ferocious indeed. But the moon also controls the tides, causing them to rise.
Oh, this Duelist Kingdom, right? This Mako. I remember
to
this.
unleash my next creature. Arise,
Yeah, because it's when the field was halved with water, and then the other side was just land. I remember this. And then, yeah, Yugi lost his monster immediately. And he lost 2 cards for 1. That was a bad decision, fam.
It's over, but you played honorably.
You have been a fair and noble opponent too, Mako, but I also duel with the fate of a loved one at stake.
Okay.
And I can't afford
Here come
to
John
lose.
Cena Yugi.
I switch my Stone Soldier
Overcome
to
the
attack
odds. Some bullshit, son. Plot armor through the roof.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't understand the rules of the game. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
Yeah, Soldier's Stone is
But
weak
his target
on
isn't
attack.
your
It's better
sea
for defense.
monsters. I'm having him attack a card I put on the field myself.
Wait, you're attacking your
The
own?
moon!
What?
No! Now, Stone Soldier!
Wait, this AI?
Destroy the moon!
I don't remember this. Wait. How the fuck? Yo! You can't do it, bro! He combined the moon with the fucking wolf. The wolf died. There's no moon no more. Wait, what? Hold on.
What's happening?
I don't remember this.
The tide, it's going out.
What?
But how?
As you yourself said before, Mako, it is the moon that controls the ocean's
But the
tides.
moon can't be there no
Its
more. The
ebb
fucking
and
werewolf
its flow.
died.
So I ordered my Stone Soldier to obliterate the moon, causing the ocean's tides to reverse
You
and
can't
recede.
do that. If that was the case, you did not attack the moon at any particular point. The
My
fuck is we
Stone
do, yo?
Soldier has beached all your sea monsters. You have no ocean left.
No, my
So now all of a sudden this
precious
man's monsters no
And
longer
now I'll
operate, bro.
deliver the
Come
final
on, son.
blow.
Come on, son.
It's
ridiculous,
so
bro.
dumb!
Combine my Curse of Dragon card with the magic of the Burning Land card.
How you doing all
to
this on
wipe
one
out
turn?
your
You just
remaining
your
life
turn's supposed to be
points.
over, son. What are you talking about? This man just attacked his own fucking magic card, then proceeded to have it summoned, and then combined that with another
takes
magic
your
card,
life points
and then
down
wiped
to
out the
zero.
field. No, there ain't no fucking way, bro. Stop it, son. This man is not the king of games, son. He the king of cheating. How the fuck? You all take? Oh my God! Son,
Destroying your own moon card was a brilliant and unexpected move, Yugi.
Of course it was unexpected. They just made that up. You should have thrown the harpoon across the goddamn stage to penetrate his epidermis. That dude fucking cheating, son. It is ridiculous, bro. I don't remember this shit. He just made that up. Let me go and attack the moon. Therefore, now the tides have since subsided. You have no water for your monsters anymore. Attack his life points directly, but not until I combine a magic card with my newly summoned monster. This man turned lasted a fucking length of the Godfather movie, son.
Oh, man. I mean, it was entertaining, right? We were kids, right? Everyone loved Yu-Gi-Oh! When we were fucking kids. Didn't have to make sense. This whole, like, over-analysis of things, I think, you know, it's not exactly the best direction to go with fiction. Right? Is this the same guy?
Another Pokemon. Oh, this Johto. By the way, I feel like Johto was the best generation because
Even in the game, you can put some BS like that.
Dude, absolutely. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, whoa. Another Pokemon.
Excuse me, wait, what?
This Johto. By the way, I feel like Johto was the best generation because you can go back and play Kanto. They need to do some shit like that. Dude, absolutely. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, whoa.
Alright, that's fucked up. Gotta love it. Yeah, I never fully understood Yu-Gi-Oh! I never, like, I made my own card games. I never bought, like, card decks and stuff. It's just never really a thing, you know? Three, two, one, go! Well, shall we get started on Relic Story then? Since we got 2 chapters to read today. Or are you gonna spam us with more videos, Relic? I could spam you all stream. I mean, yeah, I guess that's fair, Relic. You could just keep going through your videos. Whether they would be good content. Now I'm picking! Why are you stealing Prohl's color? Why are you stealing Prohl's color? Everyone knows Prohl is pink. Alright, this is Cinder. This is Relic's book. Fuck Prohl. True. Chapter 30. Ghosts of the Past. Grimes sat alone in the living room, the blinds half drawn against the desert night. Dust hung in the moonlight like suspended ash. The Phillips reel-to-reel tape recorder sat at the coffee table, its metal casing scratching and dull, smelling faintly of old paper and ozone. He'd signed it out from the library archives that morning, buried in a mislabeled box marked Municipal Records, MISC. He stared at it for a long moment before touching it. The room was too quiet, no radio, no hum from the refrigerator, just the weight of the silence pressing inward. Grimes flipped the switch. The machine whirred to life, reels spinning unevenly as the tape tightened. Static crackled, rose, then settled into a low hiss. A man's voice emerged, calm, measured, unmistakably deliberate. Experiment log 4 Bravo. Phase 3 Human Adaptation Trials. October 26th, 1955. Grimes exhaled slowly through his nose. The voice was clear, practiced, carrying the faint metallic echo of a concrete room. Objective? Controlled beryllium exposure at low saturation levels to promote cellular resistance under prolonged environmental stress. As the voice continued, the room around Grimes seemed to recede. The words painted their own images, cold, precise, unavoidable. Subject selection based on genetic compatibility, psychological stability, and long-term viability. A pause. Papers shifted. Subject demonstrates no prior history of chronic illness. Baseline vitals within acceptable parameters. The faintest sound filtered through the tape. Machinery humming steady and patient. Grimes closed his eyes, and the scene assembled itself without effort. An underground room carved from dirt and stone. Concrete walls, sweating with moisture. Improvised equipment bolted together from surplus parts. Glass tanks glowing faintly blue, their contents pulsing like something alive. Handwritten formulas scrawled directly onto the walls. Numbers and symbols overlapping, corrected, rewritten. The voice continued. Controlled exposure will be administered in measured intervals. Dosage collaborated to minimize cellular rejection while encouraging adaptive response. Another pause. This one was longer. My voice softened just slightly. Mary, are you comfortable? There was a movement on the tape, a breath, then a woman's voice. distant but steady. Yes. Grimes felt his body stiffen. Victor's voice returned, gentle now, reassuring. It's a small dose. You'll feel warm at most, nothing more. A faint sound. Fabric shifting, subtle hiss of the breathing mask being adjusted. If it helps your work, Mary said quietly, then I trust you. The words landed heavier than anything else on the tape. Victor didn't answer immediately. When he did, his tone was calm again, professional. Beginning exposure in 3, 2... Grimes opened his eyes. The reel turned smoothly now, tape gliding with quiet inevitability. 1. A hiss of pressure filled the room through the speaker. Not loud, but constant, persistent. Victor narrated as if reading weather data. Beryllium compound released. Chamber integrity holding. Air density fluctuating within expected range. The hiss deepened, taking on a faint harmonic vibration. Beneath it, something else, low, steady, a hum. Grimes felt a chill creep along his spine. Subject's respiration steady, pulse slightly elevated, no visible dermal reaction. The hum on the tape matched the one Grimes had been hearing around town, the one he'd tried to ignore. Same frequency, the same unnatural steadiness. Cellular response appears promising. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor entered Victor's voice. Not fear, interest. Noting mild bioluminescent response in the epidermal layers. Iridescence was visible along the forearms. Mary inhaled sharply. Victor, it burns! The word burns cut through the static like glass. Victor didn't respond right away. The tape captured the sound of a hand adjusting a valve, metal turning against resistance. Skin temperature rising, he said calmly, within acceptable parameters. Grimes leaned forward, elbows on his knees, eyes fixed on the spinning reels. His hand was over his mouth as he listened. Compound is working, Victor continued. Your body is adapting. The hum grew louder, deeper, as if the machine itself were listening. Mary's breathing quickened. The tape rolled on, unblinking, unjudging, recording everything. And Grimes understood with a slow, sick certainty that this wasn't an accident waiting to happen. He closed his eyes once more. The vision coming clear as day. What had begun as a gentle release deepened into something heavier. The sound gained weight, pressure building behind it. On the tape, the faint harmonic vibration sharpened, resolving into a sustained hum that filled the room, low, steady, almost patient. Victor's voice continued over it, measured and precise. Respiration increasing, pulse rate elevated to 120. Mary's breathing grew audible now, each inhale dragging slightly through the mask. That's normal, Victor said, more to himself than to her. Your body is recognizing the compound. The blue vapor inside the chamber grew denser, clinging to the glass like mist on cold metal. It shimmered faintly, refracting the light in subtle waves. Mary shifted, her fingers twitching at her sides. On the tape, Victor noted it without emotion. Fine motor tremors observed, no dermal burns present. Pause. Skin temperature rising. The hum deepened again, slipping beneath the threshold of sound and into something felt more than heard. Grimes felt it in his chest, a faint pressure that made his teeth ache. Mary inhaled sharply. Victor, something's wrong! Victor didn't answer immediately. The tape captured the quiet click of a switch, the soft scrape of a pen against paper. Describe the sensation, he said. She stopped swallowing hard. It's hot, like it's under my skin. Victor leaned closer on the microphone. His voice was calm, almost reassuring. That's the compound integrating. Cellular response often presents as thermal discomfort. Mary's breathing became uneven. It's burning. The word hung there. Victor exhaled slowly. Adjusting flow rate, he said. Metal turned against metal. A valve shifted. The hiss intensified. Grimes felt his stomach drop. Just compensating for pressure imbalance, Victor continued. We need consistency. Inside the chamber, the blue light brightened. It had been a faint glow, now pulsed softly beneath Mary's skin, tracing delicate lines along her arms. Victor spoke again, his voice colder now, focused, bioluminescence increasing. Vascular pathways are becoming visible. Mary gasped, Victor, please! Her voice cracked, panic bleeding through the mask. It hurts, it really hurts! Victor hesitated for a second. The tape caught nothing but the hum, then, pain indicates active adaptation, he said. Your body is responding exactly as predicted. Pen scratches could be heard faster now. Mary cried out, a sharp broken sound that made Grimes flinch. Her hands curled into fists, nails digging into her palms. Stop it, she sobbed. Please, just stop it. Victor stepped closer to the glass. The tape picked up the faintest sound of movement. Boots scraping concrete. You're doing well, he said gently. Better than expected. Damn, better than expected, and she's screaming her ass off? Damn, dude. You gotta get your priorities straight, bro. What the fuck you doing? What the hell's going on? What you got, what you doing, what you know, bro? I don't know. Fuck this. Coming to the background here. Some random shit. I don't know. It's not paused, so that's all that matters. I just don't know what's going on. It is what it is. Another adjustment. The hum swelled, pressing against the speakers until the sound distorted, warping into something almost alive. Mary screamed. Not just pain, fear, realization. Her body shuddered violently as the blue light surged brighter, veins glowing beneath her skin like illuminated wiring. The glow crawled up her neck across her jaw. Victor! She screamed. I could feel it inside me! Victor didn't answer right away. The tape captured his breathing now, slow, controlled, just a bit more. The valve turned again, the hiss roared, and the hum became deafening. Mary's scream tore through the speakers. Sharp enough, the Grimes instinctively reached for the volume knob, then stopped himself, forced his hand back to his knee. The sound on the tape fractured, peaking and warping as the chamber vibrated. Victor, please stop it! Her words blurred together, half swallowed by the roar of gas and the screaming hum that now dominated everything. The steady tone became something unstable, oscillating wildly like a living thing thrashing against its confines. Victor's voice cut through it, closer to the microphone now. Hold still. Not reassurance, instruction. The blue light beneath Mary's skin intensified, no longer subtle or contained. It spread in branching patterns, veins blazing brighter, thicker, as if her circulatory system were being rewritten in real time. The glow pulsed in time with her heartbeat, fast, erratic. Mary convulsed. Her body arched violently, shoulders slamming against the reinforced glass. The impact sent a sharp crack through the recording. Subject exhibiting severe neuromuscular response, Victor said, breath quickening despite himself. Unexpected acceleration. Mary screamed again, longer this time, the sound collapsing into a raw animal wail. It's tearing me apart! Victor stepped closer. Grimes could hear it. The change in acoustics, the way Victor's voice bounced harder, sharper. No, Victor muttered. No, this is progress. The pen scratched furiously. Adaptive response exceeding projections. Mary's skin began to fracture, not split open, but glowing from within. Hairline fissures of light spreading across her arms and chest like cracks in heated glass. Blue radiance spilled through her, too bright now to look at. Victor's breathing grew audible, shallow. Just a bit more, he whispered. The valve turned. The hiss surged into a violent roar. Mary's body seized completely, every muscle locking as the light flared blindingly bright. The tape picked up a deep electrical whine, systems straining past tolerance. Warning. Pressure instability. Victor read aloud, voice tightening. He moved quickly now, metal clanging. Switches flipped. Emergency shutdown engaged. Sharp clack. Nothing happened. Victor struck the panel. Release valve jammed. he said, disbelief creeping in. That's not possible. Mary slammed into the glass again, harder this time. The glow inside her burst outward in violent pulses, smoke beginning to curl from her skin where the heat burned through fabric. Victor! She screamed. I can't! Voice broke mid-word as her body convulsed, light erupting through her veins in jagged bursts. The machine screamed. The hum surged to a deafening pitch and shattered into chaotic noise as the system overloaded. Sharp electrical cracks split the recording. Then everything cut out. Silence. Not even static. For several seconds, the tape captured nothing but dead air. Then Victor's breathing returned, ragged, uneven. A door hissed open. Victor cried out as heat blasted through the microphone. God. His footsteps were frantic now, uneven. The sound of someone rushing towards something they already knew was gone. Mary lay somewhere just out of range of the mic. The glow faded rapidly, draining from her like a dying ember. Smoke hissed softly. Victor dropped to his knees. Mary, he whispered. There was no response. He touched her. The tape picked up the faint sound of skin blistering under his fingers. You were supposed to survive, he said, voice cracking. You were supposed to be the proof. A wet sound, half sob, half breath. Mary stirred once, barely. Her voice came weak and ruined through the mask. Closer now. Monster. A final exhale. Then nothing. Holy shit, bro. That was intense. Damn. That's some cray-cray, bro. I love it. Victor stayed there, kneeling, breathing hard. The tape continued to roll, impartial and relentless, recording a moment where love finally failed to matter. In the living room, Grimes sat perfectly still as the reels turned. The silence after her death felt heavier than the screaming had. The tape didn't stop. The reels kept turning, soft and steady as if nothing irreversible had just occurred. For a long moment, there was only Victor's breathing, ragged at first, then slowly controlled. He drew in air through his nose, held it, let it out, again. Each breath sounded deliberate, practiced, a man forcing order back into himself. Fabric shifted, a body being moved. Victor cleared his throat. Subject deceased. The words came out automatically, trained, empty. He inhaled, preparing to continue. Time of death? His voice broke. The pen scraped once against paper, then stopped. Several seconds passed. The microphone captured a faint, wet sound. Victor swallowed hard. Mary. Her name didn't belong in the log. Hung there, naked and wrong, silent, stretched. The hum was gone now. No machines, no systems, just the low hiss of the tape itself. Something metallic clinked softly. Grimes pictured it without being told. A wedding ring sliding off Mary's burned finger, placed carefully on the lab table. Not tossed, not dropped. Set down with care beside the recorder. Close enough to be seen, close enough to be remembered. Time passed. Minutes, maybe hours. The tape bore witness to it all. The stillness, the occasional shift of Victor's weight, the faint creak of cooling metal. At one point, Victor exhaled a long, shuddering breath that almost sounded like a sob. Almost. When he finally spoke again, the grief was gone. Preliminary conclusion, Victor said quietly, voice steady once more. Subject rejection attributed to dosage imbalance. Pen returned to paper. This time it didn't hesitate. Compound integrity remains intact. Pause. Observed bioluminescent vascular response confirms adaptive potential. Another note. Another correction. Failure was procedural, not personal. Victor's chair scraped back. Footsteps moved across concrete. He stopped, just short of the microphone. Just concentration, he murmured to himself. Incremental exposure. Younger physiology may yield improved resilience. Ah, shit. So he used his wife, now he's gonna use his kids, right? Didn't say their names yet. He didn't have to. From somewhere above the lab, faint and distant, a sound drifted down through the floorboards. Children laughing. Sound was thin, muffled, but unmistakable. Victor froze. The tape captured his breathing change again. Slower now, intent. We'll adapt, he said softly. We'll survive. The chair slid back into place. The recorder continued to run, its red light glowing steadily in the dark basement. Patient, obedient, eternal. In the present. Grimes sat in the dim quiet of his living room, the tape whispering history into the air. Mary's death hadn't ended the experiment, it had justified it, and somewhere deep beneath the town that justification had never stopped growing. The tape clicked once. The reel slowed, wobbling as the last length of magnetic ribbon slipped through the heads. The hum that had filled the room for so long thinned, stretched, and finally collapsed into a dry, empty hiss. Victor's voice returned one final time, closer to the microphone than before, stripped of performance. My work will continue. A soft, black silence. Grimes didn't move right away. He sat forward on the couch, elbows on his knees, hands clasped together so tightly his knuckles ached. The room felt smaller now, the air heavier, like it had been used by the tape. He reached out and shut off the recorder. The sudden quiet was worse. No hiss, no hum, just the faint tick of cooling metal and the distant sound of wind brushing against the house outside. Grimes swallowed, his throat dry. He stood and crossed to the far wall. Photographs, maps, and notes, everything he'd pinned up over weeks of half answers and gut feelings. In the center was the map of Cinder and its outskirts, the Brecken farmhouse marked in red. Beneath it, a single index card, Mary Brecken, circled, underlined, written more heavily than the others. Grimes stared at it, replaying the tape in his head. Not the screaming, not the machine, but the calm, the adjustments, the way Victor had chosen not to stop. He didn't lose control, Grimes said aloud, his voice sounding firm in the room. He never did. Realization settled slowly, sickening in his clarity. Victor hadn't killed her by accident. He hadn't panicked. He hadn't failed. He had proceeded. Grimes stepped back, the evidence wall blurring slightly as something cold and inevitable took shape in his mind. If Mary had been proof, then everything that came after that had been refined. Grimes turned off the lamp. Darkness swallowed the room, but the weight of the recording lingered, pressing in from all sides. Somewhere deep beneath the town, the hum felt closer now. No longer distant history, but something unfinished, something waiting. The chapter ended, not with an answer, but with certainty that whatever Victor Brecken started, he never stopped. Damn, end of chapter 30. Holy shit. I mean, I figured he'd do that kind of shit, but the way that that happened, damn, he was even like, okay, I'm gonna stop it here, and he's like, well, I can't stop it here, so we're just gonna keep fucking going. Fuck it. What do you mean it's blocked? Well, I mean, shit happens, right? Fuck it. I hope that doesn't happen when I do that to my kids. I mean, I tried, you know, it was a little too much. Fuck it. Gotta do what you gotta do, right? Don't worry, guys. I believe in you. My kids are strong, okay? My kids are fighters, you know? They can handle it. They're not little pussy pushovers, you know? And when it's all said and done, and they're on the other side of this, they'll thank me because, they'll understand what it means. All they have to do is look at it from the side of who it benefits, right? Benefits more people than us, so their sacrifice is definitely well worth it, right? There's nothing more valiant than putting yourself on the line for other people, right? Right? Well, the dad is keeping himself in the... Well, I'm the scientist! If you know you did shit to me, who would do shit to other people, right? So it's like, it's not that I'm like, you know, hiding from doing it to myself, it's that I'm the scientist, right? If you were a scientist, you know, it'd be the same for you, but you're not. You're just a stupid little kid and you're my fucking wife. So you got no play in it, right? And that just proves my wife wasn't strong enough, so she wasn't the right one, right? That's the justification of it. If she doesn't survive, well then she isn't the right one, right? That's how I think about it. 'Cause if she was the right one, then she'd just, you know, she'd be strong enough to be able to be my ultimate research subject, right? I mean, it kind of makes sense when you think about it from, like, the long term and from, like, your goal orientation, right? I mean, who doesn't want to have kids so you can just have a bunch of slaves, right? I mean, more kids, more slaves, right? I think... I mean, it's a valid argument, right? It's like, yeah, sure, I guess, right? But I mean, we're all test subjects in our own way for our own parents too, right? We're all raised in our own way. So I wonder if he's raised the kids to know this, and maybe even that, you know, because it was saying with beryllium exposure, like inducing like anger and like violence and stuff, but it's like the violence and stuff that we saw from the guy seemed more of a territorial response when he killed the guys, the camper couple, right? Because he's like something along the lines of, oh, they're getting too close, we can't have any people here, kind of like, you know, they're on my land, get the fuck out of here, right? But it seemed more territorial than just pure anger. Or like being discovered, right? Same way I think it is with like pointing out Grimes every time he's gone to the farm to check it out, right? There's like this, I guess, expectation. But now that's kind of flipped on its head, because he's like, oh, you know, they're not just gonna fucking go out of nowhere and just charge people down. But now it's like, well, huh. According to the research, that might actually be true. They might just, like, go off on the deep end and just be like a bull. I asked, you said the book had a slower tension build. Do you still feel like that? Ads! Well, I think we're far enough in the book now that it's gotten past that, right? Like, I'd say around chapter 21, when we started when we found out what the beryllium was, and, like, the second time you went to the farm, right? I think those are, like, the two pivotal points of it being, like, this mysterious, like, building tension, atmospheric, like, what the fuck is going on, like, body snatchers vibe into, like, you know, this, like, slow reveal of, like, chemical manipulation and possibly genetic manipulation as well, and you know, the conspiracy, like, falling apart at your feet. So it's like, I feel like it's like Act 1 is building the tension, building the atmosphere, setting everything up, making you ask questions. Then Act 2 is like, okay, now we're getting some of the answers to the questions, we're getting allies, right? And it's like, now we're slowly kind of moving into Act 3, which is going to be like the confrontation part, right? Where it's like, we're actually going to get our answers, we're going to figure out who's who, there's going to be confrontations, there's going to be consequences, right? Whether that's for the main character or for the bad guys. Rest of the book is now Fallout, not so much world building, etc. Yeah, so now it's like, now we've found everything out, right? Now we know everything that we need to know, essentially, so now all it is following that to its final conclusion, taking the original circumstance that we're in, adding the information to it, trying to find out how to stop it, and prevent it in the future, right? And then there's the question of, is this happening in other towns, right? Which leads into the series, of course, of him leading to Hollow Peak. But I don't think that Hollow Peak has anything to do with this because there's a time gap between it, right? It's not like the end of this gives him a clue that leads him to Hollow Peak, right? It's like that's just a completely separate case on the side, right? But I'm guessing he's going to get some sort of either promotion, reward, or he's going to fall off the grid and become like a private investigator and be like, you know, have to like change his name or some shit like that. Few weeks after book 1. Okay, so it's not a time gap between it? Okay. So is there a connection between Cinder and Hollow Peak? Because I thought you said all the cases were independent of each other. That's what I remember. Because I was like, are they like consecutive cases or are they all independent? I'm pretty sure you said they're independent. You'll find out. Okay, so you're just not going to tell me. Perfect. Sounds good. No worries, Relic. We will indeed find out. But yeah, no, I'm thoroughly, like... I mean, I can see... Like, I've always seen a direction, right? For the book. I've never felt like it's strayed from its promise, right? Of being this thing. There's nothing that's, like, super, super over-the-top complex about it, but it doesn't need to be over-the-top and complex. It just has to be, like this, where it's, like, the science over emotion, right? Like, data over feelings. And, you know, the work... I have to continue the work no matter the cost, right? And it's like that kind of mentality for someone who feels that they're pushing the boundary of, like, human evolution, right? And it's like the same thing with, like, Oppenheimer with, like, making the bomb and stuff. It's like, which direction did I really set humanity in, right? And it's like the aftermath of that, but he's already faced the consequences of it and decided what he's gonna do, even having those consequences directly in his face, right? Especially with the idea that he has just chosen to basically do the same thing that he did to his wife, to his children. Which is crazy, but I love it, because it sounds about right. But I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss and grab some more drink. And we'll do chapter 31! I think we should read 32 as well, because big reveals happen. Man, you're just getting greedy. You're just getting greedy, Relic. 3 chapters. Damn, bro. That's crazy. Three, two, one, toke! Okay. Chapter 31. The Decision. 6:30 p.m. That's the time the clock ran on the wall as it ticked with a dull plastic sound. Grimes watched the second hand complete its slow, endless circle, counting the ticks without meaning to. Each one landed like a drop of water in a cave. Steady, hollow, impossible to stop. He sat at the small kitchen table, shoulders hunched forward, elbows resting among the debris of his thoughts. Paper covered the surface in uneven layers. Photocopies, handwritten notes, old maps were pulled from the library, and newer ones were torn from city planning folders. Names circled, dates underlined, locations crossed out and rewritten in dark ink, as if pressing harder might make the answer bleed through. At the center of it all lay the map, the Brecken property. Circled in red many times, the paper began to tear. Every road led there, every disappearance bent in that direction. Every unanswered question seemed to curl inward, tightening like a knot that refused to loosen no matter how patiently he worked at it. The ashtray beside his right hand overflowed, cigarette butts stacked against one another like spent shells, crushing lipstick gray and staining the jar. Stained with tar. Tapped ash into it without looking. Cigarette burned too close to his fingers before he noticed and shifted it away. The radio murmured from the counter behind him, low enough that it felt less like music and more like a presence. The town favorite song drifted through the room, thin and warped through static. The hum beneath the song never quite went away. It was always there, quiet, persistent, like the house itself was holding a breath it had no intention of releasing. Grimes exhaled smoke slowly, staring at the map while the words passed through him without resistance. He didn't register them consciously, not at first. Outside, the late afternoon light slanted through the blinds, striping the walls with dull golden shadow. Dust hung in the air, suspended, unmoving. The day was slipping away without ceremony, bleeding out minute by minute. He reached for the revolver resting near the edge of the table. It felt heavier than usual in his hand. Grimes opened the cylinder and checked each chamber with practiced care. One round at a time. No rush, no wasted motion. The metallic clicks sounded too loud in the quiet kitchen. He slid the cylinder back into place, thumb resting there for a moment longer than necessary, as if expecting it to argue with him. From the couch, Motley stirred. She stretched in a long, lazy arc, claws flexing into the warm fabric, then lifted her head to watch him with lidded eyes. One ear twitched. She yawned, unbothered by the tension thickening the room. Grimes stood and crossed to her, chair scraping softly across the floor behind him. He knelt, joints popping and scratched beneath her chin. She leaned into his hands immediately, purring, utterly convinced the world was still safe. "If I don't come back," he said quickly, his voice rough from smoke and disuse, "you scratch the future to hell and haunt whoever comes looking." Motley purred louder, as if agreeing to terms. Grimes smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. He stood again and slipped extra rounds into his pocket. The weight settled there, solid and undeniable. He glanced once more at the map, at the red circle that had begun to feel less like ink and more like a wound. The song on the radio continued unbothered. I'll be watching... I can't sing. I'll be watching you. Grimes shut it off, Sting. The sudden silence rang louder than the music ever had. He grabbed his jacket, paused at the door, and took one last look at the room. the table, the ashtray, the map. The cat curled back into sleep as if nothing in the world had shifted. You know what you should do, Relic? Speaking of, like, songs on the radio, you should do something like a Rickroll. In one of your books. As just, like, a comedic tension drop. Of being, like, you know, he's like, it's like a chase scene or something, like he's running away from the fog in book 2, and he turns on the car, and what happens to be on the radio is just fucking Rick Astley. Never gonna give you up. Not the fog! I was like, what would this go with? It would go perfect with the fog. Never gonna give you up! Never gonna let you go! This total absolute Rickroll. You're like, of all times, not now, leave me alone! Oh, fuck, that would be great. Oh. And then he stepped outside, pulling the door closed behind him. Clock kept ticking. The sky was burning. Not the honest burn of sunset, not the warm collapse of day into night, but something harsher. Raw bands of color smeared across the horizon like a wound refusing to clot. Orange bled into red. Red darkened into bruised purple. The light didn't fade so much as it rotted, breaking down unevenly as it sank behind the hills. Please don't tell me this is what I think it is. Yep. Well, I mean, we haven't had a Scatman in a while, so maybe it's good. There's gonna be a generation, guys, there's gonna be a generation that's not gonna understand Rickrolling. Like, even though they're on the internet, like, just Rickrolling isn't a thing anymore, you know? You're gonna be like, what the fuck is Rickrolling? When you set up a random website with a Rick Astley song, you tell someone about something epic and you get them all hyped up and excited, and then you send them to that link and it's Rick fucking Astley, bitch! I don't know why it's so funny. It's just one of those. It's just one of those things that became a huge fad in like high school for me, you know. Everyone would be like making their own websites and like doing this on MySpace and shit like that. Being like, dude, I made this epic thing, and then it'd just be a fucking Rickroll, and you're like, god damn, bitch, got me. 3, 2, 1, toke. Hell yeah, it's been so long. We could definitely use a little bit of that up in here, right? Little bit of that up in here. Grimes killed the engine and sat for a moment, watching it happen. The Brecken property stretched out ahead of him, a few hundred feet swallowed by shadow long before the rest of the desert surrendered to night. The land seemed to drink the light, pulling it inward, leaving the fence line standing in silhouette like a row of crooked teeth. He stepped out of the truck. The air felt heavier here, thick, unmoving, pressing against his skin as if the desert itself had drawn close to listen. Somewhere far off, a wind moved through scrub, but it never reached him. The fence ran the length of the property in a drunken line, sagging in places, leaning hard in others. Posts lined at odd angles, some sunk deep, others barely holding, though the ground beneath them had grown tired of keeping things upright. Barbed wire wrapped around itself in overlapping loops, rusted and sharp, crossing and recrossing like badly stitched wounds. Some strands were old, flaking away beneath his fingers. Others were newer. Yo, what's up? Yo, what's up? How's it going, Senate? Yeah, what did you guys, did you guys, figure something out? Like, what's going on? You gonna let me in on the loop of, what's the plan? Like, has anything changed? Like, what should I know about Relic, or is he keeping that to himself? Are we playing two different sides? He's stalling me. Of course he is. Didn't speak yet. Had a busy day. Ah, I see. Here I am thinking you guys are colluding behind my back, and I'm just being paranoid. Of course. It's all good. Take your time, Relic. No pressure, bro. You know, got tons of time to figure it out. But I will say, it is your fault for saying you'd be a better DM than me, because now I want to see. I want to see what kind of DM you could be. Barbed wire wrapped around itself in overlapping loops, rusted and sharp, crossing and recrossing like badly stitched wounds. Some strands were old, flaking away beneath his fingers. Others were newer, too new, still biting, still bright beneath the corrosion. You should DM the Shadow Council, since he's a villain. Absolutely, I think that'd be epic. He walked the fence slowly, boots crunching softly over packed dirt. The ground was wrong, too hard, too smooth in places, as if it had been pressed down again and again. Tired treads cut shallow lines through the dust. Drag marks scored the earth, half erased, then reinforced by something heavier passing over them. Later, Grimes stopped beneath the sign. Private property trespassers will be shot. The letters were hand-painted, thick and uneven, the brushstrokes still visible. The wood itself was newer than the fence it hung from, the edges clean, the nails unbent. Oops. But already the desert sun had begun its work, bleaching the paint, cracking the surface, but not enough to hide the intent behind it. The last light slipped behind the hills, and the sky finished turning on itself. The burning colors collapsed into blue-black shadow, leaving the land below it flat and featureless. Property disappeared into darkness. Its edges dissolved as if it were sinking into the earth. Grimes crouched near the fence, carefully and slowly. He removed the cutters from his jacket and worked at a narrow section where the wires sagged. Each snip sounded too loud in the quiet, metal biting metal, tension releasing from a faint twang. Pulled the opening just wide enough. Barbs caught at his sleeve, scratching his bare knuckles. He ignored it. For a moment he stood there, one boot on each side of the fence, balanced between places. The hum was stronger now, not louder exactly, but closer, as if the ground beneath him carried it, vibrating up through his soles. And Grimes stepped forward. The fence scraped softly behind him as it fell back into place. He was on the property now. The sky had gotten completely dark. The farmhouse waited. It sat deeper on the property than Grimes remembered, or maybe the darkness was stretching the distance, warping his sense of space. Either way, it loomed ahead of him like something grown rather than built, low, wide, and hunched against the land. The yard around it was bare, no grass, no weeds, just hard earth and scattered debris, bleached pale by the dying light. Even the desert seemed reluctant to claim this place, giving it a wide, uneasy berth. Grimes moved slowly, each step measured. His boots sounded wrong here, too loud against the silence, as if the air itself had thinned. The hum pressed closer, not in his ears, but in his chest, a faint vibration that made his teeth ache if he focused on it too long. The windows were tall and dark, their glass opaque with dust and grime. They didn't reflect the night so much as absorb it. Strips of fabric hung behind some of them, curtains maybe, stirring weakly, though there was no wind to explain it. Okay, I just figured this out. I don't know how this thought came into my head, but I kind of just want to get it out now and get it down before I forget. So I've been thinking this entire time, like in the back of my mind, why are zombies doing what they're going to be doing, right? And we already know that there's going to be like some sort of war against Menos, right? So maybe in some way they can trick people, trick people into thinking zombies are an attack from religion. Some hint about dead bodies being from the war. So can't have people seeing zombies make zombies bad. There. So it's like they're pretending that religion is attacking them with zombies and the zombies are bad and they have nothing to do with it, and religion is actually the ones who are taking like desecrating bodies that have come off the battlefield, because some people have said that the zombies they have seen have been like described, and people have been like, wait, that's my like, you know, that's my son, that's my brother, that's my, you know, someone who was on the battlefield. So it makes the reasoning for why the zombies are there practical, even though it's a complete lie. Fucking love it. The windows were tall and dark, their glass opaque with dust and grime. They didn't reflect the night so much as absorb it. Strips of fabric hung behind some of them, curtains maybe, stirring weakly, though there was no wind to explain it. Something inside the house was moving. Grimes stopped. He listened. The silence deepened, pulling inward, layered and heavy. No insects. No distant highway noise. Not even the soft whisper of the desert settling for the night. The world beyond the property felt very, very far away. He drew his revolver. The metal felt cold, solid, reassuring in its weight. Even as his pulse thudded in his throat, he moved closer, pausing every few steps, eyes flicking to the windows, the doors, the shadows pooling beneath the eaves. The porch sagged under his foot. The sound cracked through the quiet, sharp, sudden, obscene. Grimes froze, heart hammering, waiting for a response. None came. He climbed the steps anyway, each board groaning in protest. The house answering his presence with a series of low, tired complaints. Up close, the smell reached him, rotten dust layered with something older beneath it. Not decay, not exactly, something used. He reached the front window and eased himself closer. angling his body to keep his reflection off the glass. Inside, the room was little more than a smear of darkness. Shapes bled together, tables, chairs, piles of something strewn across the floor. Paper, maybe. Trash, too. It was hard to tell in the darkness where one ends and the other began. Loose sheets lay scattered across the floor in uneven drifts, some curled and yellowed with age, others darkened by grime and footprints. Whatever had once mattered here had been trampled flat, reduced to debris and forgotten fragments that shifted slightly as Grimes adjusted his stance. He leaned closer to the glass, angling his head, trying to separate shape from shadow. That was when something moved. A shadow slid across the far wall inside the house, cutting through the darkness with quiet purpose. It wasn't hurried, and it wasn't careless. It moved with intention, as if whoever cast it knew exactly where Grimes stood outside and had chosen the moment deliberately. Grimes froze. He held his breath, muscles locking as his fingers tightened around the revolver's grip. Inside the house, the shadow stopped as well, stretching thin and wrong against the wall. Distorted by angles and failing light, it lingered there, unmoving. The space between them filled with a silence so complete it felt pressurized. Seconds dragged by, maybe longer. Time lost its edges. His pulse thundered in his ears, each beat sounding impossibly loud, each one threatening to give him away. He could feel the vibration of it in his jaw, in his wrists, in the shallow rise and fall of his chest as he fought to keep his breathing under control. Then, somewhere deep inside the house, a floorboard creaked. Not beneath his weight, not anywhere near the window. The sound came from further in, swallowed by distance and walls. The noise of something shifted where it shouldn't have been. Fine layer of dust sifted down from the ceiling, drifting lazily through the air before settling again, disturbed by movement he couldn't see. Behind the glass, one of the strips of fabric brushed softly against the window from the inside. It stirred once, then again, slow and deliberate, as though dragged by a hand rather than stirred by air. Grimes swallowed. The house knew he was there. Fucking ads! Getting in the way of Uritan. Ads! Fuck ads! Why do we gotta put up with these fucking ads? Ads! Why? Why do you gotta be like this, ads? I trust you. Never trust anyone. Especially don't trust the corporations and their ads! Why would you ads? That's a terrible idea. If you're gonna trust the ads, I don't know if I should trust you. Where did you get this idea that ads were good for you? It definitely wasn't me, because I said fuck ads! Ads can suck a dick, bitch. But some people say that's good. I don't know, not Twitch ads, that's for sure. I'll tell you that right now. They ain't no good up in here. Ain't got no what you do with that. I tell you right now, you ain't got no, sir. That's not how it works. Not at all. I can tell you, we can take a tote. We take that for sure tote right now, boys. Let's go. Here we are. 3, 2, 1, tote. Breaking news. Scotty is gonna get fucked by me. Hell yeah, let's go, Relic. I'm waiting, bro. I'm fucking waiting. The house knew he was there. He eased closer to the frame, keeping his body tight to the wall, careful not to let his silhouette betray him. The latch was loose beneath his fingers, rusted nearly through, and when he tested it, the metal gave with a soft brittle click that seemed to echo far too loudly in the stillness. He lifted the window inch by inch, pausing between each movement, waiting for a response that never came. The smell rolled out immediately, thick and stale, a layered mix of dust, rotten, something older that clung to the back of his throat and refused to let go. He turned sideways and swung one leg through the opening, then the other, mindful of the frame of the glass, of every small sound his jacket might make against the wood. The darkness inside closed around him the moment his boots touched the floor. Beneath him, the window slid shut with a muted thud. The house seemed to breathe out, slow and satisfied, as if it had been waiting for him to step inside before sealing itself again. The room held for a moment. Grimes stood just inside the window, letting his eyes adjust. The darkness thick and granular around him. Shapes emerged slowly. An overturned chair, table collapsed under the weight of junk and papers. Footprints pressed into the dust in uneven patterns that crossed then doubled back on themselves. The hum pressed harder now, vibrating faintly through the floorboards, through his boots, through his bones. Took one careful step forward. The floor creaked beneath him. He stopped, heart hammering, every muscle coiled tight, waiting for the house to answer. Nothing happened. Grimes exhaled just a fraction. The sound came from his left, a sudden explosive crash that shattered the quiet and sent a spike of adrenaline through his chest. Something tore through the darkness, slamming into furniture, wood splintering, debris skittering across the floor. Grimes spun on instinct. The revolver bucked in his hand. The shot exploded inside the room, deafening the enclosing space. The muzzle flash burned white, briefly tearing the darkness apart. And in that instant, he saw a twisted shape rushing toward him. Too fast, too wrong. The bullet missed, tearing into a rotten doorframe instead. Wood burst outward in a spray of splinters as the thing barreled through, close enough that Grimes felt the rush of air against his face. Eric Brecken came out of the dark like something thrown. His body was hunched and misshapen, spine bent at an unnatural angle, his skull warped as if it had grown unevenly behind his skin. A swollen deformity bulged over his left eye, stretching the flesh there tight and glossy. His mouth opened in a broken roar, wet and ragged, a sound that scraped the back of Grimes' skull. Grimes turned to run. His foot caught on the window frame behind him, the edge digging into his boot. And he went down hard. His head struck the porch just outside, the impact flashing white behind his eyes. For a moment, the world tilted. Sound smeared into a dull, distant roar. Eric crashed through the doorway after him. Grimes forced himself up, vision blurring, pain radiating down his neck. He stumbled down the steps, nearly missing one, and twisted back toward the house. Raising the revolver with shaking hands, he fired again. The shot went wide, punching into the darkness as Eric surged forward, closing the distance with a speed that didn't match his size. His roar deepened, turned feral, the sound of something cornered and furious. Grimes backed away, lungs burned, fear flooding and faster than thought. The house behind Eric seemed to swallow the light. The doorway framed him like a mouth opening wider, as if the place itself were helping to drive him forward. There was no room to think. Grimes ran. He didn't remember deciding to, only the sudden, overwhelming need to put distance between himself and the thing coming through the doorway behind him. His boots hit dirt hard, uneven ground, jolting up through his legs as he tore across the yard. The night had settled fully now, thick and lightless, swallowing the farmhouse until it was little more than a darker shape against the darker sky. Behind him, Something crashed through the porch railing. Wood splintering, nails screaming free. Eric hit the ground running. No. Charging. The sound of him was wrong. Too wet, too heavy. The rasping, grinding breath tore in and out of his chest, punctuated by a clicking noise that sounded like bones shifting where bones shouldn't. Grimes could hear him on all fours, hands and feet slapping into the dirt, the rhythm uneven but fast, faster than anything that size had a right to be. The hum spiked. It vibrated through the soles of Grimes' boots, up his calves, into his teeth. His lungs burned as he sucked air that tasted of dust and rust. The metallic tang of blood already creeping into his mouth where he'd bitten his tongue when he fell. He didn't dare look back. The yard blurred past him. Shadows of scrub, the hard pale flash of stones catching starlight for a split second before vanishing again. His foot struck something half buried and he stumbled, arms pinwheeling as pain lanced up his shin. He caught himself, barely, momentum carrying him forward in a wild, uncontrolled sprint. His revolver bounced in his hand, slick and sweat. With sweat. His revolver bounced in his hand, slick with sweat. A roar split the night behind him. Closer now. Too close. Grimes veered toward the fence, a jagged silhouette looming ahead like a rib cage. The hole he'd cut was there somewhere. He could see it. He could feel it. He lowered his shoulder and lunged. Barbed wire tore into him. The metal bit deep, slicing through fabric and skin alike. Hot white pain ripped through his thigh and calf as he forced himself through the wires, snagging and dragging, refusing to let go. He screamed, couldn't stop it, and the sound vanished into the night as quickly as it left him. Something grabbed his boot. Fingers, thick, crushing, clamped down around his ankle and yanked him back hard enough to knock the air from his lungs. He slammed into the dirt on his back, stars exploding across his vision. The smell hit him then. Sour, animal, layered with rot and sweat. Eric's breath swashed over him, hot and foul, carrying the stink of old blood and something chemical beneath it. Grimes fired. He didn't aim. He couldn't. The gun bucked violently, the shot tearing through the night with a deafening crack. For a split second, the muzzle flash lit everything. Eric's twisted face, the bulging eye, the sleek shine of saliva stretching from his mouth as he roared. The bullet struck Eric's shoulder. There was a sound like meat hitting bone. Eric howled, the noise high and furious, more animal than human, and his grip loosened just enough. Grimes kicked free. He rolled, scrambled, clawed his way forward through the fence, wire gripping at his legs again as he dragged himself through on raw desperation. Blood soaked into his jeans, warm and slick, each movement sending fresh agony screaming through his nerves. Collapsed on the far side, gasping, chest heaving. Behind him, Eric slammed into the fence, the metal shrieking under the impact. He didn't stop. He forced himself through the opening, shoulders scraping, breath ragged and furious as he followed, dragging his wounded arm uselessly at his side. Then something moved to Grimes' right. A shadow detached itself from the darkness near the farmhouse. Bigger, broader, slower. It didn't rush. It advanced, steady and inevitable, its steps heavy enough that Grimes felt them more than he heard them. Eric hesitated, just for a second, turned his head towards the shape, emitting a low broken sound that might have been a call or a warning. Grimes didn't wait to find out. He pushed himself up and ran again, pain flaring with every step, vision narrowing as adrenaline fought to keep him upright. The dry wash yawned open ahead of him, black gash in the earth, and he dove into it without slowing. Behind him, the sounds followed, relentless. The wash swallowed him. Grimes hit the dirt hard, shoulder first, the impact driving a grunt from his chest as loose gravel skittered beneath him. The walls of the wash rose steep and narrow on each side, cutting off what little straight there was and plunging him into a deeper, thicker dark. Hum thrummed louder here, trapped, bouncing between packed earth and stone.
700 septillion.
The Senate W... Senate Star Wars D&D. Is that your second account, Senate? Well, thank you for the follow, or is that just coincidence? I don't believe in coincidence! The hum thrummed louder here, trapped, bouncing between packed earth and stone. He crawled, hands slipping, knees screaming, every movement sent fresh pain, knifing through his legs where the wire had torn him open. Warm blood soaked into his jeans, sticky and slick, making his grip unreliable as he dragged himself forward on pure reflex. Behind him, something dropped into the wash. The sound was wrong, too heavy, too close. Eric's breath filled the narrow space, wet and furious, scraping in and out of his chest as he forced his twisted body after Grimes. His wounded arm dragged uselessly, bumping against the dirt, but it didn't slow him much. Nothing seemed to. Grimes kicked blindly behind him, heel catching flesh. Eric snarled, more startled than hurt, and Grimes used the moment to scramble forward, clawing his way up the opposite embankment. His fingers found a purchase in the dirt and roots, nails tearing, muscles burning as he hauled himself up and over. He rolled down the other side and didn't stop. The world tilted, spun, his vision tunneled, pulsing in and out, dark spots blooming at the edges. Tasted copper with every breath. His head throbbed where he had struck the porch, pain radiating down his spine in dull, nauseated waves. The truck sat ahead of him, 15 yards. Might as well have been a mile. Grimes ran. Each step was a betrayal. His injured leg buckled, nearly sending him down again, but he caught himself on the hood and dragged the rest of his body along with it. He fumbled the door open, collapsed into the driver's seat, and slammed it shut with a shaking hands. For a split second, he sat there, breathing, listening. The night pressed close, alive with distant movement and the low vibration of the hum, now ebbing slightly as if satisfied. Grimes turned the key. Nothing. The engine clicked uselessly, dead and empty. Panic surged up his throat, sharp and blinding. "Fuck!" he snarled, slamming his palm into the steering wheel. He tried again. The engine coughed, sputtered, then caught with a violent shudder. The headlights flared to life, cutting twin cones through the darkness as Grimes threw the truck into gear and tore away from the property, gravel spraying behind him. He didn't stop until the farmhouse was shrinking in the rearview mirror. Then he looked back. Eric stood near the mouth of the wash, hunched and bleeding, his head tilted slightly as if listening to something Grimes couldn't hear. Beside him loomed the second figure, Otis, broad and unmoving, his presence solid and patient. They didn't chase. They watched. After a moment, they turned together and disappeared back toward the farmhouse, swallowed by darkness as if the land itself were closing over them. The highway opened up ahead, empty and endless. Blood dripped from Grimes' hairline, ran down his temple and spotted the seat beneath him. More soaked through his pant leg, pooling on the floorboard. His hands shook violently on the steering wheel, knuckles white, fingers numb. The hum faded as the miles stretched out behind him, replaced by the roar of the engine and the rush of air through the open road. One thought pounded through his skull, heavy and undeniable. They were more monster than human now. Alright, fuck yeah. That was an action pack. Holy shit, that got my heart going, dude. That was crazy. When he fell out the fucking window, I was like, uh-oh. Oh god, here we go. And then going through the barbed wire, dude, that goes so hard. That was definitely the most intense chapter we've read so far. Can't make the main character untouchable. It's true. And give him some realism. Exactly. And like missing his shots. Hitting him in the shoulder. And now we gotta deal with what's the repercussions of that, right? He just gonna get told, can they go to the authorities? Like, is someone gonna say something about it? Is he gonna want, like, can they do, like, hospital treatment? Like, is this gonna blow the lid off of stuff? Like, is he just gonna die from infection? Who the fuck knows, right? It's like, it's asking all these questions now. Of being like, okay, was he just, it's like, can Grimes use this to his advantage in the fact of, okay, well, this guy's gonna need medical attention. So either we trace, like, you know, medical calls out to the farm, we see if they have their own medic out there, we see if, you know, we watch all the doctors and see if any one of them just happens to just go out there, you know, we gotta stake out the farm in some way, right? This is where I think he needs to turn on his allies, because he's, like, too suspicious, right? So it's like maybe getting a couple of his allies to do some sort of stakeout. This is where Rook would be very, very helpful, right? So I wonder if he ever gets her back or if she's just gone. But now we have the question. So what? What do you have for us today? If you're still out there, bro. Prequel to Chapter 2. Okay. I will read the prequel to Chapter 2, and then Relic will read 32 after. Just so that What doesn't have to wait so fucking long. And then by that time, hopefully, Prohl will have shown up, or we can read a chapter of The Great Hunt. And then by that time, Prohl will have shown up. Save it for tomorrow? Alright, sounds good. Up to you, broskies. Alright, prequel chapter 2. Have you sent this in, is it in the same document as before? Chapter 2? What do you mean 7KW, Doc? Oh, Solaris 7KW. That's the name of the story. Shorthand for Seven Kings War. Ah, I see. Cool. Cool. Three, two, one, toke! Alright. Here we go. This is What's Story. Prequel, Chapter 2. The sounds of the wounded echo out across the battlefield. They cry out to their mothers, their wives, or their patron god. They are the lucky ones. The fortunate ones were burned by fire from Waylon's pets. Fuck him. And fuck this war. Hey, Eric's. You ever think why we're here? Why are we here? Gideon asked. All the time. You'll think the elders are punishing us for something. Or we're supposed to win... Wait, is this were? Like, we are? We're supposed to win a war? For an entitled child who has 2 fucking dragons under his control. Eric's loudly vocalized. We! There will be no disrespect to King Waylon, the knight said, gripping his sword. Or is that Oi? Oi? Is that supposed to be Oi? Or we? Well, you tell this royal highness he can... Eric's, leave the man alone, Gideon interrupted. Yous two are still alive, a voice surprisingly said. The hell... Where the hell were you, Finn? Eric said. Oi! Yeah. I like the use of, like, the slur here. Like, use, like, just bad English. Random royal guard, or random guard. You know, no canter, no fucking education, just a random foot soldier, right? Can't talks propers, bro. I ax you what eyes was needs, brah. Knows does what is, I'll tells you that. Doesn't even have the balls to charge with his own men, Eric said. But he does have the balls to start a war with his second year as king, Gideon said. Lady Finriel, Sir Eric's, and Sir Gideon, you're expected to meet with the War Council immediately, said a young knight. Lady, Eric said, laughing hysterically. I'll castrate ye, Eric's, you tall fuck, Finn said, following the knight. In the ruined meeting hall, King Waylon sits in the captured nobleman's chair as his generals gather in front of him. Sire, please, I beg you to show mercy. King Harkon forcefully put us in this predicament. All houses had to be war-ready or face execution. My people were on the verge of starvation before the war started, the nobleman pleaded. Any valuable information you provide will lessen your punishment. As it stands now, you will hang from the gallows. Any news on our allies in the other kingdoms, Sir Wilton? King Waylon asked. Yes, your highness. Eldoria, Ironhelm, and Avalon are preparing their armies for war. King Vale of Eros is ready for when the Eldorians begin to march. Jarl Sindre and Jarl Harvick both have pledged their men and ships, Sir Wilton said. Isn't Harvick the one who... Eric whispered. Yes, Gideon interrupted. Sire, our spies have taken note that the Icken fortress is susceptible to be infiltrated by a small force while a larger force acts as a distraction. I think the wardens should lead the distraction force, Sir Lysandros said. It's a waste of our talents, Eric butted in. A filthy fucking northerner knows best, apparently, Lord Theo. I could easily lop off your head, Eric said. Eric's, Finn yelled. Don't place your fucking head in the corner so it can watch as I plot, Eric's said. Eric's, Gideon yelled. I hope Great Mother cries her moat, Eric said. Enough! Warden, what plan do you have for attacking Ekin? King Waylon demanded. Sire, Finn, Gideon, and 2 of your knights can sneak in at night to gain control of the gates. Once they raise the gates, the main force can charge in, attacking them at night. Attacking them at night will disrupt their ability to respond to the charge. Me and Ashrin will lead the main force, Eric explained. He named his fucking axe, Finn said in disbelief. I told him it was stupid, Gideon said. Good. Wilton, let the men know that we're marching for Ekin tomorrow, King Waylon commanded. Great Mother, please protect your loyal idiot, Finn prayed quietly. Ekin was a 5-day journey from Velfor. The men marched tirelessly, only stopping so the horses could rest. Clouds began to roll in and thunder walloped to the air. You already back there, Finn? Gideon jokingly asked. It's pishin' it dune, and we're walking through a damn marsh. She yelled. What? Gideon said, raising an eyebrow. It's raining really fucking hard, Finn yelled. Gideon and Eric laughed, watching her struggle to walk. You want to carry you? Me to carry you? Eric said, holding back tears from laughing. The day you carry me would be the day I'll marry you, Finn said sarcastically. Ekin was upon them, and with the sun staring to Gideon, Finn and two knights headed for the east wall. Ekin's east wall was the best spot for them to infiltrate, as it had a blind spot coming from the southern tower. As they gathered at the wall, Finn prepared her magic to create a rope vine to scale the wall. I like so far, it's like you've got this really good interpersonal thing. You've got this, like, expanded, like, essence of the world where it's, like, bigger than it presents itself to be, right? And it's, like, immediately getting into the action with it. And, like, the style of dialogue for the characters, for, like, the choice of their accents, right? And, like, word choice and stuff seems very prominent. Once you're up there, take out the archers and we'll push towards the gate, Finn commanded. Yes, ma'am, both of the knights whispered back. Gideon climbed up first, stabbing a guard in the neck once he reached the top, quickly grabbed his body and threw it off the wall. One of the knights followed up next. He jumped over the wall, drawing his dagger. He gave Gideon a nod before heading left towards the blind spot. He stood on the corner, listening for any patrolling guard. The light shuffle of armor drew his attention. A guard was near. He waited for him to approach the corner. The knight slowed his breath and tightened his grip on the dagger. Grabbed the dagger, covering his mouth. The guard struggled, trying to break free. The man locked his jaw, biting the knight's hand. The knight gritted his teeth as he thrusted the blade up through the guard's chin, twisted the dagger to make sure the man was dead, turned the corner, heading for the ladder. With each step, he grimaced in pain. Before fully completing the climb, he checked to see if the archer was looking away. With his hand bloodied, he rushed the guard, tackling him, smushed the man's face as he drove the dagger into the archer's forehead. The other knight followed behind him. He grabbed the archer's bow and shot an arrow, taking out a guard in front of the next tower. The knight with the injured hand climbed down and headed towards the third tower. The second knight grabbed another arrow out of the quiver to take out the archer on the second tower. He let the arrow loose, hitting the archer in the back of the head. Gideon and Finn readied their weapons to take the guards by surprise. Finn sprinted forward towards the first guard. She jumped on his back, stabbing ads. I tried so very hard and got so very far, but in the end, nothing really matters. Except the ads! The ads are all that matters. Go for ads, for the ads will be wherever you are when the ads fall to you. Tell me when you do what you see with the ads, for when we be on what we do, for what we are when ads be what we see, when ads do what we are. We know ads will be what we do when we see what ads are. Tell me what I see when I see an ad for you and me and you and me and me and you and ads. Ads are what we see when we see an ad. We go, ads are mine for me. Tell me it's a good ad without saying ads are good. It's a me, I'll say it's what you want me to see. You ain't getting my money though, cause I don't trust your ads, cause I know where ads go. That's why I don't see my ads, but you do. So I tell you now, you don't know, need to see no ads where you are, what you want with ads. So why do ads tell me what I want? I'll tell you where you go when ads say how far you went. I know you went pretty far for your ads, so tell me where your ads will be and I'll tell you where I want to go with your ads. Cause ads are all we need. We back? We back! Gideon and Finn readied their weapons to take the guards by surprise. Finn sprinted towards the first guard. She jumped on his back, stabbing her knives into the side of his neck. Gideon rushed past, using his sword to cleave the next guard in half. Finn threw an icicle, hitting the guard who tried to sneak up on Gideon. As the man gurgled on his own blood, Gideon stabbed him through the heart, ending his misery. Eric's eyes burned a bright orange. Using his Vesper owl vision, he watched as Gideon and Finn took out the guards, pressed his axe against his nose. Great Mother, bless me with the strength necessary to take out my enemies. May you bless their souls as they head into the warm embrace. Eric's prayed. Battle cries are one thing, but like battle prayers are so underused and underrated, dude. Fuck yeah. Lord Theo looked on in disgust. Damn pagan, he muttered. Finn took a step back as a red glow illuminated in her palm. A bright red fireball filled the starry sky night, exploding into an ember-filled cloud as the gate raised up. The alarm bells sounded. The Ekin soldiers scrambled to respond. A small force rushed the ramparts trying to secure the gate controls, while the rest of the Ekin soldiers fought the Fremen army in the streets. Gideon and Finn ran to fight them head-on with no hesitation. Finn threw icicle after icicle, slowing down the soldiers' advance, while Gideon picked off anyone who made it past. My magic is going to hold out. My magic is going to hold out. Is not going to hold out for much longer? You have a plan, Gideon? Finn said. Not at the moment, but we're not gonna last long up here, Gideon said. Eric's, kick the cart, Gideon yelled. Finn, we jump, Gideon said. That doesn't sound like a plan. She looked over to see Gideon jumping off the side of the rampart. Damn it, Gideon! She yelled, following him off the rampart. Finn hit the hay cart with a solid thud, knocking her unconscious for a couple of minutes. She awoke with a nagging headache. She crawled out of the hay, saying a myriad of Eliani cuss words. Where is everyone? She whispered to herself. Battle in the streets was bloody. Both the bodies of civilians and soldiers lined the streets. It angered her seeing the innocent slaughtered like that. She followed the bloody path, finding a knight pulling his sword from the back of an elderly man. What the hell are you doing? He's not an Ekin soldier, he's a civilian, she said. Lord Theo's orders are to spare no one and burn the city, ma'am, the knight said. Where is everyone? Finn asked. They charged after the soldiers once they started to retreat. I would have followed if I didn't spot these two, the knight said, pointing to the bodies of the elderly couple. Finn took her dagger and sliced open the knight's throat. He scrambled to cover the wound, but he was losing too much blood. Finn watched as the light faded from the man's eyes. Great Mother, guide the spirits of the innocent to peace, Finn prayed. Okay, well, you know, you kill the innocent, we're gonna kill you. Fuck this Lord Theo guy. Fuck him, even if we're mercenaries. Nah, that's not how we operate, bro. We'll kill all your forces after we're done here if you're gonna act like that. Fuck that. Ekin soldiers and people took refuge in the city's keep, which was more fortified than the walls. The soldiers were trying to break through the doors while being picked off by archers and ballistas. As one man fell, another ran to replace him. Eric used his axe to chop at the door's hinges as the men slammed into the door. Take heed of the northerner! Bring that door down! Lord Theo shouted. Finn watched as one of the ballistae reloaded. Don't! As much as I want to kill him, we need him alive, Gideon said, grabbing Finn's hand. Listen to yourself, Gideon. You want me to spare that spineless worm. At the moment Harvick's name was mentioned, you almost lost it, Finn said. I'm a hypocrite, I know, but if Theo dies, Owain just uses the dragons to finish the job. Who do you think gave Theo those orders, Finn? Gideon said. Finn pulled away from him. Pissed her off that Gideon was right. They barely survived the last battle when Waylon called for his pets. The door wailed before shattering in half. Leave none alive! Theo shouted. Eric stayed still as the soldiers charged past him, placed his axe back onto the handle on his back. Tears fell from Eric's eyes as the screams bellowed from the keep. Lord Theo smirked. Too much for you, big man? I thought you wardens were built for war. I have no problems killing. One day I will kill you and wear your head on my belt. Those people would have easily surrendered, Eric said. Aw, you have a heart under there. They are enemies of the great kingdom of Fremis. I should have you executed for insubordination. Take a deep breath. That is the smell of victory, Theo said. Thick smell of burning flesh emanated from the keep. A knight on horseback bolted through the streets, yelling for the men to retreat. The knight, seeing Lord Theo, jumped off the horse and ran to him. Sir, you have to call the men back! The king has ordered a retreat, the knight said. The battle is almost over. Why retreat? Theo questioned. An Eldorian force of 200,000 is on its way. King Waylon ordered us to cut our losses and retreat, the knight said. You! Tell the men we're retreating, Theo said to a knight. Do you know who led them? Gideon asked the knight. Scout said it looked to be one of the princes, the knight said. Over 5,000 civilians were killed in Ekin that day. Prince Rendalis only arrived a day too late to meet the Fremen troops at Ilkin's wall. How many survived the attack, Yari? Rendalis asked. Around 1,500, my lord. But there are too many wounded to even get an accurate count, Yari said. Get a message to my brother, Destin. Tell him Eros will likely march ahead of time to intercept him, Rendalis said. Sire, the Ironhelm army has reached the kingdom of Haskir, the scout said. Good. Our arrival has made them disorganized. Tell the men to gather everyone who can walk and prepare them to head to Haskir. As for the wounded, who can't have them treated the best we can, Rendalis said. King Waylon and his men retreated back to Velfor. The Grim Warden Leaf waited for their arrival, back with news for his fellow Riven clan. Gideon! Gideon! Leaf yelled. Is that Leaf? Eric's asked. Eric's! Finn! You guys are here too, Leaf said excitedly. Leaf, thought you were still on a hunting mission, Gideon said. I killed the beast. It's good to see you guys. But I carry some bad news. Gideon, you're being pulled from the war since you have a connection to Jarl Harvik, Leaf said. What? Gideon, Eric's, and Finn yelled. Harvik has a sea-bearing force. It's unlikely we'll ever cross paths, Eric said. Gideon, you're being assigned to kill a girl by the name of Delphina Siofra for the crime of heresy. She's a student at the Naira Magic Academy, Leaf said. Oh shit, Delphina was the one who was in that last chapter, right? How old is the girl, Leaf? Finn asked. She's 17, Leaf said. Eric's and Finn's heart dropped. A girl from their neck of the woods was to be hunted down by the second best assassin in the clan. Great Mother be with her, Eric whispered quietly. Damn! Oh shit! Well, that's intense. What the fuck? Delphina's story is the past and Gideon is the present until they cross paths. Apparently Senate's Twitch account got suspended. Well, that sucks. I guess that's why he created that alternate account. The Star Wars D&D one. That's fucked up. Anyways, that's unfortunate. Well, at least you can make more accounts, but still, it's like, that's really fucking annoying. I wonder why. But Twitch is fucking retarded, so it could be any number of retarded reasons. Miles, he doesn't even stream. Like, that's, like, I don't think. Like, I'm pretty sure he doesn't even stream. So, like, why would his account get suspended? It's so fucking weird. 3, 2, 1, toke. You want that one, Relic? Get another one under your belt? It's all you, man. I'm leaving it open. Bye-bye. Into the Shadow Road! Alright. We are on to The Great Hunt, Book 2 of the Wheel of Time. Chapter 33. A Message from the Dark. Have you found it? Rand asked as he followed Huron down a cramped flight of stairs. Kitchens lay on the lower levels, and the servants who'd come tended the guests that had all been sent there. Or is Matt really hurt? Oh, Matt's fine, Lord Rand. The sniffer frowned. At least he sounds all right, and grumbles like a hale man. I didn't mean to worry you, but I needed a reason for you to come below. I found the trail easy enough. The men who set fire to the inn all entered a walled garden behind the manor. Trollocs joined them, went into the garden with them. Sometime yesterday, I think. Maybe even night before last. He hesitated. Lord Rand, they didn't come out again. They must still be in there. At the foot of the stairs, the sounds of the servants enjoying themselves drifted down the hall. Laughter and singing. Someone had a bittern, strumming a raucous tune and clapping to the thump of dancing. There was no worked plaster or fine tapestries here, only bare stones and plain wood. Light in the halls came from rush torches, smoking the ceiling and spread far enough apart that the light faded between them. I'm glad you're talking to me naturally again, Rand said. The way you've been bowing and scraping, I was beginning to think you were more Kairhinen than the Kairhinen. Kieran's face colored. Well, as to that, glanced down the hall toward the noise and looked as if he wanted to spit. They all pretend to be so proper, but Lord Rand, every one of them says he's loyal to his master or mistress, but they all hint they're willing to sell what they know or have heard, and when they have a few drinks in them, they'll tell you, all whispering in your ear things about the lords and ladies they serve that fair make your hair stand on end. I know they're Kairhinen, but I never heard of such goings-on. We'll be out of here soon, Huron. Rand hoped it was true. Where's this garden? Huron turned down a side hall, leaning toward the back of the manor. Did you bring Ingtar and the others down already? The sniffer shook his head. Lord Ingtar had let himself be cornered by 6 or 7 of those who called themselves ladies. I couldn't get close enough to speak to him. And Baron Sedai was with Barthanes. She gave me no such a look when I came near. I never even tried to tell her. They rounded another corner just then, and there were Loyal and Matt, the Ogier standing a little stooped for the lower ceiling. Loyal's grin almost split his face. There you are, Rand! I was never so glad to get away from anyone as for those people upstairs. Kept asking me the Ogier were coming back, and if Gildrian had agreed to pay what was owed. Seems the reason all the Ogier stonemasons left is because Galdrian stopped paying them, except with promises. I kept telling them I didn't know anything about it, but half of them seemed to think I was lying, and the other half that I was hinting at something. We'll be out of here soon, Rand assured him. Matt, are you alright? His friend's face looked more hollow-cheeked than he remembered, even back at the inn, and his cheekbones more prominent. Feel free, Matt said grumpily, but I certainly didn't have any trouble leaving the other servants. The ones who weren't asking if you starved me thought I was sick and didn't want to come too close. Have you sensed the dagger? Rand asked. Matt shook his head glumly. Only thing I've sensed is that somebody's watching me, most of the time. These people are as bad as Fades for sneaking around. Burn me, I nearly jumped out of my skin when Huron told me he'd located the Dark Friend's trail. Rand, I can't feel it at all, and I've been through this bloody building from rafters to basement. That does not mean it isn't here, Matt. I put it in the chest with the horn, remember? Maybe that keeps you from feeling it. I don't think Fane knows how to open it. Else he did not have gone to the trouble of carrying the weight when he fled Faldara. Even that much gold isn't important beside the Horn of Valir. When we find the horn, we will find the dagger, you'll see. As long as I don't have to pretend to be your servant anymore, Matt muttered. As long as you don't go mad and... He let the words die with a twist of his mouth. Rand is not mad, Matt, Will said. Kerhainen would never let him in here if he were not a lord. They are the ones who are mad. I'm not mad, Rand said harshly. Not yet. Here, show me this garden. Hinting at his knowledge of him being the dragon. Small little slip up there, Matt! Oops. This way, Lord Rand. They went out into the night by a small door that Rand had to duck to get through. Doyle was forced to bend over and hunch his shoulders. There was enough light and yellow pools from the windows above for Rand to make out brick walks between square flower beds. Shadows of stables and other outbuildings bulked in the darkness to either side. Occasional fragments of music drifted out from the servants below or from those entertaining their masters above. Huron led them along the walks until even the dim glow failed and they were made their way by moonlight alone, their boots crunching softly on the brick. Bushes that would have been bright with flowers by daylight now made strange humps in the dark. Rand fingered his sword and did not let his eyes stay on any one spot too long. 100 Trollocs could be hiding around them unseen. He knew Huron would have smelled Trollocs if they were there, but that did not help a great deal. If Barthanes was a dark friend, then at least some of his servants and guards had to be, too. And Huron could not always smell a dark friend. Dark friends leaping out of the night would not be much better than Trollocs. There, Lord Rand, Huron whispered, pointing ahead. Stone walls not much higher than Loyal's head enclosed a square perhaps 50 paces on a side. Rand could not be sure in the shadows, but it looked as if the garden stretched on beyond the walls. He wondered why Barthanes had built a walled enclosure in the middle of his garden. No roof showed above the wall. Why would they go in there and stay? Boyle bent to put his mouth close to Rand's ear. I told you, this was all in Ogier Grove once, Rand. The Waygate is within that wall. I can feel it. Rand heard Matt sigh despairingly. We can't give up, Matt, he said. I'm not giving up. I just have enough brains not to want to travel the ways again. We may have to, Rand told him. Go find Ingtar and Baron. Get them alone somehow. I don't care how. And tell them I think Fane has taken the horn through a waygate. Just don't let anyone else hear. And remember to limp. You're supposed to have had a fall. It was a wonder to him that even Fane would risk the ways, but it seemed the only answer. They wouldn't spend a day and a night just sitting in there without a roof over their heads. Matt swept a low bow, and his voice was heavy with sarcasm. At once, my lord, as my lord wishes. Shall I carry your banner, my lord? He started back for the manor, his grumbles fading away. Now I have to limp. Next, it'll be a broken neck, or... He's just worried about the dagger, Rand, Will said. I know, Rand said, but how long before he tells somebody what I am? Not even meaning to. He could not believe Bat would betray him on purpose. There was that much of their friendship left, at least. Well, boost me up where I can see over the wall. Rand, if the Dark Friends are still... They aren't. Boost me up, Loyal. The three of them moved close to the wall, and Loyal made a stirrup with his hands for Rand's foot. The Ogier straightened easily with the weight, lifting Rand's head just high enough to see over the top of the wall. The thin, waning moon gave little light, and most of the area was in shadow. There did not seem to be any flowers or shrubs inside the walled square. Only a lone bench made of marble, pale marble, placed as if one man might sit on it to stare at what stood in the middle of the space, like a huge upright stone slab. Rand caught the top of the wall and pulled himself up. Loyal gave a low psst and grabbed at his foot, but he jerked. Nobody cares for you. Yo, what's up, bro? How's it going? What you doing? What you got? What you at? How's your day, my man? But what are you up to, buddy? We're just, doing what we do, right? Same thing as always. Joined the stream to you reading off some erotica, I guess. What? Is that what you got out of this? Or do you mean another time? Because I do read erotica, but just haven't in a while. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if that's what you think is happening right now, fair enough, right? You would smell them, Rand said. Maybe. Sniffer inhaled deeply. But I can only smell what they've done, not what they intend. There was a scraping sound from over Rand's head, and then Loyal was letting himself down from the wall. The Ogier did not even have to straighten his arms completely before the boots touched the ground. Rash, he muttered. You humans are always so rash and hasty, and now you have me doing it. Elder Haman would speak to me severely, and my mother... The darkness hid his face, but Rand was sure his ears were twitching vigorously. Rand, if you don't start being a little careful, you're gonna get me in trouble. Rand walked to the waygate, walked all the way around it, even close up to it, like nothing more than a thick square of stone taller than he was. The back was smooth and cool to the touch. He only brushed his hand against it quickly, but the front had been carved by an artist's hand. Vines, leaves, and flowers covered it, each so finely done that in the dim moonlight they seemed almost real. He felt the ground in front of it. The grass had been scraped partly away in two arcs, such as the gates would make an opening. Is that a waygate? Huron asked, uncertainty. I've heard of them, of course, but... Sniffed the air. The trail goes right to it and stops, Lord Rand. How are we going to follow them now? I've heard if you go through a waygate, you come out mad. If you come out at all. It can be done, Huron. I've done it. And Loyal and Matt and Perrin. Rand never took his eyes from the tangles of leaves on the stone. There was one unlike any other carved. He knew. The trefoil leaf. The fabled Avendesora. The tree of life. Put his hand on it. I bet you can smell their trail along the ways. We can follow anywhere they can run. It would not hurt to prove to himself that he could make himself sleep through a waygate. I'll prove it to you. He heard Huron groan. A leaf was working in the leaf was working in the stone just as the others were, but it came away and his hand. Loyal groaned too. In an instant the illusion of living plants seemed suddenly real. Stone leaves appearing to stir with a breeze. Flowers appeared to have color even in the dark. Down the center of the mass, a line appeared, and the two halves of the slab swung slowly toward Rand. He stepped back to let them open. He did not find himself looking at the other side of the walled square, but neither did he see the dull silver reflection he remembered. The space between the opening gates was black, so dark it seemed to make the night around it lighter. The pitch blackness oozed out between the still-moving gates. Rand leapt back with a shout, dropping the Avendosora leaf in his haste. Loyal cried out, "Machin Shin! The Black Wind!" The sound of wind filled their ears. The grass stirred in ripples toward the walls. Then dirt swirled up, sucking into the air, and in the wind 1,000 insane voices seemed to cry, 10,000, overlapping, drowning each other. Rand could make out some of them, though he tried not to. So you're just gonna be on kick? Like, I don't understand, Senate. Did you, like, what's going on? Like, did you message them? Did you go take my Twitch account? Was indefinitely suspended. Yeah, I tried to look you up, and it's like this account's gone. And I was like, what? And it's like, you can't even search it. It's just straight up gone. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, you don't even stream, so, like, I don't even understand. Like, I'm so confused. So now you have to make, like, a new account? Like, I just don't, I don't, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, did they not send you an email as to, like, why? Like, Twitch is so fucking retarded. It's stupid. Fuck Twitch. Bloods. Well, I recruit a lot of people asking about D&D. That's not against the fucking TOS. Look at all the bots! Said for whispering. Oh, for whispering. Like sending too many private messages to people? And you, like, didn't even get, like, oh shit, guys, we have a break in progress happening right now. Commercial break in progress. Best fucking ad ever. Guys, do you like this ad? This ad is so good. Like, oh my fucking god. That's the best ad I've seen in my life. That's insane. Yeah, I don't know. Twitch is fucking retarded. I don't know why it would do that. Like, what? That makes no sense. And, like, with no warning, and it's like your account's just gone. It's just deleted. It's like, yeah, you don't have your account anymore. No questions asked. No nothing. Just, and I don't understand how that solves the problem. You just make a new fucking account and you do the same thing. Wait, you tried creating a new one? Yeah, because I was like, wait, why did... Because there was the one that was like, it didn't work? It won't work? Wait, so they like fucking IP banned you? From Twitch? Because I saw that you, like, there was like the, Senate's Star Wars D&D, right? And I tried VPN? So you're just permanently and totally banned from Twitch. What the actual fuck? That's retarded.
Hi, sweetie. The patron was just telling me used to Arch Commander Consummate.
But they don't do that to bots.
Are you smoking?
Healed saying I was not a bot.
Why are you smoking?
Baby.
What? When did you start smoking?
1980.
Twitch is fucking retarded, dude.
Been lying. It all makes sense. The build
Have everyone in the D&D group message Twitch and be like, yo, why the fuck did you ban this guy? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? And just get like all 30 of us in our communities to just mass message Twitch and be like, you guys are fucking dumb. Why would you ban him? Give him his fucking account back, bitch. He's not a bot. There's nothing in the TOS against going and talking to people. Like, what the fuck? If people don't like it, they can individually block you. That's what blocking and, like, banning someone is for. Right? If they don't like what you're doing, they just ban you. It's like you shouldn't get removed from the fucking platform unless, like, you're, like, breaking the law. And even then, you don't get removed from the platform. That's on. I mean, what? Blood, so sweet. So sweet to drink the blood that drips, drops so red. Pretty eyes, fine eyes, I have no eyes. Pluck the eyes from out of your head. Grind your bones, split your bones inside your flesh. Suck your marrow while you scream, singing, sing your screams! And worst of all, the whispering thread through the rest, Althor, Althor, Althor. I'm over it, dude. Yeah, but like, doesn't that put like a massive stifling, or can you just like not log in? But then how do you like talk to people? So like, what are you gonna do now? Like, are you just, like... Finally, now I'm at the point for the content warning. Content warning for, wait, what? Wait, what? 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 What's going on? What's up with what? You what and what with what? What? What does a what for what when what does what when we do what so what he's a what is what when what's when for what you're the what of what Rand found the void around him. Hopefully the D&D campaign stays okay. All I can say. Yeah, that's like that's just, to me, it's just utterly fucking ridiculous. The content warning chapter for the Forgotten Prince now that chapter 10 is done. Oh, is there like some sort of like content in there that's like rape or like something, you know, fucked up? Didn't you say chapter 10 has like there's like a scene that just keeps going on? Like a torture scene or something like that? I don't quite remember. I remember you talking about it. Rand found the void around him and embraced it, never minding the tantalizing, sickening glow of Sidin, just out of his sight. Greatest of all the dangers along the ways was the black wind that took the souls of those it killed and drove mad those it left alive. But Machin's shin was a part of the ways. It could not leave them. Only it was flowing into the night, and the black wind called his name. Because I'm like, I guess you're just kind of restricted to Discord now, Senate. And it's like, are we just not going to be able to replace people as they fall off? Because it's like the whole point of like keeping the group alive is that there's like a slow fall off of people, so you continuously need to be adding new people to the roster to keep up the numbers, right? And just in general, to have, like, Twitch be like, just, nope, you can't do anything on Twitch, you're never allowed on Twitch again, fuck you, permaban on everything for Twitch. It's just like, wait, what? Wait, what? But you don't do this to people that, like, wait, what? I'm so confused. I'm like, why would Twitch even care? It doesn't make any sense. Weary to try recruiting on Kick. I don't think Kick gives a fuck about anything. And again, I don't. That's what blocking and like banning people is for. Like, if you're like, I just don't understand. It's like, what kind of world do we live in where just like talking to people about your hobby and trying to recruit people for D&D is bad. No, it's aftermath of the war, but there's a SAR word depending how you look at it. And what happened, I'm trying to decide I build the chapter, just set up, happen in the background and go straight in. I mean, it depends on the atmosphere you want to make, right? Yeah, that's really, really unfortunate. That actually makes, like, I already, like, don't like the way that Twitch does stuff. It's like, it just makes me even more angry. So retarded. Get your shit together. You wonder why your platform is dying and everyone fucking view bots? Maybe it's because you don't know how to run your fucking platform anymore, bro. I don't fucking know. That's just my opinion. It is what it is. The waygate was not fully open. If they could only put the end Avende Sora leaf back. Saw Loyal scrambling on his hands and knees, fumbling and searching the grass in the darkness. Sidin filled him. He felt as if his bones were vibrating, felt the red-hot, ice-cold flow of the one power, felt truly alive as he never was without it, felt the oil-slick taint. No! And silently screamed back at himself and beyond the emptiness. It comes for you, it'll kill all of us. He hurled it all. The black bulge standing out of the full span from the waygate. Now, he did not know what it was he hurled or how, but the heart of darkness bloomed a coruscating fountain of light. Good thing you're here. Well, that's why you should diversify, and you should be on every platform possible, because... Have you seen that semi-horror movie, Don't Breathe? No, but I think I've heard of it. I'm just not a horror fan, what? Just in general, not really a horror fan. The black wind shrieked 10,000 wordless howls of agony, slowly giving way inch by reluctant inch. The bulge lessened slowly, the oozing reversed back into the still open waygate. Power raced through Rand in a torrent. He could feel the link between himself and Sidin, like a river in flood, between himself and the pure fire blazing in the heart of the black wind, a raging cataract. Oh, heat! Inside him went to white heat, and beyond to a shimmer that would have melted stone and vaporized steel and made the air burst into flame. The cold grew till the breath of his lungs should have frozen solid and hard as metal. He could feel it overwhelming him, feel life eroding like a soft clay riverbank, feel what was him wearing away. Can't stop. If he gets out, have to kill it. I can't not stop! Desperately he clung to fragments of himself. The one power roared through him. He rode it like a chip of wood in rapids. The void began to melt and flow. The emptiness steamed with freezing cold. Damn, I'm high-key planning on borrowing the plot twist. What plot twist? Oh, from the movie Don't Breathe. Well, remember this, right? Imitation is the purest form of flattery. Taking things from real life and ideas and stuff like that. It's not plagiarism. It's just an idea, right? Plagiarism is how you do it. Do you care if I spoil it? I don't know if you're planning on watching it. I probably never will watch it, so yeah, you can spoil it. And I'm like a person who's like, even if you spoil things, I'll totally forget. I'll absolutely forget. The motion of the waygate halted and reversed. Rand stared, sure, in the dim thoughts floating outside the void that he was only seeing what he wanted to see. The gates drifted closer together, pushing back Machin-Shin as if the black wind had solid substance. The inferno still roared in its breast. With a vague, distant wondering, Rand saw Loyal still on hands and knees, backing away from the closing gates. The gap narrowed, vanished. The leaves and vines merged into a solid wall and were stone. Rand felt the link between him and the fire snap. The flow of power through him cease. A moment more and it would have swept him away completely. Shaking, he dropped to his knees. It was still there inside, side in, no longer flowing, but there in a pool. He was a pool of the one power. He trembled with it. He could smell the grass, the dirt beneath, the stone of the walls. Even in the darkness, he could see each blade of grass, separate and whole, all of them at once. He could feel each minute stirring in the air on his face, his tongue curled with the taste of taint as his stomach nodded and splashed. Spasmed. Frantically, he clawed his way out of the void, still on his knees, not moving. He fought free. And then all that was left was the fading foulness on his tongue, and the cramping in his stomach, and the memory. So alive. You saved us, Builder. Huron had his back pressed against the wall, and his voice was hoarse. That thing! That was the Black Wind! It was worse than... Was it going to hurl that fire at us, Lord Rand? Did it harm you? Did it touch you? He came running at as Rand got to his feet, helping him with the last bit. Boyle was getting up, too, dusting his hands and his knees. The blind dude was kidnapping women and was putting his secret stuff in them with a turkey baster to get back his daughter or granddaughter. Don't fully remember who or both after they died in a car accident. So instead of raping them, he just artificially inseminated them with his own sperm? In order to... That just doesn't make any... how would that get you your daughter or your granddaughter back? There's I'm gonna make another baby, and it's gonna be my daughter. I'm just gonna have another daughter instead of just my daughter's dead. I'm gonna go find a wife for my other daughter. Interesting, very interesting. Yup, and it was his daughter, and he kidnapped the woman responsible for the car accident. Oh, it was the woman Oh, okay. I see where this is going. Okay. We'll never follow Thane through that. Rand touched Loyal's arm. Thank you. You did save us. You saved me, at least. It was killing me, and it felt wonderful. He swallowed. A faint trace of the taste still coated his mouth. I want something to drink. You only found the leaf and put it back, Loyal said. I only found the leaf and put it back, Loyal said, shrugging. Seemed that if we could not get the waygate closed, it would kill us. I'm afraid I'm not a very good hero, Rand. I was so afraid I could hardly think. We were both afraid, Rand said. We may be a poor pair of heroes, but we are what there is. It's a good thing Ingtar was with us. Lord Rand, Huron said diffidently. Could we leave now? Sniffer made a fuss about Rand going over the wall first, with not knowing who was waiting outside. Until Rand pointed out that he had the only weapon among them. Even then, Huron did not seem to like letting Loyal lift Rand to catch the top of the wall and pull himself over. Rand landed on his feet with a thud, listening and peering into the night. For a moment, he thought he saw something move, heard a boot scrape in the brick wall, but neither was repeated, and he dismissed it as nervousness. He thought that he had a right to be nervous. Turned to help Huron down. Lord Rand, the Sniffer said as he stood as his feet were solidly on the ground. How are we going to follow them now? From what I've heard of those things, the whole lot of them could be halfway across the world by now in any direction. Varen will know a way. Rand suddenly wanted to laugh. To find the horn and the dagger, if they could be found, he had to go back to the Aes Sedai. They had to let him loose. And now he had to go back. I won't let Matt die without trying. Loyal joined them, and they went back toward the manor to be met at the small door by Matt, who opened it just as Rand reached for the handle. Varen says, "You're not to do anything. Fioren's found where the horn is kept, and she says that she's all we can do. That's all we can do. She says we'll leave as soon as you come back and make a plan. And I say this is the last time I go running back and forth with messages. If you want to say something to somebody, you can talk to them yourself from now on." If I remember correctly, the guys find out in a semi-comedic way. One of the burglars trips and knocks over a jar filled with it, while the girl finds out the horror way. Nice. She's got jars of cum just everywhere. Matt peered past them into the darkness. Is the horn out there somewhere? In an outbuilding? Did you see the dagger? Rand turned him around and got him back inside. It isn't in outbuilding, Matt. I hope Varen has a good idea of what to do now. I don't have any. Matt looked as if he wanted to ask questions, but he let himself be pushed along the dimly lit corridor. He even remembered to limp as they started upstairs. When Rand and the others re-entered the door, rooms filled with nobles, they received a number of looks. Rand wondered if they somehow knew something of what had happened outside, or if he should have sent Huron and Matt to the front hall to wait. But then he realized the looks were no different from what they had been before. Curious and calculating, wondering what the Lord and the Ogier had been up to. Servants were invisible to these people. No one tried to approach them. Since they were together, it seemed there were protocols to conspiracy in the great game. Anyone might try to listen to a private conversation, but they would not intrude on it. Varen and Ingtar were standing together, and thus also alone. Ingtar looked a little dazed. Varen gave Rand and the other three a brief glance, frowning at their expressions, and resettled her shawl and started for the entry hall. As they reached it, Barthanes appeared as if someone had told him they were leaving. "You go so soon, Varen Sedai. Can I not entreat you to stay longer?" Varen shook her head. "We must go, Lord Barthanes. I have not been in Carhine in some years. I was glad of your invitation to young Rand. It has been interesting. And Grace, see you safely to your inn, the great tree, is it not? Perhaps you will favor me with your presence again? You would honor me, Varen Sedai, and you, Lord Rand, and you, Lord Ingtar, not to mention you, Loyal, son of Arendt, son of Halan." His bow was a little deeper for the Aes Sedai than for the others, but still no more than a slight inclination. Varen nodded in acknowledgement. "Perhaps the light illumine you, Lord Barthanes." She turned for the doors. As Rand moved to follow the others, Barthanes caught his sleeve with two fingers, holding him back. Matt looked as if he might stay too until Huron pulled him to join Varen and the rest. "You wade even deeper into the game than I thought," Barthanes said softly. "When I heard your name, I could not believe it. Yet you came, and you fit the description, and I was given a message for you. I think I will deliver it after all." Rand had felt a trickling along the backbone as Barthanes spoke, but at the last he stared. "A message? From whom? Lady Selene? A man, not the sort of whom I would usually carry messages, but he has certain claims on me that I cannot ignore. He gave no name, but he was a Lagarder." "Ah, you know him." "I know him. Fane left a message." Rand looked around the wide hall. Matt and Varen and the others were waiting by the doors. Liveried servants stood stiffly along the walls, ready to leap at a command, yet appeared neither to hear nor see. Sounds of the gathering floated from deep in the manor. It did not look like a place where dark friends might attack. "What message?" "He says he will wait for you on Tomenhead. He has what you seek, and if you want it, you must follow. If you refuse to follow him, he says he will hound your blood and your people and those you love until you will face him." Sounds mad, of course. A man like that saying he will hound a lord, and yet there was something about him. I think he is mad. He even denied you are a lord. as any eye can plainly see, but there is still something. What is it he carries with him, with Trollocs to guard it? What is it you seek? Parthane seemed shocked at the directness of his own questions. The light illumine you, Barthanes! Ren managed to bow. His legs wobbled as he joined Varen and the others.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Ah, Jesus Christ. Scoozy. Brrr. He wants me to follow, and he'll hurt Edmund's field. Damn, if I don't. He had no doubt Fane could do it. Would do it. At least Egwin is safe in the White Tower. He had sickening images of Trollocs descending in hordes on Edmund's field, of eyeless faces stalking Egwin. But how can I follow him? How? Then he was out in the night, mounting Red. Varen and Ingtar and the others were already on their horses, and the escort of Shenarans was closing around them. What did you find? Varen demanded. Where does he keep it? Kieran cleared his throat loudly, and Loyal shifted in his high saddle. The Aes Sedai peered at them. Fane has taken the horn to Tomenhead through the way gate, Rand said dully. This time, he's probably already waiting there for me. We will speak of this later, Varen said, so firmly that no one spoke at all on the ride back to the city, to the great tree. Uno left them there after a quiet word from Ingtar, taking the soldiers back to their inn in the foregate. Kieran took one look at Varen's set face by the light of the common room, muttered something about ale, and scurried to a table in a corner alone. The Aes Sedai brushed aside the innkeeper's delicious hopes that she had enjoyed herself, and silently let Rand and the rest of the private dining room. Perrin looked up from the travels of Jane Farstrider when they walked in, and frowned when he saw their faces. It didn't go well, did it? He said, closing the leather-bound book. Lamps and beeswax candles around the room gave a good light. Mistress Tydra charged heavily, but she did not stint. Varen carefully folded her shawl and laid it across the back of a chair. Tell me again, the Dark Friends took the horn through a waygate at Barthane's Manor. The ground under the manor used to be an Ogier Grove, Loyal explained. When we built... His voice trailed off as his ears wilted under her look. Kieran followed them right to it. Rand wearily threw himself into a chair. I have to follow more than ever now. But how? I opened it to show him he could still follow the trail wherever they went, and the Black Wind was there. It tried to reach us, but Loyal managed to close the gates before it could come all the way out. It colored a little at that, but Loyal had closed the gates. For all he knew, Match and Shin might have made it out without that. It was standing guard. The Black Wind, Matt breathed, frozen halfway into a chair. Perrin was staring at Rand too. So were Varen and Ingtar. Matt dropped into the chair with a thump. You must be mistaken, Varen said at last. Muchin Shin could not be used as a guard. No one can constrain the Black Wind to do anything. It's a creature of the Dark One, Matt said numbly. They're dark friends. Maybe they knew how to ask it for help, or maybe it helped, or make it help. No one knows exactly what Machin Shin is, Varen said, unless perhaps it is the essence of madness and cruelty. It cannot be reasoned with, Matt, or bargained with, or talked to. Cannot even be forced, not by an Aes Sedai living today. Perhaps not by any who ever lived. Do you really think Padden Fane could do what 10 Aes Sedai could not? Matt shook his head. There was an air of despair in the room, of hope and purpose lost. The goal they had sought had vanished, and even Varen's face wore a floundering expression. I'd never have thought Fane had the courage for the ways. Ingtar sounded almost mild, but suddenly he banged his fist against the wall. I do not care how, or even if, Machin Shin works on Fane's behalf. They've taken the Horn of Valir into the ways, Aes Sedai, but now they could be in the Blight, or halfway to the Tyr, or Tenchico, or the other side of the Ale Waste. The horn is lost. I am lost. His hands dropped to his sides and his shoulders slumped. I am lost. Fane is taken to Tomenhead, Rand said. It was immediately the object of all eyes again. Aaron studied him narrowly. You said that before. How do you know? He left a message with Barthanes, Rand said. A trick, Ingtar sneered. He'd not tell us where to follow. I don't know what the rest of you are going to do, Rand said, but I am going to Tomenhead. I have to. I leave at first light. But Rand, Loyal said, it will take us months to reach Tomenhead. What makes you think Fane will wait there for us? He will wait, but how long before he decides I'm not coming? Why did he set that guard if he wants me to follow? Loyal, I mean to ride as hard as I can, and if I ride Red to death, I'll buy another horse, or steal another, if I have to. Are you sure you want to come? I've stayed with you this long, Rand. Why would I stop now? Loyal pulled out his pipe and pouch and began thumbing back into a big bowl. You see, I, like you, I would like you even if you weren't Tavaren. Maybe I like you despite it. You do seem to get me neck deep in hot water. In any case, I'm going with you. Tucked on the pipe and test and draw and took a splinter from the stone jar on the mantel and thrust it into a candle flame in the light. And I don't think you can really stop me. Well, I'm going, Matt said. Fane still has that dagger, so I'm going. But all that servant business ended tonight. Aaron sighed, an introspective look in his yellow eyes. I suppose I'll come along too. After a moment he grinned. Somebody has to keep Matt out of trouble. Not even a clever trick, Ingtar muttered. Somehow, I'll get Barthanes alone, and I will learn the truth. I need to have the Horn of Valir, not chase Jack O' the Wisps. It may not be a trick, Varen said carefully, seeming to study the floor under her toes. There were certain things left in the dungeons at Faldara, writings that indicated a connection between what happened that night and... She gave Rand a quick glance. Under lowered brows, Tomenhead. I still do not understand them completely. But I believe we must go to Tomenhead, and I believe we will find the horn there. Even if they are going to Tomenhead, Ingtar said. By the time we reach it, Fane or one of the other Dark Friends could have blown the horn 100 times, and the heroes returned from the grave will ride for the shadow. Fane could have blown the horn 100 times since leaving Faldara, Varen told him. And I think he would have if he could open the chest. What we must worry about is that he might find someone who does know how to open it. We must follow him along the ways. Back! Welcome back! Perrin's head came up sharply and Matt shifted in his chair. Loyal gave a low moan. Even if we could somehow sneak past Barthane's guards, Rand said, I think we'll find Machin Shin still there. We cannot use the ways. I'm pissed, but still. I mean, can't fight against corporate, right? Fucking bullshit. How many of us could sneak into Barthane's grounds? Varen said dismissively. There are other way gates. Steading at Sofu lies not far from the city, south and east. It is a young Steading, rediscovered only perhaps 600 years ago, but the Ogier elders are still growing the ways then. Steading Sofu will have a way gate. It is there if we ride first light. Loyal made a slightly louder sound, and Round was not sure whether it referred to the Waygate or the Steading. Ingtar did not seem convinced, but Varen was as smooth as an fuck. Ads. Oh, the fucking ads for everything. Alright, I'll be right back. I take a piss, grab some drink. Oh. Well, made a slightly louder sound, and Rand was not sure whether it referred to the waygate or the steading. Ingtar still did not seem convinced, but Varen was as smooth and implacable as snow sliding down a mountainside. You will have your soldiers ready to ride, Ingtar. Send Aaron to tell Uno before he goes to bed. I think we should all go to bed as soon as possible. These dark friends have gained at least a day on us already, and I mean to make up as much of it as I can tomorrow. So firm was the plump Aes Sedai's manner that she was already herding Ingtar to the door before she finished speaking. Rand followed the others out, but at the door he stopped beside the Aes Sedai and watched Matt heading down the candlelit hall. Why does he look like that? He asked her. I thought you healed him enough to give him some time anyway. She waited till Matt and the others had turned up the stairs. Apparently it did not work so well as we believed. The sickness takes an interesting course in him. Strength remains. He will keep that to the end, I think, but his body wastes away. Another few weeks at most, I would say. You see, there is reason for haste. I do not need another spur, Aes Sedai, Rand said, making the title sound hard. Matt, the horn, Fane's threat, light, Egwin, burn me! I don't need another spur. And what of you, Rand al'Thor? Do you feel well? Do you fight it still, or have you yet surrendered to the wheel? I ride with you to find the horn, he told her. Beyond that, there is nothing between me and any Aes Sedai. Do you understand me? Nothing! She did not speak, and he walked away from her. But when he turned to take the stairs, she was still watching him, dark eyes sharp and considering. Damn, that was a hell of a chapter. Guys, I think Twitch is broken, because we keep getting these fucking commercial breaks in progress. Is it really that bad that, like, Twitch doesn't even have ads anymore? Like, it literally doesn't have, like, it can only run a certain amount of ads for, like, a certain amount of time? Because it's like, this is what we have right now, right? This is literally an ad break on Twitch. And this is the second one I've got. It's like... I'm just... How the fuck are they sustaining themselves, bro? I mean, I don't care. But I'm just like... Like, how is it this bad? Like, what the fuck? Oops, that's not what I want. What the fuck? I don't watch ads on YouTube, bro. Sorry to tell you. Okay, so we have a Veritasium video. I don't know about this Joe Scott video. And Donut Labs solid state battery. So there's a couple of these. Scotty becomes jacked. Will he call this alpha reading? Ahab, true, bro. Like, look at these muscles, bro. Look at that shit. Right? You've seen my abs already, too, right? So it's like... Alright, so we got the Veritasium video and possibly a Joe Scott video. Other than that, we also have Group E. Flash is playing today, but we're going to try and wait for Prol. We're gonna try and wait for Prol before we hit group. Let's round 16. Let's go. Group E. Here we go. Will be our next stop.
Could the CIA really?
For now. Can quantum sensor detect your heartbeat from 60 kilometers away? Ooh. Penis. Damn, 10 watch streak, Ahab. That's badass. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support, my man. Hope you enjoying the show. You know, we do what we can to try and, you know, entertain and all that good stuff. Be something, provide value, you know. 'Tis what it is.
Could the CIA really track your heartbeat from kilometers away? On April 3rd, 20...
Okay, this sounds kind of fucked, so let's just, let's refresh this and see if we can just change this. Like there.
Could the CIA really track your heartbeat from kilometers away?
I think that's
on
the actual
April 3rd,
video.
2026, Iranian forces shot down an American fighter plane just over Isfahan. Inside were a pilot and a weapons system officer, and both
Can the
ejected
CIA
successfully.
track if I have to shit myself from
The U.S.
kilometers
forces
away?
located the pilot quickly and rescued him only 7 hours after the crash, but they couldn't rescue the weapons system officer. He landed elsewhere, deep within hostile territory.
So this
and
is
worst of all,
literally
he was injured.
the rescue mission
With the
that we
Iranian
pulled off,
forces on his
where we
tail,
said we
officer
found the
needed
guy
to
with a
hide quickly, so he
heartbeat
disappeared
from his
into the
heartbeat.
mountains. This launched the U.S. and Iran into a race to find him.
To rescue
And, and Iran was like giving out like bounties, and they had like random
Fortunately, the
people
officer
running
had a rescue
around with
beacon that
shit,
could signal his
and we just
location
found
to the
him in
US.
like 2 hours.
The problem was that he not only had to step out of his hiding spot to
What if
transmit
they
the
have a
signal,
tiny drone
Iran
that
could
makes you
potentially
shit yourself?
intercept it and get to him first, so he could only use the beacon sparingly.
Like it
With
like
enemy
somehow
forces
goes
getting
up your
closer
pant
every
leg
hour,
and
how
pokes
is the
your
US going
butthole,
to
and it
pinpoint
just
his
makes you
location
it
inside
just
hundreds of square
reflexively
kilometers
makes you
of the
shit
desert?
yourself.
comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert.
A blind sweep of the
What
entire
game-
area could take days
what
or
gamut
even weeks.
is
But
on in the
surprisingly, just
background?
40 hours after the
What
crash,
game? Oh,
the U.S. announced the
it's
officer was
Asman
rescued.
playing
Still
WoW.
invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA.
So how did they do it? Well, according to a New York Post article, the CIA deployed a futuristic device to rescue him.
I just don't know what
Reportedly,
to
they
do
were
as a
able to
background,
detect
so
the
I'm like, I'm
magnetic
just
field
doing random
produced by
things.
his
So, you know, I'll
heartbeat
have our
from
Tosis in the background, but
kilometers
today
away.
we're watching StarCraft.
Such a device
So
would
it'd be
have to
kind of weird to
overcome
have
the magnetic
StarCraft in the
signatures from
background
other soldiers,
while we're
vehicles,
watching
and animals in the
StarCraft.
region,
So
let alone Earth's magnetic field. It's like listening for a murmur in a crowd. So the technology was appropriately called Ghost Murmur.
Ghost Murmur.
Immediately, this kicked off a media frenzy.
3, 2, 1.
This is science fiction.
Ghost Murmur.
Did you hear about what the CIA tech that they have called the Ghost Murmur?
Called the Ghost Murmur.
All of this sounds too good to be true, and there seem to be no other sources beyond this New York Post article. So we dug deep to find out whether this supposed technology really exists and what its limits are.
I very rarely believe things I read.
Alright, I'm not
in
trying
the
to be
New York Post.
non-PC, but legit, every Mexican wears the same cologne. I work with them all.
Many
so.
of these researchers in the Envy Diamond
I mean,
area
fair
haven't
enough,
signed
right?
NDAs.
The fact that the CIA's involved in
All
leveraging
brown people smell the
technology
same
is
even though they don't
consistent
wear
with
cologne?
definition in their charter.
So,
No
is
PC
Ghost Murmur
intended?
fact or fiction? There are two lines
fuck
in this
cares
New York
about being
Post article
PC?
that hint at what this device could be. First,
I don't
normally
give no
this
shits.
signal is so weak that it can only be measured in a hospital setting with sensors pressed nearly against the chest, the source said. But advances in a field known as quantum magnetometry, specifically sensors built around
And the other thing is, like, why would the
microscopic
government
defects in
and the
synthetic
military
diamonds,
tell you what
have
their
apparently
highest
made
level
it possible
technology
to
is?
detect these signals at dramatically
Right?
greater
Like,
distances.
they're not gonna give away their shit.
We're gonna break this down bit by bit. First, does the heart actually create detectable magnetic fields? Second,
It should.
what are these synthetic diamonds that could potentially detect them? And third, is it all possible at these distances? Let's start with the heart. Now, if you type heart magnetic field into Google Images, you will get a bunch of questionable looking graphs. So is it a real thing?
Well, whenever current flows through a conductor, it generates a magnetic field around it. And since our bodies run on electrical impulses traveling through neurons, our tissues and organs generate faint magnetic signals. But because the heart muscles fire in a coordinated way, the magnetic field they produce is the strongest in the body. It's around 50 to 100 picoteslas, 10 to 100
Well, what
times
matter the
more
CIA
than
can
the
track
next
heartbeats?
strongest
It's
field
not like they
produced by the
give a
brain.
real fuck about normal
Even then,
everyday people.
this is still a million times weaker than Earth's magnetic
I
field.
think it's
So
more
no surprise
about
that we only detected the magnetic
the
field
idea
heart
of, are
in
they telling the
1963.
truth about the technology? Did they do
It had to be
something
done
else?
in a remote field, away
right?
from the magnetic noise produced by lab equipment, elevators, and cars.
That's the way
And
I think
setup
about
had to
it.
be incredibly still. Even
It's
the
just, you're
slightest
just reverse
vibration on the
engineering
detector
their
would corrupt
process
the
to see if it
measurement,
worked, to see
not
if they're
something that
lying
could
about
work
it.
on a helicopter or a military drone.
But pretty soon, magnetometers got better.
By the 1970s, we got superconducting quantum interference devices, or SQUIDs. These magnetometers were incredibly sensitive, detecting fields as weak as a few femtotesla. To no surprise, the US military quickly strapped these SQUIDs to planes and helicopters, and they tried to use them to detect large magnetic signatures, like submarines in the ocean. But the project never really picked up. Nonetheless, SQUIDs also made it easier to detect the heart's magnetic field, but with a key caveat.
They typically need to be operated under very small, very tightly controlled conditions, often inside of shielded rooms. They can't handle large dynamic range of background fields and electromagnetic interference.
Juice!
Future magnetometers
Space
offered
lasers!
solutions,
Juice
but they
space
also had
lasers!
their
It's all
own
the
drawbacks.
space lasers!
There were always issues with either shielding or sensitivity
I like
or
that
dynamic
bees can
range
theoretically
that made
detect
them
bombs at
impractical
airports.
for detecting heartbeats out in the field.
Until
Is that a
the
thing,
1990s,
Ahab?
when physicists started looking into diamonds that might eventually be able to sense magnetic fields, while potentially getting around the
Or I
drawbacks.
think they tested it and it worked
These
actually. That's
new
fucked up.
quantum magnetometers
But bees
work
have
at
like
room
bees
temperature
are like a
operation.
sensor, have
And
like a
that's what's really
sensory
exciting
thing,
about
right?
them. They're
And that's
also a
why we say
solid
like a
state
bee
sensor,
line,
which,
because
you
it
know,
knows exactly
can
like
be very
wherever it
practical
is from the
for
hive,
some
right?
applications
And whenever it
and
goes
can
back
be
to the
made
hive,
into,
it'll
like, a more
always go in a
robust,
straight line.
kind of sensor.
These are the diamonds mentioned in the New York Post article.
Yeah,
So
it's a
how do they
thing. It's
work?
faking a food response.
Now, the overall
Yeah.
coverage of the story is actually very interesting because this tech
I
is
love fucking
supposedly
studies on
classified.
insects
There's
and
a lot
shit
of
like
uncertainty
that.
about whether
Shit is
what's being
fascinating.
reported is actually real. And depending on which outlet you see
Highly
first, you might arrive at
underestimate
completely different
animals,
conclusions.
I think.
For example,
I
if
think
you
we
saw this
highly
headline
underestimate
first,
animals.
You might be really impressed
Basically
with the
every other
technology,
fucking
but
animal
this
on
one,
Earth.
you'd be a bit more skeptical.
You know?
And the last one might not
I
even
don't
make
think
you
we're
care about the
that
tech.
much
So,
higher
3
on the scale
headlines,
of
3
intelligence,
completely
right?
different
The only
conclusions.
thing that we
And
have
that's where
is
today's sponsor,
we're just
Ground
on a
News, comes in.
bump scale
They're a
of
website
having
and an app designed to make reading the news easier and more data-driven.
the
Each day, we
ability
round up stories from
that our
thousands of
bodies
outlets all
can
around
make
the world
enough
and give you
sounds
a
that we've
visual
developed a
breakdown
way
of
to
the
fully
story,
communicate with each
including
other.
its political
And it's
leaning,
like created
sexuality
a
rating, and
like
even
status in our head
all backed
of like
by
pattern
ratings from 3
recognition.
independent
I'd
media
rather run
monitoring
into a lion than a
organizations.
hyena.
In case of this ghost murmur story, you can see that it's been
But
reported
aren't
on by
hyenas
65
scavengers?
sources,
A
but the
hyena
coverage
wouldn't
is
necessarily
pretty
kill
lopsided.
you.
So if
A
you only get
hyena
news from right-leaning
would wait
outlets,
for you to
there's a
die,
chance
but
you've
a
seen the
lion
story,
might
but if you
actually
only get
kill
it
you.
From the left, there's a chance you haven't.
As
And
far as
below
I
that,
know.
you can also see the factuality rating and the ownerships of the sources. They also
I
have
could
this
be
blind
wrong,
spot
though.
feature, which highlights stories like
And
the
maybe
ghost
they're-
murmur
they're-
one
they're
that were
scavengers
underreported on
and
by either
also,
side of the political spectrum.
hunters.
Staying up to date and well informed with accurate information has almost become a full-time
But I'm pretty
job,
sure their
and
pussy
that's
is
where Ground News's
fucked.
approach is so valuable.
They have the
make
world's
reading the
strongest
news
bite
more
force.
digestible and accessible, and you can see all of the information within moments, not hours. So
And
if
they're
you, like us,
pretty
at Veritasium
territorial.
care about getting to the truth, you can go to ground.news/VE or scan this QR code, and our link will
Fair
get you
enough.
40% off their Vantage
I
plan.
can see it, though.
So I want to thank Ground News for sponsoring this part of the video. And now
That's a
let's
tough
go figure out
decision,
how
though.
those diamonds actually detect magnetic fields.
But then again, lions are like...
Well, for something to function as a magnetometer, it needs to respond to a magnetic field in a way that we can detect. Now, a pure diamond is just an ordered lattice of carbon atoms, so it doesn't react to magnetic fields in a meaningful way. But this changes when you start adding defects to the lattice.
You
But
can
I think they
replace
don't
one of the
attack
carbon
people a
atoms in the
lot, but
lattice
I think,
with,
like,
say, a
playing with
nitrogen.
one might
and if you
be,
remove one of the
bite
carbons next to it
down.
completely, well, that creates a vacancy. This defect is called a nitrogen
Ooh, yeah.
vacancy, or an NV center. And these
But the
NV
reason they
centers
have the strongest
become
bite that they do
particularly
is because they
useful
eat
when they
bones,
trap
right?
two unpaired
And they need
electrons.
jaws strong
That's
enough to
because
shatter
electrons
bones.
have this intrinsic property called spin. A simple and flawed
I
analogy
think that's the
is
reason
that
why their
spin
bites
is kind
are
of
so
like
strong.
a tiny bar magnet that gives electrons their own magnetic signature, and it can point either up or down.
We're talking like
when an
elephant
electron
bones,
is exposed to an external
right?
magnetic
Like
field,
massive
this magnetic
fucking bones
signature
and shit
will
like
either
that.
align itself with the field or against it. Also note that particles that have no net spin will not respond to an external magnetic field. Now, the two trapped electrons can arrange their spins in the following way. They could both point up, which would give you a spin magnetic quantum number of 1. They could both point down for a quantum number of -1, or they could point
I think
in
hyenas
opposite
are pretty
directions
fucking
for a
fast.
quantum number of 0. We'll denote this spin magnetic quantum number with ms, and it essentially acts as a bar magnet for the whole NV set.
I know they're intelligent
Just
pack
like for
hunters or
individual
like pack
electrons,
scavengers
this
or
bar
pack
magnet
communities,
is also
right?
sensitive to external magnetic fields. So now that we've created a diamond that responds to magnetic fields, the challenge is, how do we measure this response to detect a heartbeat?
Okay, so I reached out to experts to try and figure this out, but basically out of the 20 or so emails that I sent, I only got a few responses, but then I got an impromptu call from one of these experts who said that many of these researchers in the NV Diamond area
only really have
hadn't
coyotes
signed
out here,
NDAs.
but they're fast
This is
as
getting a lot
fuck.
more interesting, but with how secretive everyone was being, I had to use
So I could
publicly
imagine.
available research. And I think the key idea is to figure out
Cows are
how
fucking funny.
diamonds
The
respond to
babies will
magnetic
run
fields.
out
You
of your
have to
way,
use
but a
light.
big mama cow
When
will
you
just
shine light
stare
at an
your
atom,
car.
the atom can either absorb the light or ignore it. An absorbed photon of light will excite an electron within the atom to a higher energy level.
You
can
wonder
think
if
of these
that's
energy
a,
levels as discrete platforms that the electrons can jump between, just like in a video game.
Like giving up
All
on life
atoms of the same
response? Like,
element,
I don't
for
care.
example, carbon, have
Like,
the
my life
same
is so
energy
fucked
levels
that I'd
when
rather
the
get hit by
atoms
that
are
car
far
right
enough
now.
apart. But when you bring them together,
Hit me, I'll
like
fuck up your
inside
car.
a diamond lattice, their
Yeah, just,
energy
like, walk
levels
away
shift.
with, like, a
They
sprained-
come together
sprained
to form
ankle.
a series of closely spaced energy levels, or an energy band.
Where, yeah, they
Now,
just
an
know
electron
that,
will
like,
only ever
you're
absorb
fucked
a
if you hit
photon
them.
if the photon has enough energy to move the electron across the gap to a higher band. This gap between the last electron-occupied band and the first empty band above it is called the band gap. In a pure diamond, it's big. It's around 5.5 electron volts, which means that only ultraviolet photons have enough energy to excite the electrons. All lower energy light,
You guys
including
have
visible
moose.
light, will
Fuck those.
mostly be
Moose?
ignored by the diamond.
Moose
just
are
pass through.
insane, bro.
This is
Moose
why
are
a
crazy.
perfect pure diamond is transparent. It doesn't absorb any of the light. But if you start adding defects,
Yo, what's
they
up,
disrupt
bro?
that
How's it going? I
organized
knew
mass.
you'd show up before the
The
Veritasium video was
defects unlock
over.
different energy levels.
What you at? What
secret
you got? What you
platforms
doing, my
within this
man?
band
How's it
gap
going?
For nearby electrons to jump to. A boron defect, for example, creates a low energy level at only 0.37 electron volts. This is a platform that electrons can jump to by absorbing infrared or red light. And with enough boron
Nothing
defects,
about to
a
toke up.
significant
Fuck
amount
yeah,
of
let's take a
red
toke,
light gets
bro.
absorbed this way.
Let's fucking go!
The rest of the visible spectrum mostly makes it through, so without this red, the diamond appears blue. Similarly, a nitrogen vacancy defect unlocks other secret platforms, and these can help us detect how the NV center responds to a
not
magnetic
until
field.
Scotty does.
At first glance, it looks like the
3, 2,
nitrogen
1, go.
vacancy generates a few unique levels, and these are exclusive to the two unpaired electrons trapped within the defect. But if you look closer at, for example, the lowest level, you'll notice that it actually contains 3 closely spaced but separate energy levels. The second and third levels are actually at the same height, but we'll draw them separately. And the fact that there are 3 isn't a coincidence. Remember, the NV center can adopt one of 3 MS
Oh,
levels.
god damn it,
0,
Ahab.
-1, or 1, depending on how the spins of the 2 electrons inside are arranged. If you think of the 2 spins as bar magnets, the most relaxed, lowest energy way for them to sit is this, one pointing up and the other down. This is analogous to the MS equals 0 state, which is why it has the lowest energy. Forcing both magnets to
3,
point
2,
down together
1,
or
toe.
up together, like the MS equals 1 or -1 states, requires more energy. They oppose you, so these 2 states are at an equal, slightly higher energy sublevel. These differences are tiny. Jumping from the 0 to the +-1 levels requires only a small amount of energy. A microwave photon of 10.4 centimeters will be enough. Now, these secret energy platforms of NV centers were mapped out by the 90s.
Oh shit, bro.
But for a long time, no one thought to use them as magnetometers.
It was a decade before the light bulb went on for a bunch of us to think
Oh,
about them as
shit.
sensors. It takes a
Shit.
mindset switch to think differently. And once you do, you realize, oh my goodness, this could be useful.
So let's apply a magnetic field to this diamond and see what happens. If we slowly turn up the field strength, you'll see that the +1 and -1 levels are starting to shift. To understand why, we can use a compass needle as an analogy. Naturally, a compass needle will align itself with the magnetic field of the Earth, And this is the lowest energy relaxed state that the needle can be in. And it's analogous to the behavior of the system in the ms equals -1 state.
Video
which
is
is why
cool
its
and
energy
all,
level
but it's
drops
not a
slightly.
hypothesis for
But
chat.
if ms is 1, the system flips.
This would be like
True.
taking an external magnet and applying it to this compass needle, flipping it 180 degrees. And then if I'm careful in retracting this magnet, I can actually get the needle to stay in this place. And this is the highest energy this needle can have sitting in
My
this
phone
unstable
makes
position.
me take like
Now,
Spanish
if I
as
tap
my
it, it will
first
actually go back.
language.
It's possible, but it's a higher
Makes me
energy
type
state.
like Spanish
So the
as my
ms
first
equals
language.
1 level
Well,
slightly
I
rises.
read like English
And
as my
if ms
fifth
is 0,
language.
it doesn't react to the field, which is why this level hasn't changed. Now, if you keep turning up the magnetic field strength, you'll notice that the levels get further and further apart. This phenomenon is called Zeeman splitting. It's described by a simple formula that gives you a direct link between the energy split and the magnetic field strength. So, in the presence of a periodic magnetic field, like that generated by the heart, we would theoretically see a rhythmic separation of these lines. And these two energy levels absorb light at two different microwave wavelengths, which change depending on the strength of the field.
That's crazy.
So, what we can actually measure is which microwave wavelengths the diamond is absorbing. When there's no magnetic field, the levels are fused and produce a single absorption line at the wavelength of 10.4 centimeters. But when there's an external magnetic field, they produce two separate absorption lines. Now, we've simplified it a bit, but by measuring how spaced apart these lines are, you get the field strength. This is how an NV diamond magnetometer works. Was the diamond magnetometer ever used to detect a heartbeat?
So what has been done for sure, this I know for certain, is detection of magnetic fields generated by neurons. Which is to some extent connected to the heartbeat question. Neuron activity,
They can see your
to my
brain
knowledge, has been
waves.
first seen in
So this is how they read your mind, guys.
Okay, well that's
This is the technology they're using to
could
read
it
your
pick up a
mind
heartbeat from
right
kilometers away?
now.
Well, in 2022, researchers were able to pick up the magnetic field of a rat's heart, but it was done using
3 more minutes of work left.
which means
Nice,
the rat's chest
Ahab.
was open
Let's
and the diamond
go!
was less than 2 millimeters away from the heart. Okay, but the human heart produces a stronger magnetic field, and the tech the CIA might have deployed could be decades ahead of what is publicly known.
True.
You're a former CIA
True.
operations officer, and you've worked in the Middle East, right? So what was your first reaction to this news?
Well, the fact that the CIA's involved in leveraging technology is consistent with their mission and their charter. But I defer to smarter people in engineering and science like yourself to figure out the exact technique that might be used. But the processes, of course, are consistent with what we've done.
We can't say for sure whether the CIA has this tech, but we can use physics to estimate how sensitive it would need to be. Well, the strength of a magnetic field falls off with the cube of the distance from the source. So if the magnetic field of the heart, when measured at the chest, is 50 picotesla, or 5 times 10 to the negative 11 Tesla, well then just 100 meters away, this falls off by a factor of 1 billion to 5 times 10 to the negative 20 Tesla.
Yeah, so it'd be
And
like
at
negative
50 to
like
100
80.
kilometers, this could drop to as little as 10 to the negative 30 Tesla.
The most sensitive measurement ever made at the frequencies that the human heartbeat work at is at the 10 to the minus 15 Tesla level. And
So
that's
you
in
could
a
do it
shielded
within
room.
like 200 or 300
you
feet.
need a system that is 15 orders of magnitude more sensitive than the superconducting quantum interference devices and 18 orders of magnitude more sensitive than diamond NV sensors.
That's crazy.
18 orders of magnitude is
a lot.
Sounds quite unfeasible.
It's not like the hills of Iran are devoid of animal life. They also have heartbeats and possibly larger hearts than humans.
There's also the magnetic field of the drone or the helicopter the device might be mounted on. And finally, there's the fact that a magnetic field of 10 to the negative 30 Tesla is weaker than a magnetic field an electron will give you a meter away.
The New York Post is
Damn.
notoriously a very good place for amusing fiction.
On the day before we saw this article, we also saw an article about how they had a technology where it was a beeper. The airman had sent out a beacon, and that was one way that they were able to detect him. And these are things that we know about already, We also know that there may well have been other intelligence methods used, but this isn't really necessary.
Doesn't matter how small science is.
And then that brings you to the point of like, why would they make this up?
I think New York Post is known to print a lot of stuff.
Sam can smell it.
I'm not a real fan of the credibility of the press to report things, having seen reality and then seeing what the press reports.
How about deception stories and like false narratives published by not only the CIA but other agencies? Is this
just to like put you off
If
off
you look
the side of
historically,
it?
the idea of fooling your enemy, particularly when you have a vulnerability to protect, goes back thousands of years.
Yeah.
During World War II, German bombers frequently attacked Britain at night, and to retaliate, the British would fly up to intercept and somehow kept finding these bombers in the dark and would attack them. Now, UK officials told the press that the pilots were able to do this because they ate a lot of carrots, which was improving their vision at night. But some experts believe that this was actually
Also,
a cover story meant to
that would be
distract
my
the Germans
personal
from
hell.
the fact the British installed radars on their planes.
Is that where the idea that carrots give you good eyesight comes from?
No, technically the idea of that is fruits that look like body parts. So it's like potatoes are like good for your kidneys because they look like your kidneys. Carrots are good for your eyes because they look like your eyes. At least that's like the
I think this
theory.
is the original myth.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
But, okay, there's one thing that still bothers me. If this is likely fake, then why is everyone saying no comment and declining to talk? There
Because
must be
that
something here.
just makes it more
Well, these envy
official.
centers and diamonds are also used for quantum computing.
They're like, we gave you
But
the
more
information we
interesting,
have, fuck you,
probably
fuck off,
confidential
right?
way they could be used
Whose eyes
is
look
as
like that? What
navigation
the
devices.
fuck?
The Earth's magnetic
Casper's?
field creates a unique pattern all across the globe.
Then you place an object into this map, and if you know all of these perturbations and inhomogeneities, you can infer where you are without having any GPS.
Someone with
reception.
carrot-chapped eyes would
With
be
the
put
rise
down.
of GPS spoofing and jamming over the last couple of years, that
It's
could be
the
incredibly
layers because it
powerful.
has the inner
So,
pupil, has
NV
the iris,
magnetometers
has the
do exist with
outside,
these
and then it
synthetic
has
diamonds,
the veins.
And they do have potential military applications. It's just that detecting heartbeats kilometers away probably isn't one of them.
No, like the inside. Like I'll show you.
I want to get.
I guess side view would do. Broken carrot. Yeah, like this. It looks like an eye. Right? I don't know if that's actually true, but I'm pretty sure carrots are good for your eyes either way because they have vitamins in them. But it's not like they're not good for other things too, right? Okay, Pearl. We're gonna have an ad in a sec here, and then you're up next, bro. Yay! Wait, this is the wrong one. Oh, we're gonna get to the end of chapter 5 today. Yes, we are. End of chapter 5. We've only got one more chapter to go. What is this? And is the book done after chapter 6? Or is it not completed yet? Oh, we need another toke before we get into this. I didn't get to hear everything, sorry. is this done after chapter 6? Is the book over after chapter 6? Or have you not written after chapter 6 or not updated after chapter 6? I'm just wondering how close we are to the end of the book. Because I only had 9 chapters, right? And you said this one's like 800 pages. So, for now, okay. Hey, Sagation in chat. Yo, what's up, boy? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. What you at? What you got? What you doing? We're almost done. Oh, okay. Okay. And how much of the 3rd book have you written? And is there only going to be 3 books, or is there going to be 4 books? We're just about to read Prohl's story. I'm good, thank you. Hell yeah, let's go. I'm doing fantastic. No, first book was like 700, and this one was like 500. Okay. Yeah. You know, we're just getting by doing our thing, right? We're just watching a Veritasium video on, you know, military technology. 3rd book is 11 pages so far. Okay. So give it like a week and we'll be done with the book. That's fucking crazy. 3, 2, 1, toke. Also, no, fuck these books. You only 3 of these. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh. Down the shadowy streets of Hasset, clashing had died down, reduced to splattering bouts in the street and singular arguments of 2 or 3 gunshots at a time. The royal guards had seemed to turn off their massive patrol lights, leaving the attacking planes blind until daybreak. Silas sat on a redwood chair. It had burned for a time, but with its metal framing and heavy lacquer, it survived the burn of the bookstore. Silas sat stiffly behind Arthur as he painted, holding a brass lantern over his shoulder as he could see. On Arthur's easel sat a borax-coated canvas. It was swollen and bumpy and crude. Silas asked, "So your inner self looked like a skeleton in a cowboy hat?" Arthur closed his eyes in frustration. "You know, you really don't have to talk right now." Silas laughed and said, "Yeah, but it's pretty heavy, man." Arthur looked back at him, teeth clenched, holding a paintbrush up to his forehead with a shaking hand. Silas said, "Not heavy, it's cool. I meant to say looks cool, but would you mind me asking how this works exactly?" Arthur grumbled, scratching his head. He'd been painting the other Arthur's royal jacket for the past hour. Arthur said, "I don't know, I never possessed anyone before, much less a ghost. I used to do buildings only. That was the rule." Silas leaned forward. "Buildings?" Arthur yelled. "Hold the light still!" His hand had rested on the side of the canvas, and luckily he hadn't made another mark. Silas and Arthur both turned around, making sure no one heard. Arthur whispered, "Sorry, just hold it still. It's gotta be exactly what I picture in my mind." Arthur picked up a pencil with a very sharp, chisel-shaped edge, making marks of stitching in the fabric and the smock he wore over his uniform. Arthur hardly wore it, but his inner self wore what was comfortable, and Arthur always remembered the smock, and that image of his mind was fading. Arthur said, "Yeah, anyway, I sacrificed buildings, architecture. They were stable enough for my visions, I guess. At least that's what the old hymn said." Silas said, "It's interesting. I always pictured something more complicated, more hoodoo." Arthur said, "No, I have to tap into my memories, recreate something the exact way I remember it, and then that's it. It opens the door to everyone else's memory." Silas asked, "Where does that come from?" Arthur sighed. Picking up his brush, he answered, "God, probably." Silas nodded. Arthur couldn't see, but Silas looked at Arthur in the glow perplexingly. All of this time, Silas had spent golden lives to find a higher purpose, and this kid was able to find it here, in a burned-out shop in the middle of a war zone. Silas cried a slow tear as he held the light. and watched as Arthur put down the next line. And Arthur could remember his friend far more clearly now. The crown of his skull sat behind the canvas. On a shelf now, the bone in two halves. He had watched Silas and Arthur with admiration from the dark. Jack's warboat encircled an off-branching league of Pennsylvania peninsulas as the men had given the all clear. You realize the problem with this, right? The problem with what? Silas and Arthur? And the other Arthur? Isn't he, like, giving himself away? But is he training him under, like, as, like, an apprentice? Or is gonna wake up in Italy? So someone's dream walking with him then? Jack's warboat encircled because that's where the other Arthur still is. In the catacombs. Jack's warboat encircled an off-branching league of peninsulas as the man had given the all-clear signal. He deboarded from the massive gangway, 36 Britannian men behind him, and he blew from Tarl's pipe down into his old jacket, desperately trying to stay warm. It was a quiet attack, but Jack had caches hidden away in the marshes around the city. They were places where Lady Britannia had leased safe houses, and their fare had another 30 years. They would first go back to their supplies, imported silently for years into the city. That was his first step of many. Raphael and Jack's generals stepped forward from the dark, holding men in hoods. Jack yelled to them from a distance, "Catch a patrol." He's never possessed anyone and doesn't realize he can't possess other people's memories, just their bodies. So he's going to be even more fucked. So he's overestimating what he can actually do. Raphael and Jack's generals stepped forward from the dark, holding men in hoods. Jack yelled to them from a distance, "Caught a patrol!" The men were silent, returning to Raphael. He hung his head in shame and said, "They say a set has already been attacked by propeller planes." Jack's smile faded as he walked forward. "Who?" Raphael held up a piece of paper with a Britannian flag. "We might have made too many copies," he joked. It's not strong enough yet, so he basically gets waylaid into halfway transforming, basically, yeah. Damn, that sucks. Jack said, "Shut up, this is no time for jokes." Raphael said, "Paragonians are my guest. They knew Britannia far longer than you did, but I wouldn't put it past the Royal Guards. They keep logs of these things." Jack stepped towards him, men watching as they snatched away the paper and tore it to bits. They were safe houses. They were safe. Britannia only ever paid in Flatlands cash, and her leases were each named to different surveyors. And I'm going to rewrite it so the other Arthur will be in Arthur's current primary body. Man, I love it. Making that character, like, Arthur is such a crazy character concept. I absolutely love it. For more chaos. Yeah, it's like his character just needs to have that, right? Raphael said, "It wasn't good enough. Now we're already expecting to attack. Innocent lives have been lost, and we have no air advantage." Jack said, "We still have boats and tanks from the north. Should be arriving any minute." Raphael said, "Jack, you have to acknowledge this. We just lost the fight." Jack said, "We didn't. We took a hit. that I've spent the past year preparing for. We'll consolidate our pilots to the canals. Raphael nodded, looking at the prisoners. What about them? Jack sighed, squatting down and touching the dirt. He said, it'll take too long to bury them, and we have to cover our tracks. Raphael said, we'll just throw them overboard. Canal's pretty deep. And Jack patted his back. Jack said, good idea. Everyone back to the ship. As they pushed their beginning of many prisoners up the gangwalk, Jack took off his jacket. Walking over to a casket in the center down steps, Jack leaned against the maple casket, taking a deep breath and throwing his jacket over the coffin. He stood up and walked to Raphael. We rode until the night, and the furthest royal guards have had word of the aerial attacks taking place. Raphael said, all true. Jack said, we're behind schedule, but now every carefully timed part has to be adjusted or the raid on the palace will fail. Raphael said, I can send pigeons with new teams, diversions, and evacuation plans before daybreak. But the words need to come from you. Jack nodded. He said, so, from the peninsula to the main weir of the canal system, we're 6 hours out. We'll need to send a message first, telling every ship to hold back. Raphael said, and the tanks as well. Yo, true Abolia, thank you for the bit. I really appreciate it. Let's go, no, the itty bitty titty witty bitty witty titty. That's what we love to see.
I'm giving you my earth germ. I'm gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien.
Not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman.
I love
You're
that.
not
I'm not an alien, Dillweed.
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
Couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Fucking love Venture Brothers, man. That shit's so good. Jack shook his head. He explained to him, no, we need to get a foot in the door. Think about this. This patrol group we ran into are 6 hours away and they have no skill. If they were alerted by the guard, then the attack must have been going for days. Must have rode here for more men. True, Raphael said. They have electrical communication like us, Jack. And word spreads fast on empty lines. You know that. They might as well discuss what creek tastes better. Raphael walked to Jack now, putting a hand on his shoulder with a sigh. Raphael said, paranoia isn't getting us any closer to Hendrik, and you're far too modest to possibly think the city would be ransacked without you. So Jack just found out about the planes. Yeah. Jack laughed at his words. Raphael smiled. It had been so long since Jack laughed. Raphael said, trust me, as many wars as I've seen, this is not the end of the line. So they aren't his. Yeah. So whose were they then, right? Jack said, yes, but we need a new plan. Raphael said, I completely agree. And he hasn't found out about the ceasefire yet. Man, communication is so important in war. Jack turned away, opening the doors of the cabin he was staying in. Raphael followed him inside. Jack asked, are the paintings staying dry? In this room were several paintings, an artist's copy of Arthur's style. It was one of Jack's plans of attack, to have a set of paintings of the palace, all different angles for Arthur to quickly trace. If Arthur could tap into that power and quickly, it would supersede any defenses that Hendrik had planned. They were wrapped up tightly in a corner, oil lamps above them, keeping them slightly warm. Raphael gave a thumbs up to Jack. Jack ran to his desk, crunching his chair down onto a mass of feathers on the floor. The carrier pigeons had started shedding in the bouts of staggering hot and cold flowing between the rafters of the ship, and it made his cabin appear even more of a mess. Not to mention the massive mattress flipped sideways against the wall and taken place by two small cots. Jack slid his typewriter bail open and turned the knob against stacks of paper as Raphael picked up one of the paint easels, picked up a piece of chalk and a map of the palace, already marked with boat positions, title patterns, and fuel plans. Jack said, it would be wise to begin with tanks, at least for a time. Raphael said, forget that. Half of the tanks we have now are from dukes of the Copper Court, which I remind you, you denied any claim to royal land outside of purchase. You were given a land force that hinges on future trust. Jack said, I don't have many friendships to spare. They gave me blood, Raphael said. They give you steel and tankers who will serve you for your entire life if they live. Jack sat back and rolled up his sleeves. He sighed. We'll clear a path for the Flatlanders' tanks, but they stop at the border. Raphael asked, why? Jack said, because I'm afraid of them. They were sent here just to die. They can kill a quarter of my footmen. There's no leverage there, Raphael said. You're this far in doubting the attack because there will be turncoats. Jack said, the Paragonians, the Royal Guard, and us. He held up 3 fingers. Jack continued, pressing his hand into the table. That's a 3-army battle. I am simply delaying the inevitable attack from the Flatlands, which will become 4 sides. In one battle, it's going to be apocalyptic. Raphael walked over to the wine car next to the door with a heavy sigh. Jack shouted, listen, no drinking. Opening a bottle and sniffing, Raphael said calmly over his shoulder, then why do you always have this damn wine bar everywhere? Poured 2 cups, setting the wine down with a clink. Jack said, we get 1 shot, and we do not know the numbers of the Paragonians, or the entire rest of the Flatlands, not to mention the Royal Guards of Rebel Ridge. They may have already revolted, Raphael said. Your surveyors verified that Rebel Ridge is in lockdown. It might just be ordinary hub, but that's where they meet our metal tank factories and the surplus needed to supply them. That's the money in Rebel Ridge. They pay a set in tanks. The set pays in captains trained in the best academy in the world. They're needed when the time comes. Yo, what's up, Hugo? How's it going, my man? Hi, homie. How are you? What's your day looking like? What you doing? What you at? What you got, brewskis? Point being, unless you're able to round up every captain in Rebel Ridge and has set, you'll be attacked from all angles. Even if Hendrik bends the knee, there will be tens of thousands of vigilantes. When you finally get your vengeance, you'll have a whole other city to conquer. The day kinda sucked. Ah, man, that sucks. Hopefully we can make it better here, you know? Get through it better, you know? Make tomorrow a better day. I feel like I'm falling behind on everything. Oh, I feel that, bro. That's why I'm like, I'm just taking a break, right? Another month. Give it another month. At the end of June, I'll start making videos again. But for now, I'm just chilling, you know, holding my shit back, not overdoing myself anymore, right? Fuck that shit. Jack said, they will fold. Patrick's last intel is still good. The older generals are still sympathetic, but many companies are planning to join our side of the fray, Raphael said. You could have supplied those relationships with payment. The night companies are better than any army, Jack said. I paid them each 10 times. I was the apprentice to the best contract captain of all time. They all know me, fear me. Raphael picked up his bottle of gin. It had been hard to find, Jack said. You've drained half of that. Raphael gulped it once and passed it to Jack firmly. Jack, not taking it in complacency, but wishing he wouldn't spill the drink completely. Raphael said, we have to send our entire fleet a second message before daybreak. So drink. Jack took a sip and Raphael said, so we must be very carefully worded. We will not be able to sleep until the Dukes reach the city. Jack took another sip and sighed. He looked over at the possible outlines for Arthur's painting, sighed again, and said, all right. Talk to me, then. Inside the palace, Misha, Julian, and Taro followed the exiled soldiers, gazing around at the carnage. Julia stared, especially at the horse laying next to the fountain. She closed her eyes and said to Taro, ask them if they killed Ohm's guards. Taro said, Mom, we might not want to know the answer to that. Yeah, Arthur can just make the palace disappear. If he draws really good. Julia said, I would ask them bravely if I could, 'cause I'm your mom. You're more of a perniscus ass then. Like your dad, huh? Ask them now. Taro said, all right, annoyedly, under his breath as the horses came to a stop. Thought for a moment and said, La Mama, gestured strongly with both arms, shouting. She furrowed her brow at this, and all 20 of the men turned sharply towards them. Mia madre, vuol sapere hai quiso guardi per favor. Shook his head as he spoke, dramatically enunciating. All the exiles laughed between each other as they dismounted. The man with the eye patch looked at Julia and cartoonishly said, "Yes," walking toward the entrance, and then pointed into the dark hall. He yelled, "And kill your husband there." Julia screamed and ran toward, barely within the door when he yelled it. Sam was on the other side, his veins darkening, his eyes were more yellowed than she'd ever seen them. "You finally pushed your magic too far," was her first thought, but as she held him, noticed the wound burned shut. Misha held Taro, screaming in the hall. Julia's tears fell, and even though she listened to his screams, she couldn't let go. "Come back," she whispered, holding him in her arms. "Come back," Patrick whispered, holding him in his arms. The air bent around the three of them, like a sword of air, beautifully passing through their hearts. The walls spun through the floor for an instant, enough for love to push through, like a north star guiding them into each other's arms. Sam startled awake, feeling Julia's arms around his chest. Patrick looked down at him. A medical cart had fallen with a clatter to their left. Kavinsky was there, guffawed at the sight. Angevin's men aimed their rifles down at them as they recovered on the ground. Sam took Julia's hand, putting him squarely in front of her. Patrick rose in front of him, hands raised. "Lance Corporal, lower your arm!" Patrick shouted. He screamed back, "The fuck is that? Who is that?" Julia reached back behind her. Taro's screaming had stopped. She turned around. She saw a jail cell with a large blood stain in the doorframe. Julia screamed, "Where is Taro?" Standing up, pulling Sam to his feet. Sam turned to her, his head in a daze. He could hear gunfire, lots of it. It was pushing in his ears like static between everything else. His legs were completely numb, and as Julia dropped his arms, he nauseatedly collapsed to the ground. Patrick stared intensely at Julia. He said, "Taro's dead." But that's not the Taro he was talking about, but they don't know that Taro's dead. Holy shit. Because they don't know that older Taro is dead and not young Taro. So they thought he was just on the rigs. Wait, young Taro's dead? Their kid is dead? Patrick doesn't know about young Taro. That's what I thought! That's why I was like... So yeah, that's what I thought. She mistook him as saying that her son is dead, not the other Taro. Yeah. I love it. I love it, Prol. Alright, Hugo, you got anything to share for us, bro? Any new writings? Then it's immediately straightened out again. Yeah, but that's a chapter end. So that's brutal to end on a chapter like that. Not denied, there's an editing on Yvette's short story mainly. Nice. Just a good line to fuck with people. Exactly. Exactly, I love it. Alright. Well, we'll get on with StarCraft then. I'm gonna go make some popcorn. We're gonna have an ad in a sec here. And, yeah, then we'll watch this. Exactly. It's just, it's so cruel and beautiful at the same time. This guy gets it. Alright, I'll be right back. For days and does, we back. All right, it's the day we've all been waiting for. The day that Flash returns to the ASL. This is gonna be huge.
I should say the strongest historic is long. We've gone one.
Yes, indeed. I am so excited. Of course, it is a 4 Terran group, which makes it even better. But
Be a long day with those
Flash being
TVTs,
back
yeah.
is kind of the
But yeah,
big
Sam doesn't
news.
need portals. He's learning how to move people the way Owen Paragon
since
can.
he's played in ASL?
Nice.
Has it been
Then he has like full
4
travel
years,
and stuff
5
like that, so you can
years
break the
since he
barrier,
played
right?
his last one?
Makes sense.
I
3,
think-
2, 1, go.
I think 4.
4 years?
I think it's been 4, maybe it might even be more. You know, the longer StarCraft is out, just 28 years old, 28-year-old birthday for the game yesterday. So, you know, the longer this game's around, the harder it is to tell how far away things are from each other. But I mean, it's been so long. We've gone through so many different ASLs with all these different players dominating, as well as Soulkey looking unstoppable for
almost
you know,
5 in a
years.
fucking row.
It's crazy to see that he's back.
Yeah, we're
now.
gonna see they'll be playing our more, and it's
very,
like a
very
Sage
exciting
exclusive
stuff.
zone.
And you can see already the round of 16 has a lot of Terran players in it. It's going to get 2 more here today. And so that means that the round of 16 is going to be 8 Terrans. That's half Terrans. There is one more Terran playing Leda in the final group, but if Leda gets out of that group, there's something wrong, Tasteless. If you look at Group F, it's like, no, best Queen and Jaedong.
Yeah.
Sorry, Leda, you're dead. That is
Yeah.
not happening. So 2 more Terrans in that round of 16 coming up today.
Yeah, and I think it's probably going to be Flash and Rush advancing here today, but Organ and Speed, they could pull something off. We'll see here. Both these guys are extremely good, but you know, Rush is basically
Archer's
been the player
buildings.
that kind of filled
Or start filling up.
the vacant
And by
spot
book
when
3, a
Flash
bunch
was
of
gone.
sages
Him and
use
Light
them as
were really
prisons for
dominant,
regular
and of
people
course
and
with
meeting
Flash
spots
being
and
back
stuff.
there now, the
It's gonna be
most
so cool. Hell yeah.
I should say the strongest historically StarCraft player ever
That sounds epic,
in
bro.
the history of the game. So cool to have him back.
I just love your magic
But today's
system.
gonna be a
It's
big
pretty.
test,
It's
you
so
know? Being gone
unique.
for years is pretty big. That gives a lot of players a lot of time to improve. I would imagine Flash should still get out first or second, but we're going to see. Today is the start of that test.
Yeah, I would be a little bit surprised if he doesn't end up winning the group. You know, I've definitely watched his stream a lot since he came back and watched him in like Pro League matches and stuff like that. And he definitely, based on the games that I watched, is the best player in the world right now. Like, he was smashing everybody, including Soma and everybody else. Hero, Queen, Best.
Yeah, I wanted
doesn't
to add a bunch of more
like, the guy
areas
is
and
just
regions.
truly next level. There's a reason why all the other players refer to him as God and don't even try to compare themselves to him. He is just that good, and we're kind of blessed to have a player like that, even though it's this crazy storyline of the older games.
Clearly, if Flash didn't exist, StarCraft wouldn't be a game. Because Flash has single-handedly saved Terran from being defeated.
Hello and welcome to Group B of the round of 24.
Like
Here in
multiple
ASL
times.
Season 21, done in partnership with Google
We just
Play.
part of the series is that there is no
There
plans
is
to
little
ever
left to
see
go
another
in this
rig.
round of 24, with surprises.
Yeah, I
still
was gonna
coming
say
thick
you have
and
7
fast.
rigs,
There's
but you don't
only
know
4
to any of
spots
them.
in the round of
I think
16
that's
are
kind of
left
beautiful
of
though in
rounds.
the long scheme.
Let's have a chat with our 4 players ahead of today's
More about
Group
these
E.
characters. Yeah.
Hello. First up, Tier 1 player Rush. Hi. Hi. No one does the qualifiers like Rush, people are saying. Once again, a clean run for you to make it here. Are you still in as good shape? I think I've always had an easy time going through the qualifiers, and I've always made it through the round of 24.
Imagine finishing book 3 and getting them thought, what about the other
You've been
rigs?
getting into the round of 24 and
Yep.
then the round of 16 over and
That's
over
why you always
for a
want
long
like those
time, but
far-off vistas
I have a feeling
that you
today's group
talk
might
about
pose
but
a
never
challenge.
visit.
2
Like
seasons ago, you
Valinor
suffered
in
a
Lord of the
defeat
Rings,
after
right?
running into speed.
Everyone asks the question, well, what the fuck is
Keanu
Valinor?
is quite a seasoned veteran himself, so he is difficult to predict.
Not knowing makes
And
the
in the
world
tier 2
feel
slots
bigger.
of the group, Lo and behold, it's Flash. What is he doing here, you might think? I venture today's group complicates things for you a little.
They probably have their own series and
Well, the
wars and
groups
everything.
are selected at random. I am not that good compared with the other Tier 1 players, and
It leaves
yes,
something open
the
for like if
strongest Tier
people
2
enjoy
player,
it and you can
the
do more with
strongest
it,
Tier 3
right?
player,
The
and
same
the
world.
strongest Tier 4 player
Developed
are all
into
here,
its
so
own
yeah, it's a big burden.
own IP.
So I prepared a lot more.
Like franchise.
And
Might
going
be
up
just
against this
perfect
well-prepared
while
Rush in the
still
first
run by
match
Centralist
is
and Peaceful.
Piano. Let's talk to him as well. Hi. Hi.
But we'll never know.
First of all,
Yep.
it's so nice to see you. Yeah, it's been a while. You're being greeted here on stage by the fans after a long 7 seasons since season 14. Right. And you did commentate the open season. Yes. And now you're joining it as a player. Right. How are you feeling? You know, I came down here and as I was getting my makeup done, the makeup lady asked me what it is I'm commentating today. I explained to her that I'm actually playing. I came here as a player. And that's when it hit me. Right, I'm playing again. If coming down here for the round of 24, you manage to advance to the round of 16, you will be leaving quite a mark as a player. In the qualifiers, you had quite a proud showing, having beaten Stork and Lava to advance, and I'm sure you will have something to show today in this 4-Terran group. I qualified due to mistakes, but even though that's the case, perhaps I can keep advancing off of mistakes. Piano, if the mistakes continue, that's not mistakes, that's skill. Right, well, in any case,
Why blame it a little bit with either going into the past, fulfill
I'll try and do
Paragon
my best
and
to give
Unfollow
the viewers
prophecy, as he
a
was a
little
sage he saw a
dopamine
few
rush.
times in book 1 named Arku.
The group is a bit of a headache for me, so I just came here with a mindset to enjoy playing in it. I think it'll be really fun.
That's
Can't wait to
interesting.
see what impact on this group Piano ends up
The whole
having. The next
time
player
loop
we
going
will
on?
talk to is someone we haven't seen in a really long time indeed. It's been 2,000 days since you played in front of the fans in Season 10. Flash, hello. Hello. Good to see you again.
But I think
You're
all the
receiving
time
a
looping
very
stuff is
warm welcome.
boring and it doesn't need its
This
own
must
book.
feel so fresh. How are you feeling?
It just needs to be emphasized or like
First
pointed
of all,
out
I'm
in some
sorry
way.
that it's been so long.
That it's possible.
But I prepared very diligently to pay you guys back. I'll show you good games. You showed up at the studio very early today. I'm sure you're eager to show the fans what you've got again. But likewise, the fans have been eagerly waiting to see you. And it shows in the pre-game predictions, as almost 70% of the viewers predict you to advance in first place.
It's a solid bet.
Unthinkable for Flash to get knocked out in the round 24. If it was back in the day, it would have been 90%, but I do find myself lacking now. I aim to rediscover
It
my
should be
skills as I move
100%.
on to the round of 16, the round of 8, find my form from the days of yore, and go for the championship. I'm the only one who can get a 5-time championship, seeing how Sulky has already been knocked out. I don the uniform and I can see that championship. I will work really hard. You want to show us the stars on your uniform? Look at Flash's uniform with 4 stars on it. Can't wait to see if Flash's ambitions are going to result in another star being added this season.
That would be badass.
Let's now talk to Tier 3 players. Speed. Hi.
Last
Hi.
season he plays, he wins.
You've grown
Record
into
gets
a
never
respectable player
broken.
who joins the ASL on the
Single
regular.
player with 5
How
ASL
are you
wins.
on this, your 5th season in a row? I did not expect to make it in 5 times with such ease. Anytime I play, I just qualify. I kind of sense you are way more nervous now than you were in the previous seasons. I would venture to guess it's because your first opponent here is this giant of a player in the ASL. Now, many people will remember that you used to play under the ID of 10-minute Flash, but both you and Flash have changed in comparison with the past. You're a Terran too.
10-minute Flash, they used to play like Flash for the first 10 minutes of the game.
And you've got things to show today, don't you?
But after the first 10 minutes, you just
Well, I
can't
kind
keep
of
up.
feel sorry for having used that 10-minute
Flash is
Flash
fucking
ID.
inhuman.
Anyway, I'll try to show my best today. Can't wait, Speed. Now looking at today's group, I bet there's one potential match the fans would be looking for, and that's what if Rush and Flash end up playing? You've got this, right? Remember? Why are you doing this to me? Now everyone will surely remember what I'm talking about, but just as a refresher, back in the season where Flash went random, these two men in the round of 8 where Rush made a statement
basically Exodus, the Great Flood style, and then a massive journey against biomechanical
race and won
Tantalus monsters being breeded by the Martian Emperor to defend his war to water from the public.
His belt in comparison
Damn,
to
that sounds epic.
What do you say, Rush? Do you think you will end up playing? After that season, I kept making it into the round of 8. I have improved since then, and having improved, I would like to try my chances against Flash. Flash, what do you say? I know he has improved, and I do think he plays well, but I'm still confident.
Flash is looking at the camera. I'm gonna win, bitches. Fuck y'all.
Can't wait to see if this match between the two does come to fruition.
And remember, he's like injured as fuck, and he literally plays in constant pain.
Where the best
He has like 9
wins,
plates in his fucking arms.
Are ever so important in TVT. Now, Speed hasn't played that many TVTs, but his win rate is 75%. And with how experienced Piano is, I am curious to hear what the two think of one another. Piano, as a commentator, you will have also analyzed Speed's playstyle. Right, but first things first, I'm going up against Rush, so I fully focused my strength on that one. You said Speed has a 75% win rate? When it comes to me, my win rate is 19%, and if you add those together, you don't even get 100% though. In any case, numbers and values are not everything, and I aim to prove it today. Piano is suggesting that Speed's 75% win rate doesn't bother him. Speed, how do you rate Piano's Terran?
Arthur was gonna make a team with like a werewolf berserker and a gunslinger, like
so
2
there's a
miniature
chance I would
fast-moving
lose today.
portals. So basically,
I'll try to
McCree
stay
and
sharp
aimbot.
and make sure that I don't lose.
Arthur was gonna become like a full-on
Our
anime
four
power
players are
scale
determined as
brawler.
ever. Let's close things out with their final remarks this time for real. Piano, please. I'm starting? Yes.
Whole thing got cut before I even
Whenever
finished
I come
book
down
1.
here, it's in the capacity of a commentator, so allow me to
That's what
indulge
happens.
myself. First of all, I would like to thank our team at Ino University. You know, almost all of our student members came down here today, so I'd like to wholeheartedly express my thanks. Also, Zeus from DM. For some reason, he sat
Art
down
3
on
books,
this
it's a
side
whole
to cheer
other
for
genre.
Rush. This makes no sense. I'm confused.
Makes sense.
I have no idea why he would do that. And
Just be a
for
random
helping me
spin-off,
practice,
right?
Hani and Haya, thank you. Should I end up giving another interview and have the time for it?
Yeah, you can make it into a
I'll
comic, it
go
would be
into a bit
appropriate.
more detail. Thank you. Piano already giving his thanks.
The medium
might be
is
the secret
definitely,
strategy he needs to
you know,
achieve victory. Let's
for
hear
something
what Rush
like
has
that
to say
over the
too.
top.
I would like to go
Comic
far
is
this season, so I
definitely
practiced a lot.
higher
I'll
slot
win in
medium, right?
advance. Thank you. Good. Flash? It's been almost... Well, it's been a while. I'm happy to be here. I really worked very hard. For over a week, I'll show it with my performance. Can't wait. And lastly, Speed, a word please. I'll show entertaining games. Looking forward to it. Let's put our hands together in anticipation of great games from these 4. We've just heard from our 4 players ahead of Group E of the round of 24 here at ASL Season 21, done in partnership with Google Play. Which 2 Terrans will stay alive today? It's time to start the games.
Okay, it is time to get into this. And look at the tiers, Artosis.
Yeah.
I guess I can't say that I necessarily disagree. I mean, Rush has been so strong and Flash was gone, right?
Yep. Like, you have to look at it in recent times. Like, Rush is like one of these guys that's always around.
Back.
I'm gonna see if you bleed green. No.
Whoa, Charlie. Whoa, hey, what the hell is... What are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing?
It looks like you've tied a little person to a chair and you're gonna torture him.
No, I've tied a leprechaun to a chair. And, yeah, I was gonna cut him to pieces. Charlie, you been drinking straight paint? Yeah. Charlie, he's not a leprechaun. Do not hurt him. I repeat, he is not a leprechaun.
Why are you covered in glitter?
I would love to answer all of your questions, but there is no time. You see, I went to the Rainbow to look for a pot of gold. The gay bar?
Oh.
Again, no questions. And when I got back, I found this bag full of wallets hidden where we keep the towels.
Why did you need towels?
Not answering questions. This son of a bitch is a pickpocket. That's why he's been lurking around Patty's.
That makes a lot of sense, because he kept saying, like, I'm a pickpocket, stop hurting me, I'm not a leprechaun. And I just thought that was like a metaphor for, you know, I am a leprechaun.
All right. Okay.
And Flash has been gone for like 4 years, so it does make sense.
Okay.
Of course, it's been a long time since Oregon has been in. It's good to have him back. I don't have super high hopes for how well he can do today, because he's definitely a level below these other guys, but he's a clever guy, so we'll see what his games are going to look like. But yeah, looking at the group, it is a good group as far as TVT goes. We have like a lot of different styles here, and in fact, I think Speed for a best of one against Flash is about as good as you're going to get at the potential of upsetting him. Speed has really dialed in ladder builds, which, you know, if Flash were to misstep, if he were to read a situation wrong, which, you know, is hard to imagine, that's a situation where maybe Speed can do something, pull something off, get some vultures in, kill some SCVs, and get that advantage.
I mean, your best bet against Flash is a best of one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the more games you have
Crazy
against him,
game.
the harder it is to come out on top of that. So this is going to be a challenge in some ways for Flash, right? And he's got to be very careful. One thing about Flash is he's always seemed to have an extremely good eye for the early game. Like, it's pretty hard to ever pull one over on him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was just streaming myself play today on my Twitch stream, and like, you know, sometimes people do stuff that's so weird or so unusual. You know, you might only see that once in 100 or even like 500 games, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, someone like Flash will still be able to identify even a couple different tells and go, oh, I see what this is, and stop it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's one of the, I think, you know, among many of his skills, that's one of his strongest, is he just seems to navigate the early game so perfectly. Never over defending.
Yeah.
Never overextending in an attack. Also randomizing his own builds very well. You know, he's just an incredible player.
Yeah, people basically were agreeing. I remember Jinjin had this great translated video after his random run, where the pros were like, it's not his macro and his micro, it's his knowledge.
Game knowledge.
Like they had to nod towards it. Like he knew about a very obscure hidden Zerg vs Zerg build on Plasma, if you remember, where you like rush spore colonies on your opponent's creep, and like the Zerg pros were like, what? Like they were hiding it. Like a couple of the top guys in Flash already knew, and it's like his knowledge is really second to none. But he's not playing in this game. We're gonna have Oregon, aka Piano, going up against Rush, and okay, so a few things here, right? Like everyone knows Rush. If you don't know Oregon, he is like a little, like I don't know his actual age, but he is an older player. Like he was, I remember the first time I saw an Oregon game when he was very first coming up, I got a hold of a replay of him versus Slayer's Boxer on Luna. And I was like, who is this Piano guy? And he looked so good. Now, he never really delivered in the leagues in the prime of his career, but he's always been strong. He's a very smart guy. He's an analytical guy. He's got a lot of strategies. He does mostly commentary. Still obviously a strong player, but mechanically he can't keep up with the other three players. So he has to bring really, really good strats and builds here today if he wants to have a chance.
It's going to be tough going up against Rush. One of the, I would say, top two Terrans in the last 5 years here.
Yes.
I mean, just looking incredible, hyper modern. It's going to be a fun one, guys. TVT all night.
Let's go.
Let's get into this. Match one here in Group B on Octagon. Rush versus Oregon, starting now. Okay, cross spawns here. Rush in the bottom right and Oregon in the top left. And, you know, it's funny. I think you're right, Artos. I think Oregon, whether or not he is actually as age the oldest or one of the oldest players in the ASL, this guy's definitely been around forever.
Yeah.
You know, you and I, we're not like Gen 1 StarCraft players either as foreigners, which I think some people think we are. There was a whole generation of guys that
Oh
were
yeah,
before
for
us.
strong players, yeah.
Like, yeah, like for like XDS Skur, D22 So-So.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these guys were pre-replay. Like, you had to go to a website called battlereports.com.
Yep.
To like read, people would screenshot the games, and it was basically early blogging. And then, there was like even a little generation after that. Maybe we're like third generation for like really competitive. I'm not sure. I haven't really put much thought into it. But the reason why I'm bringing this, sorry, let me just finish this thought here real quick. The reason why I'm bringing it up is I remember seeing Oregon playing around when we were playing really early on.
Yeah, he was playing like I said, the first time I found out about him was a game against Slayer's Boxer on Luna, to show you like how long ago he was coming up. But yeah, it is quite true. Like, I remember, well, I mean, there's so much history that we could end up talking about with everything. But yeah, like I guess I'm not sure exactly when you started playing competitively. I remember I met you in 2003 online. We started playing WG Tour against each other. But yeah, I started playing tournaments and stuff in like 2000, I think. So
we had StarCraft in the house, but we didn't have internet in my house yet.
Yes.
So like, I was obsessed with wanting to play online, but then when we finally got that, I think I was a little bit later than some other people, but I remember seeing Piano on like Game Eye server, or maybe it was Brain as well. I remember actually getting just a few games against him. He was really like always god tier. I don't think I ever took a game off him, but yeah, he's been around for an extremely long time. Like one of the oldest school players here, and it's cool that he's still ASL viable.
Yeah. Well, I was surprised he made it, and I'll talk more about that in a second, but he's sending out 2 SCVs, which is not something you ever see. He's scouting both the close spaces. He, without a doubt, has a really teched out build here. Like, I don't know what the hell it's going to be. And his second SCV is going to give this away super hard, unless he's going to, like, bring it around to proxy something. Because the SCV of Rush just passed Oregon's SCV on the left-hand side. So you don't want to show a second SCV, or you're already giving away so much. Like, if I saw another SCV pop into my main base when that one could not have made it yet, I would immediately put down a second factory, because I know I'm being cheesed.
Yeah.
So he's got to be very careful about this. And the thing is, he knows these things. This guy is really smart. He has great builds, and he knows his limitations. Like, in the qualifiers, if I recall correctly, it was Stork that he eliminated on day 1. And it was just, oh yeah, look at this proxy factory.
Wow.
It was just with like really, really kind of cheesy, aggressive drops everywhere. Like, he was just killing probes over and over and just followed it up with like a 6-fact and killed him. That's the type of game he needs to play, because if you get into like a 20-minute macro game, he will fall behind. So anyways, this is a 2-factory, one near the base of Rush.
So Rush is going to scout the top left now. He did a Z scout or N scout, whatever you want to call it. But basically, you scout the exact opposite spot last, because you have a different build if you're in cross spawns. And Oregon's going for, like, I think a really strong move. Whoa! Oh
my
God!
Sees it.
Got in.
That fucks everything up for him.
Okay, God, that's insane. That was not supposed to happen. So
where's the factory? Oh, we're at my base.
Super old, and for a while it was like everybody did this the first year or two the game was out, and then everybody had to stop because it was just like it's not going to work, you know. But in this case, there is a blind spot here. He's started the vulture, but you have to be suspicious, right? When you see no starport, no second factory, no expand.
Oh, he's doing the SCV. Oh, he doesn't.
The vulture. This is perfectly in the blind spot here of Rush's main.
Yeah.
So Rush could still be hit really hard here. The question is, how many vultures do you make? Do you want to get up to 3? God, it feels so greedy, but at the same time, it kind of makes sense. If they don't scout it now, they're probably never going to scout it until it's too late.
Yep. Yeah, I think you're right about that. And the fact that his SCV was dodged by that vulture, like, if you're looking at this right now, you actually think it's 1-fact, 1 starport. Oh my God, Oregon is out of position here in the vulture. He can't let that in. Now, here come, oh my God, he lays mines. He has mines, Tasteless. He's going to trap tanks that are coming out.
Oh.
How did that mine?
Man.
Okay, the mine did actually damage that tank. Oh my God, he's going to repair.
This
He's
is
got
crazy.
Super patient here, Rush does.
Yeah,
he's going to
really
try to just stay.
Oof.
You know, at a distance here. He's going to come in with another vulture. He can plant a mine and maybe try to stuff this tank. Oh! Oh my God, the other tank.
The amount of SCVs he's killed, though.
Injured tank. So they're both going to stay alive. There's a push coming here.
This
in the
is
front. This is
crazy.
all intended to end the game right away, by the way.
Yeah. Well, he does need to. Like, Rush will outpower him later on. And it looks like, well, Oregon is getting a huge amount of damage done here for sure.
Yeah. The bunker is going to be really helpful here. But, I mean, can he actually hold this attack off? It's 2 tanks inbound here. More vultures are coming out. He's going to make a
He's
progress
building a
starport. I love
starport!
What Oregon's doing here. This is so sick.
Yeah, he is cheesing as hard as he can at the moment. He uses the little bug where you float right over the bunker and it can't shoot. There is a Wraith here, which is a little bit problematic. His 2 Marines actually were taking fire from that bunker, so they're not going to fare as well against this Wraith. And the Wraith is able to take them out. And look at that great play from Rush here, bringing his tank up on the outside.
Oh my God, I think Rush might be holding here. I know that Rush is going to not have that many SCVs here. The thing is, the Wraith can come out and kill this damaged Wraith, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to save the day here. Because there's
another
starport. It's a second proxy starport. I love this build. It's so funny.
Dude, I've never seen a build that looked like this. Like, I've
This
seen
is crazy.
First time in my life I've seen this.
Yeah, it would 2 factories and 2 starports.
Oh,
here
he's
is
losing to the-
absolutely insane. And the fact that
my
he's
God.
making them one after another with the same SCV. Normally, for something like this, you'd be like, okay, I have to optimize getting 2 starports out right away. But he's actually just sitting there making them. And the funny thing is, like, there's actually some real logic behind the way he's doing this, where it's like, okay, yes, I have siege tanks, I have vultures, and then so Rush is sitting here with 1 starport making wraiths, but as soon as Oregon has more wraiths, he might be able to go in and finish the game.
This is crazy.
This is so crazy.
Like, yeah, he's
Still
gonna
a
be able
little
to
StarCraft.
kill,
Even after all this time, there's still
like,
something new that you
every
never fucking
wraith.
see.
And as soon as you kill every wraith, it's like, what is he going to do? Is he going to make a starport? I mean, is he going to make an eBay?
An
That's
eBay
gonna take
and
too
then
long.
try
Is he
to
gonna
make
an armory?
fucking
It's going to take too long.
No, there's no way.
Rush is in real trouble right now.
Yeah. Rush
3,
is not
2,
making more
1.
raids.
So-
He stopped at 2. He assumes he's basically cursed the progress of any kind of air domination. He just has to try to push in here and reclaim this. But, you know, when there's like 4 wraiths coming in here, that's going to kill everything.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if you'll be able to get an engineering bait done.
I can't believe this. Look at this. Rush is actually about to scout that there's 2 ports, and already there's more wraiths here. He's screwed. That's it.
Yeah.
You can't come back from that. He has too many wraiths. He's going to have 5 wraiths. There's none being made. He just started an armory. You can literally just kill every SCV making... You can just kill every SCV. He'll kill every SCV
He
before
needs to go
Goliath is
down there,
out.
though. He needs to actually go down there and start attacking that SCV.
He
For
can-
now, he's going to ignore it. He's just going for every SCV in the worker line. There's been so many killed SCVs here. We're almost to the tipping point.
Yeah. No, I think we're already there. Like, even if he weren't to kill the SCVs making the armory, that's the easiest way. But, like, he'll have so many wraiths that even when a Goliath comes out, he'll just kill it. This is not
And he
winnable
could be
anymore, I don't
going
think.
cloak in the background.
Like, yeah,
GG. That's fucking
That's insane.
crazy.
That's insane.
That is. Look at him. He's like, I can't believe I pulled that
He's
off.
so happy.
Holy shit,
Oregon,
dude.
also known as Piano.
Dude,
we were just talking
this
about
could
how
be
old
the
school this guy
upset
was.
of the
I mean,
tournament,
from,
even though
like,
we've already had an
second
upset with Soul Key
generation,
being knocked
you know,
out.
StarCraft 1
Like, this is
pro gamers
crazy
here.
round
He
of
stuck with the game the
24.
whole time. He just took
Holy
out Rush.
shit.
Could he possibly do it
Oh, man.
one more time?
See,
I mean, we gotta
Flash
assume it's gonna
would
be
not
one
have
of
lost
Flash.
there.
Maybe it's speed. I don't know.
Right?
Maybe it's a day of
Flash
insane
would not
upset,
have left
but he's
that
hyped on
open
it.
spot.
I respect it.
Yeah.
And by the way, what a great build.
That's the difference.
What a great build.
Never seen that one in my life.
He's so happy,
And
bro.
I'm afraid
Because that's
that
all
now
he
I'm
needed.
going
Like,
to see
at
him
his
laugh
level,
for a few
getting
days.
even one game in the
Losing
ASL,
some TVPs
one
coming
win,
up, some
especially
cheese.
against
But he did
Rush,
a great job. Yeah,
like,
totally original. build.
he already
seen the
won.
factory float.
You know, he's
I've
already
seen,
surpassed
the Starport
surpassed
proxy
his
after that. I've
highest
never seen the second one.
expectation.
So cool.
Now he
Guys,
can
Flash
just
for
go to
speed
the
coming
fucking
up next.
moon as much as he wants, right? It's like he got his 1 game win. You know, that's. He gets another one, then he gets another win. And that could be him going to the round of 16. I love me my StarCraft, guys. This shit is crazy insane. Now we get to see Flash and Speed! And which means we're not even gonna get a Flash versus Rush game. Because Rush didn't win. This is gonna be Flash versus Piano.
We
To show you
are
the
back.
difference between
It's time for the
skill
Flash game,
levels,
but before we
right?
get into that, what a cool game there from Oregon. I love
That
that
was
rush.
so crazy.
It was close, man. It looked like when that final tank had been killed off with the Wraith, you know, the Wraith defeating the 2 Marines, part of the rush from Oregon. It seemed like it was over, but that second starport.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's never even occurred to me. You almost like phase out of the factory techs into the starport tech, and a lot of times that's where the tipping point is.
Yeah, well, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. I definitely didn't think of it. I've never seen it. But yeah, that's kind of the nature
Get it mapped
of
out
raid
like
battles,
fucking
especially
perfectly.
that early into the game. If you
And
if you get
specifically for
overwhelming
that map,
advantage, your
too.
opponent at that point doesn't have very much. That was so well thought out by Oregon, and those are the types of plays he needs to do. Like honestly, if I was one of these like god tier other Terrans in the group, I would consider just opening up with like my own 2 factory, because you're gonna have probably a better shot. Because Oregon will have thought out. He's like, I know they're gonna expand, because that's what everyone does. Terran versus Terran. How do I kill it? And he needs to do that, because like Oregon is great, but like he will not keep up in a longer game. He needs builds like that, and I mean, brilliant execution. Hats off to him. If he gets out of this group, this is the sickest upset run ever.
Yeah, I mean, that would be such a story. In a group that honestly, I mean, beyond the hype of Flash coming back here, this is what you would imagine to be a very straightforward group, right?
Yeah.
But already crazy results. So Flash versus Speed is
Dude,
coming
is
up here. Now,
Speed beats Flash and
has
it's
been,
Rush and Flash
I
in
think,
the
incredibly
losers
strong
match?
in the
Oh
last
my
several ASLs.
fucking
He's been very
god.
active. He ladders
Oh,
intensely.
that would be
He's gonna have a
cinema.
very
But then
modern,
there's the
kind
chance
of
that Flash could get knocked
well-rounded,
out.
Meta-ish.
Which would
TDT coming in here.
suck.
Flash, we don't know.
Because
shown
he's
some
not
of
going
his
to come back
practice,
after this, even if he
but
does
he's
get
also
knocked
been careful
out.
to kind of conceal a lot of the ideas he's going to bring into this, because obviously this is such a studied player, such a sought-after player to watch. I mean,
This is the moment. This is
even
what
for
it's
me,
all
you know, I
come
don't
down
play Terran
to.
at all
So it's
these
all
days,
about the
but I would
greatest
absolutely,
gamer
if
of
I can,
all
watch, some
time.
games of Flash just to see how he moves and how he thinks, you know. And this is a big day here for Flash. Let's not forget, he was gone for a while. Left, backed out of a couple ASLs, said he was going to come back, and had issues with his, I believe it was his forearm and part of his wrist.
Yeah, he has like
I know he's
plates
had a couple
in his
of
arm
operations there. And, you know, we got to see what kind of shape is he going to be in. See that little hot pack? He is pressing that up against his palms and wrist. He wants those tendons to be nice and loose, so his fingers can be fast and nimble. I think we all expect him to advance here today, but that's going to be a big blow if he doesn't.
Yeah, it's
Showing
gonna
up after
suck
all
if
this
he
like
doesn't.
to ASL and possibly getting knocked out.
Well, the guy is dialed in right now, so I'm feeling him getting out of here, and you could see his ridiculous record there as well. But don't sleep on Speed. Speed has shown us that he has really, really fantastic Terran versus Terran. And this is something I've talked about a lot. The very top pros don't practice mirrors as much as the set of pros below them. It's just, that's the way it is. Fans don't want to see mirrors as much. We've talked about this. And Speed has been one of the top ladder players for years and years and years. So his Terran versus Terran is very meta and very dialed in. So
Yeah, let's
there
go.
is potential here.
That's the energy we're looking for, boys.
All right, these guys are excited, man.
Fuck yeah.
Wow.
They're like, Flash, let's go!
I
The
mean,
king
let's
is
see
back!
what
The
happens
goat is
here.
back!
Very excited to have
StarCraft
Flash
is great
back here,
again!
to see what ideas he's going to bring.
Like, dude,
Lot
what
of
years
ways
is
he
Mel
plays the
Gibson
game
returning to
just changes
filmmaking, to
what
cinema,
everybody does.
and Flash
So
returning to the
tonight could
ASL?
have a
What
massive
more can we
impact on
ask
TVT
for
meta
in one
overall.
year?
By the way,
guys,
we've had so many
GTA
TVTs.
6,
We've had
Elden
more
Ring 2?
TVTs in this
Who
round of
knows?
24 than we've had in some entire seasons of ASL.
That's for sure.
But we're definitely going to have some special ones here with Flash, though, today. So Flash for Speed, game 2 of the evening starting now. Okay, we've got Flash here in the top left, Speed in the bottom left. Real quick plug, guys. Consider signing up for the Patreon. It's patreon.com/ASL. We'd love to earn your support. We would not be able to do this without you.
Yeah, /ASL English, not /ASL.
I'm so sorry.
they're going to support American Sign Language. Don't support those guys. Support the ASL
They're going to go
instead.
support age, sex, location. That's what it meant on AOL.
Yeah. Oh man.
Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. Anyway, sign up if you would.
Yes. Thank you so much to everyone. Yeah. Look at that. 1,971
No, the best
days
viewers
since
are
he's played
here.
in
Bitch, watching
ASL. And
fucking
that last
ASL
run, he got top
the fuck
4
up.
with
You
Random.
don't know what you're talking about.
Which was pretty wild. And
Don't be
he
slandering
didn't
my
random
viewers,
Terran at all,
bitch.
if I recall correctly. In
Take
that top
you out
4.
of here.
So that was a little bit unfortunate, but that was like one of the more impressive runs that he's done, going with Random to a top 4. Yeah, TVT. Look at this. His win percentage is so much higher than everyone else's. Oh my gosh,
that's crazy. 76.8. I mean,
Total
if you have a win percent
games
even in,
won.
like, 65, something like that. That's
Yeah,
unheard of. So,
usually it's like
you know,
60 to
it's
65 for like
so
world
sick
championships.
to see that he's looking that strong coming into this.
Because you lose games every once in a while,
by the
right?
way, Flash had that.
You
run
can't
with
win
Random.
every game.
Some people have asked me, is there anything that could be more epic than that? I would almost say it'd be even crazier if he did it like an ASL run with Protoss or
Yes.
Zerg.
I agree with you.
Yeah, because like Random comes with these sort of unfair advantages.
Yeah.
Just because build order openings
Yeah,
get so
Random's
specific,
really
especially,
weird
on
like
four-player
that.
Maps, if you're against someone
Like
who's
you don't
random
know
and
who
you
you're,
scout them
what
last,
race they're gonna
you
be.
can
You
just
can't
be in
prepare against them.
Sort of a build order loss. I mean, when you're on ladder, everybody sort of has a method to play against it. And usually they play some kind of an odds game. But yeah, at pro level, seeing him do that was pretty crazy. But if he ever flirts with the idea publicly of coming back as either a Zerg or a Terran, I would welcome it. Or sorry,
Yes.
Zerg or a Protoss. I would welcome it for a season. I think that'd be hype. I'd love to see a Random run again. But no matter what, I guess we're going to have to see him try it with Terran first, right?
Yeah, and he says this is probably his last ASL unless his wrist gets better. We'll see about that.
Some sort of miraculous surgery
and
thing
very
comes
fast command
along
center,
and
by the
just
way. Very,
fixes
very
everything.
fast.
He'd be back in the ASL like that.
But yeah, he has done things like used Protoss a lot. There was once upon a time years ago, he was #1 on the ladder with Terran and #7 with Protoss. So like the guy, maybe he could do something like that someday. I would love to see that though, and I do agree that would be a more impressive than
Just
run.
playing, Random. Because Random is weird because you could win with Terran, and it doesn't really
like
count.
Not quite
The
command
fuck
center
is
first.
this
This
shit?
is the new gases expansion people have been using.
Get out of here,
We did see
Adblock.
that
I
once,
appreciate you, but
yesterday,
get out of here.
Where you go like a later barracks into the command center. And yeah, it's super fast expand. And he's going to get down here and scout what speed is up to, which is just a factory expansion. And that's pretty heavily favored for Flash as far as build orders go.
So we've got the SCV coming up now. Flash is going to, oh God, is this going to be the second game where an SCV just gets through? It looks like he decides to turn around. The placement of the
I don't know if he
barracks and
saw the
tank would have had
bunker or
that
not.
curve around, so the Marines probably would have killed it anyways. Flash is a player who seems to understand so much about how everything operates in the early game, all the possible outcomes you could have based off what you see, what they see.
It's like he's
and what good
quantum
strategies
predicting
are available in the game. I know we were talking about this a little bit
and
more
living
in the
out
previous
every
game, but I
single
just wanna
experience of
reiterate it
every
again.
single
He almost
possible
never
outcome.
gets one pulled over on him. It's very rare, if ever, that Flash is surprised or cheesed out.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of his strongest suits. He also just seems to know a lot of the weird, extremely obscure, circumstantial things that can happen in a Brood War game. Like, I was watching him, and I think it was a
The
video
out of
where he was
pocket
teaching
shit where it's
TY.
like, wow, I did not know that interaction worked like that.
TY was
Like the
switching back
bunker
to
and
StarCraft 1.
the barracks, like
And he was
floating over the
explaining that, like,
the
in
bunker,
this
so the
rush,
bunker
what you
can't
have to
target
remember is
anything.
that
So you have to eject
your
your
second or
unit.
third vulture, I think it might have been a third vulture, always gets stuck behind like the 4th or 5th Marine.
Yes. When
And
busting
so
a
you have
Nexus.
to-
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you have to grab that vulture always and manually pull it around. And I think he's the only kind of guy that would just look at that and point it out and just know that's a thing, instead of just being someone who's kind of a high APM player who's checking everything. He just goes, no, at this moment, this is a common bug you'll have to interact with, and just nip it in the butt.
Yeah. No, absolutely the case. His knowledge is really what sets him apart. The thing is, he's top at every single aspect, but his knowledge is like levels above everyone. Now, he's going 4-factory vulture, hiding the 4th factory.
I don't think he saw the bunker.
He is going to have map control of these vultures. Speed actually should probably make a bunker at this point. Like this, there is some big danger coming his way because he is making a lot of vultures here. Like he's got really fantastic mines set up. Wait, if he stays out here and Speed finishes for Flash, he's going to lose. He has to be so... Okay, he's getting back home. That made me nervous for a moment. Like, I can't tell you how many games I've lost. Tasis trying to lay mines, and then Speed finishes for my opponent. I lose.
Oh, no, and then he just runs past you,
have
kills
to get
all your
home.
SCVs,
and now his
and you're
vultures
just
are dancing on each other. Okay, they actually stop, so he'll be fine here. But he does need to get back in a very defensive position. Like, with the 4 factories against 2, this is
just
super
Flash showing off his
Speed.
micro. He can just get those 2 extra kills.
This is a little scary. I do feel like this is a situation where Speed should be able to hold, though. You know,
It's just
a
Flash's
very
micro
common
is so good.
situation to experience on ladder here from Terran. Like, mass vulture's not unheard of. With the 4th factory hidden, I don't know that he's going to spot it. I don't know. I don't think that was...
Yeah, his barracks did see the edge of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, his barracks did see that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I think this is pretty straightforward. Speed has to turtle up.
For
Flash
sure.
should not be able to get in here.
And it looks like Flash, yeah, he just got mines, so he's going to be able to lay like 1 million mines out on the map. There's an armory. He's getting Academy right now. Speed is going up to 4 factories. 2 siege tanks, so that's like, I don't think you want to attack into there. But yeah, Flash definitely in control of this game. You can see he's already up about 10 supply, but it is mostly vultures. It is a little bit SCVs too. He has a lot of SCVs, obviously, with the command center being so fast.
This one vulture is going to be in here, just taking out any SCVs he can get. This vulture already paying for itself by getting that final SCV and forcing Flash to come back a little bit. So Flash not really making a dent in here. If his second gas is going to finish, Speeds was already done for a little while. So map control going to Flash.
Speeds
for now,
like this is so
but,
bullshit.
you
Why
know,
do
he
I
can't
have to
really do a
fight
whole lot with this. I
Flash?
mean, Speed has more tanks, and he's going to be powering up. The scanners are about to finish here for Flash. I don't believe they've even started here for Speed, so Speed is still powering up with more SCVs.
Yeah, he will catch up, I guess, on SCVs in that regard. But like without scans, you have to be really careful, because if Flash gets scans before you and switches into tanks, that's like how a lot of Terran versus Terran games get lost, is the guy who has map control gets tanks to your base. So he has to be really careful with that. Oh my God, Faceless. That is...
Yep.
I mean, you can't think of a worse thing to have happened here to Speed.
That sucks!
I can't believe that happened.
He's trapped now.
I mean, I don't imagine that it was maybe Flash is so good with his mine placement, he kind of knew the way that he would come out, he would be hit in a weird arc like that. That's kind of insane. It seems very reckless from Speed, if I'm going to be honest.
I don't think he just thought about them being so close. He didn't think. I don't think he thought Flash, or if he put them that close, he'd be able to see
a little bit ago.
Yeah.
He's sieged up over here, but
So
of course,
brutal.
Flash with all these vultures can just back out and lay more mines.
If Flash
He's like
gets up
he's
to this
25
high ground,
supply ahead.
the game is very close to done at that point.
It's like
so Speed
that's
is
how
trying to take high
crazy
ground, but look
good
at how many
Flash
units
is.
Flash has. It's just crazy, and Flash
I think he just
sieges up
wins.
at perfect range.
I think Flash
here
just straight up wins.
and is just going to massacre absolutely everything.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Perfect one shot on that tank with the 3 siege tanks, and I think he's going to keep closing in here. He's got more units rallying down. He's got a decent number of vultures coming forward here. He's going to siege up these tanks, split the tank shots here to
that's
wipe out the
GG.
tanks basically perfectly. And now
And then he
one
can just
tank
lay
remaining is gonna
mines if he
retreat.
needs to. He's
Oh my
scanned.
God. Is he going to keep pushing with his own tanks here?
And ooh, he saves that one tank.
Yeah, well,
but,
if he just has a contain
Well,
up in this general area,
this is GG.
like you can't even get out of there. And he's got 5 factories right now. Speed is going to 6. He did make a command center.
Still
I don't
up
think he has a
frickin'
starport.
15
Yeah.
supply.
So like you can't even try to wiggle your way out with the Wraith. But look at that. Even if he did,
that was
Flash
bad,
already
though.
has a Goliath down here, and he's just setting up more siege tanks. Whenever this happens, it almost doesn't, like, if Speed had that position against Flash, Speed would win the game. You know, like, even though Flash is like,
even
the
though Flash
greatest
is
ever.
way better.
Like,
It's just,
this is
that
so
is
hard
just,
to break at this stage of the game. You just can't let this many tanks be set up.
It's
in
like
front of
having
you. And
a
he even has
dark
barrack
swarm in your
spotting.
base.
Like,
but
he's already
he
spotting for it,
got
too.
the third
You know,
base, right?
nothing
But
is
Flash
missing
has
from
already got
Flash's
third
play.
base on location.
Usually,
So it's like, oh, well, I've got
when
the
you get to
command
around this
center.
phase of the
Well, it's
game,
like,
they're both
yeah, but
fighting
I've
for
also
control
got a
in the middle
command
of the
center.
map
Fuck
because
you.
both sides can't let this happen. But Speed lost all those tanks to the mines, and then
Yeah, he lost like
with
3
all
tanks and
these
2 vultures
crazy
just from
number
3
of vultures.
mines.
Flash
That
was able
was
to come
so
down
brutal.
and basically shove him into this corner. And there's always this attacker's
We'll try
disadvantage in
and
siege
come in
tank
here
versus
like
siege
this.
tank because you have to run up and soak up some siege tank shots before you can do anything.
Mines
Great
are pretty big, though.
Nice mine
Okay,
there.
hold up.
Really well done. Really well
He
done.
was
Oh
like
my God, look at
15 seconds
Flash
too
here.
late.
He's, like losing a lot of his tanks. Is Speed going to break out? No, not quite.
Well, the problem is he gets pushed to the staircase, which is a high ground, right? Like you'll take even more ground if you
Yeah,
can.
that's why he wants to. He needed to
the
do that
tanks
to
are
be able
gonna
to
come
get
down
the
here
third
again, and
up.
he can do a spamming of mines right here. And it looks like, oh, there's one mine right up here. He does target it. Nicely done. He's going to unsiege 2 more
Terran
tanks
vs.
up
Terran
here
is
as well.
scary with siege lines.
Speed is fighting back pretty hard. The question is going to be, can he get SCVs transferred here? Can he get this base properly defended? It's still really hard to fight from this position because there's a low ground to high ground.
the
disadvantage. He's going to come
mines!
through here with a couple of SCVs. The
I don't
vultures
know
are gonna
whose
come into
mines
the front.
those
Good
are.
targeting with the tanks here. Flash able to fire over those vultures, using his own vultures to gun down.
Oh
these
my God,
mines.
the misses!
There
The
might
misses
be
on the
some
high
plans over here.
ground!
Oh my God, the targeting.
I can't believe he didn't kill a single
He targets
tank.
every single mine down, just takes no
Oh
damage
my
there.
God.
Absolutely crazy from Flash.
That's
But I'll
insane.
say this, Tasteless, if Speed hadn't run into the mines,
Yeah,
and lost
he-
2
I think-
tanks
I
and
think he
Goliath,
would have
like,
been
at the beginning,
fine.
like, he is so close to breaking out of this containment. Just a few more units might have made the difference for real.
Yeah, now these SCVs are pulled, but there's not enough here, I think, to make a difference. So he's basically losing workers. A lot of these were SCVs that were actually at the third base. And it just feels like it's a slow motion losing battle here.
And he's
for
going to
Speed.
slowly move
Speed
down to the
has
third
this
base, and he's
expansion
already
right
got
there,
workers at his third
that
base.
you can't really.
So it's like Speed is
Gonna be
crossing
working
his fingers and
And
hoping the
is already
Flash
on
doesn't
three
have a
bases,
third
looking
base.
Really healthy. He's continuing to grow. And,
But he's got that unit up at the
I don't know,
top
man.
there,
It's not
right?
looking good for Speed. Might
And yeah,
take
now he's
Flash
going up there, so he should know. I
misstepping
think
or
that's a mine
overextending,
there.
maybe,
So I don't know, but
for
now
him to
he
lose this
knows.
game.
And Flash is like,
And
you know what,
Flash
he's
is
going to probably
already on
attack
top
me,
of
so he just sends
basically
vultures over
everything
there
else, too.
anyway.
Like, he's running around with vultures,
The
cleaning
map
out Speed's
awareness
vultures that got out,
and
he's
like
going
the,
into 2 starport
the
raids.
thought
He knows
processing,
that there's
his
no money
decision
to make
making is
Goliaths here.
fucking
Like, his opponent
insane.
has to have a lot of tanks. And look at these raids coming out. I think this is going to... This is, well, it's going to be able to pick off the barracks, and then he can't even see, and everything can move forward.
Whoa, move it!
Well, he's going to try to inch in here now.
I don't know
Taking
why
a little
he
bit
just
of damage
he
on
just
those raids.
lost
I think
both
is
the
probably
raids.
okay.
I mean, it's
considering that,
Flash, so he probably calculated that he didn't care
there's
about them.
Really, no other way to break out if you don't have enough tanks. Both sides are getting damage on their barracks. At this point,
Ooh,
in time,
straight
Speed is
into
relying on
Yamato
these
from
huge
here.
Counterattacks to come out and do damage. But so far, they haven't done that much. He's going to come through with a lot of vultures over here and maybe try to hit the natural. No Marine in that bunker, by the way, so these vultures can run through unimpeded.
It brings back some of his own vultures to fight back against this. Speed will get a little bit of damage. But
yeah, he's
like,
still
this doesn't matter
10
that
supply
much for
ahead.
Flash. Well, he's going to get good SCVs at the other base, too. So he is actually hurting the economy actually more than anticipated.
Speed has
here.
a lot of
So
gas.
definitely some good vulture usage. But the main problem is the siege tanks in front of his base as well as a bunch of wraiths.
Here he goes.
Big push out over here. Flash needs to target wisely. He is picking off the tanks that are in range. Now the SCVs are going to come up here. None of the mines are actually able to quite reach the tanks. It looks like Speed's going to send a couple more up here.
Yeah,
And
but Flash
again,
is
the
targeting
targeting
them
has been
down.
Pretty perfect. Basically, no mines actually.
And he's
going
just going
off
to send the
of those
vultures
tanks.
in to see. But he's like, he's
Maintains
forcing him to
just
make
enough
vulture or
Goliaths to
make
keep those wraiths
Goliaths.
back, and the wraiths not being quite as effective as I think Flash wanted them to be. And in fact, we can see there's actually a huge gas bank here for Speed. He's been mostly making vultures with those extra factories. But Flash right now just continues to keep this containment up. And, oh, God, Speed's going to try to break again. Let's see if he's able to actually kill some of these tanks.
You see,
Gonna kill
instantly
maybe
Flash
a
is like,
couple there
nope,
on the
you
bottom,
can't
but
beat me.
Flash just... He always has his rally coming down just in time to have more tanks on that high ground.
Yeah, it's within like 5 seconds. He's like, well, actually,
yeah,
I got
just
this.
not quite enough. you know, and Flash already up on one.
Because moving
base
across
for
the map
so
is like
long
your
right now. There
advantage,
are
right?
vultures
You'll
that
have
been
more
sent
units
out.
produced
They're
than
gonna
your
try to wrap
opponent
around
while
over
they're
and
moving
hit
across
12
the map.
o'clock.
So as long as
At
they're
the
in front of
same
your
time, though,
base,
this
you
command
should
center
be able
is
to
not
overwhelm
really
them.
mining.
And then he also has SCVs
He's
to
going to send
repair
more
as well.
SCVs there.
But he's going to try and
you know,
attack
with the Vulture
again.
run around, I mean, maybe this is going to slow Flash down a little
Well,
bit.
he's got a couple tanks coming back, so he can put some mines there.
Yeah, Speed is like it's
Speed is-
admirable
yeah,
how much he's getting done.
Yeah.
He has killed a ton of SCVs. You can see Flash actually getting away from the areas. He's trying to get Flash to keep more units at home. He's like kind of seesawing back and forth, you know. He sends Vultures out. He's dealing damage. He's making Flash keep some units back, and then he tries to bust again. Like, it's actually, I'm in many ways more impressed with what Speed is doing here. It's such a difficult position, and he's approaching it so well. I feel like he would have broken out of this contain against most pros already.
Yeah, like the way Flash targets those mines
Speed
to
is
make
putting up
sure
a
that his
crazy good fight. I love the
tanks
mines
don't
over
die.
here. This could actually clear
And
these
now
tanks
he
out.
has fucking
nice,
cloak.
Cloak here with the Wraiths. Every time it's just barely not.
Yeah, see,
quite
he
enough.
destroys the mine again.
He's so close, so I think he's going to actually get all the tanks now.
That's
and he does. He
crazy.
finally kills every tank, but oh, here's some
Three more tanks!
Yeah, I was gonna say here's the tanks and vultures that were.
And he's
up
still,
that,
he's
runaround
got
there.
the cloaked
And I
wraiths
think he's
taking
gonna
out
be able
these
to reassert
tanks.
himself
He's
here.
got the high
Again,
ground to
having
go
things
on.
on the stairs is so strong. The high ground to low ground advantage.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's anti-air here, so he has to scramble and use his own SCVs to try to repair this.
He's got
More
another.
wraiths continue to come in here in the fight.
See, Flash just always has that one
Man,
piece that's
Flash
better than
just
you.
kind of relentless
Like, I
with
feel
this
like
pressure,
Speed,
just
if he had
barely
2 more
holding onto this
factories,
nonstop, but
he just has
Speed
such
sending out his vultures
such
once
a
again.
gas
He's been
bank.
so
It's like,
successful
oh
with
man,
these.
it feels so bad.
And Goliath finally
to have
comes out to
6,
push
like
these Wraiths
that's like
back,
8
and
tanks
he needs
could
to stop
have.
this one tank that's hitting his 3rd command center. Like, his vultures are the one thing keeping him in this game. He can't lose this mineral base.
That's the other thing. Is like,
I mean, Speed's put up a
Flash
crazy
has a
good fight,
3.
honestly.
Yeah.
I think a lot of other
3
players are
gases.
dead right now. So I mean,
So
it
Speed
is
was
still
able to
impressive. The
use
problem
his
is
gas
these tanks, the line
properly.
just keeps spreading out over
But look
here.
at the supply, 70
Notice
to
how
113.
perfect Flash
Like,
is at basically sending the vultures.
I
in
don't think
between
there's
tank
anything
shots,
he can do.
getting them in there, and that's when he plants the
He's
mines.
just gonna waste the scans, and as
the
soon
way
as the
he
scans
lets
go
his
down, he's gonna
army
run the warp,
absorb damage
the wraiths in to
in
kill the
these different,
Goliaths, and then
sequences is
it's just
really something
But
to
this
admire.
this shows you can't
It's
even
really,
with
really
being this so
impressive.
far
In
ahead,
the
you
same
still
way
can't
that he's
end in a
also
TVT.
targeting, whether it's tanks in the back or knowing when
Flash
to
has no
let
upgrades
the,
right now, 'cause
his
he's been
units
focusing
target the
purely
mines
on
or
production.
not target anything because the game has to kind of solve its own fight. It's really impressive.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that, but I think you're definitely right. Like, he controls the battles so well. If he didn't utilize his targeting very well, like, Speed was doing every Terran trick in the book for busting some of these, like bringing in a couple SCVs with it, running the vultures next to the tanks, laying the mines in different locations so the splash only kills one. Like, he was doing everything, but Flash is like, no, I target tanks here, and
I target mines
those mines being laid,
here.
I'll target those with the vultures.
Yeah.
So it's been a pretty tough one here for Speed.
But man, I'd say he's
about to
putting up
thwart
a
this
fucking hell of a
counterattack.
fight.
Really hard to get
That's
these
for
units
sure.
up the ramp. I love the mines being placed down here. Speed is growing into 6 o'clock, even though he lost his mineral only. The counterattack here from Speed is not going to do, I think, very much.
Yeah, if Speed can just
It's
get
getting
that
sandbagged
gas
pretty heavily
bank
by the mines
emptied,
as
I
well
think
as
he
the
might
other
actually be
tanks.
onto something.
Oh my god, and the SCVs, they weren't stopped, so a lot of this long distance mining was causing them to be picked off. The natural is going to evaporate. And so Speed has maybe
Speed
a
is
minute or
so
two
far
into this
behind.
game if he can't stabilize his position.
Yeah, and there goes his command center.
I'll tell you, like, Flash is
It's
the best
so
at
close,
finishing
right?
Terran versus Terran.
But it's like, it
Like,
looks a
the
lot
fact that
closer than it
he has
probably actually
maintained
is.
a 20-minute Terran versus Terran on 3 base only, and he's seen the path to victory the entire time. Very,
Yeah.
very impressive. Speed trying to break out once more, loses every Goliath once
But
again.
Flash is like, now that Flash has that
and
third
the
base,
Wraiths
right?
just
Doesn't matter.
continue
GG.
to add up the damage. You can see
GG.
GG
He
comes out
knows
of
he can't
Speed.
do anything, but he was like, that was a
Wow.
valiant fight, man. I'll give him.
Honestly,
I'll
really
I'll
impressive
give
from
him
both
that.
players.
That was
Really
that
impressive.
he put up a fucking
Speed
fight.
might be a problem here for Rush.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
if he can do
Speed
that to
played really
Flash,
well.
imagine what he can do to
I mean,
Rush.
Flash, he's done it
Oh my
again.
god,
He
if it's
looks
like
very perfect
if it's
back there.
Flash versus
He had to
fucking
work for it. I'll say that much. Speed in a really, really tough position for like I don't know, 80% of that game, but still doing these great counterattacks.
Like Piano?
Making Flash really work for that.
And
Ultimately,
the
there was
Piano
no way for
wins,
Speed to break
and then it's
the
like
siege tank line at the
Light
stairs. When it was on
or
even
Flash and
ground
Rush,
no high ground advantage,
and
he
then
actually pushed Flash back a
or
little
no, it'd be
bit,
Rush and
did a
Speed,
great
and
job
then
with those counterattacks. But when it
Rush
came to the
or
high
Speed
ground
wins,
and
and
low
then Speed and
ground,
Flash go again,
that
and then
was tough.
Speed
And that's
wins.
a defining
And
feature
Flash
of
is
that
kicked
map.
out, and
The
Piano
same
and
thing with
Speed, the
Lurker
two
Contained.
underdogs. Once
Or
again,
any
that
other
would be
kind of
like
contain you see in
4
any
out
matchup
of the
you can
fucking
try.
6 groups
that
would
high
have
ground area
underdog
is
winners,
brutal.
at least in one of
You can never
their
let someone set up
in
their
one of their
intern versus
slots,
Terran.
right?
Okay,
Including
we're gonna go
kicking
to a
out
commercial
Soul
break. When we
Key.
come back, the winners
Period.
match, Flash against Oregon.
But I think Flash is gonna absolutely decimate Oregon. It's not even gonna be close. Whereas Speed put up like a fight, right? And it's like Rush has a chance to win. Piano, I just don't think he has it. But who knows? We'll see what happens, right? And Flash looked damn good, right? Like that was a fucking good game. Speed was doing everything he could, but he just could not hold up to it. 3, 2, 1, go! God damn it, Smokey, I literally just took a toe! Were you waiting for that, Smokey? How's it going, Smokey? What you up to, man? Just watching us some StarCraft.
We're back. Thank you for waiting. Flash versus Oregon coming up here. Oregon with just a crazy strategy to beat
God
Rush.
damn, it's gonna be the second double
I mean, he's
choke
got to have
within the
something
last
like
hour.
that against
You guys
Flash.
are destroying me.
I don't
You're so
imagine
mean.
Oregon goes and plays a straight-up macro game against
But how's your
Flash
day
here,
been
but
going,
who knows?
Smokey?
What do you think, Artosis?
Yeah,
What
I
are you
don't
up
think he'll
to,
play.
man?
Like he could
What
go
are you
all the way to
doing?
the finals. I don't think we'll
3,
see a
2,
one straight up
1,
macro game from Oregon at all because he is honestly the weakest player in the ASL, and that's not a dig against him. He's a great player for sure. But yeah, he's not quite that same level. So he's going to have something. You can see he banned the big 4-player map. Actually, Flash did as well.
It's just
So,
started
they're gonna play
.6:30
Jane
in
Doe,
the
which is a
morning.
really
Damn, bro,
weird
it's gonna
map.
be a good day,
But
Smokey.
there's
It's gonna be a
huge
good day.
defender's advantage here. So I think it is still a very good map for Flash. Hey, how could he lose this? I'm not sure, but I bet you Oregon's going to have something crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that it's Jane Doe.
Jane Doe against Flash. There is like of all the maps, of all the strategies,
in this
of all the players,
it would be on Jane Doe.
Oregon has
this
a
map
chance.
is very different. It's got unusual
This
parameters.
is crazy.
I don't know. Let's see. Obviously, Flash was able to watch that match with Rush versus Oregon, so he's going to be wary of, obviously not the same strategy, but the fact that Oregon's coming in here with some very, very new ideas. And again, the winner of this is out. Moving on into the round of 16, the loser goes to the losers match.
Yep.
In TVT number 3 here in Group E.
Winner moves
of our
on.
TVT day. Okay, Flash on the right and Oregon on the left.
Man, I'm excited to see what they both open with here because
And fuck ads. God damn.
Oh, I thought he wasn't making an SCV. I'm like, wait a minute.
You know, like five
wait, is
racks.
it 6 racks? What's going on? But yeah, like Jane Doe, because you can go 14 command centers so easily, that's kind of the tension. Oh, thank you so much.
Canada, let's go.
Poor tasteless.
PVT chills.
I love that.
I got the
sound.
chills.
Thank you guys.
Give me
Appreciate the support.
chills.
But what I wanted to say was, so command center first is obviously so strong on any map. Now, if Oregon has a snipe build for that, do you want to open with something a little bit more careful as Flash? Like, do you want to go barracks into your expansion? The thing is, I think
super
Oregon
greedy,
will probably just go
play
command center
stupid
first
games,
and have
win
whatever
stupid
he's going to do that's tricky
prizes.
come after that. Because it's so hard to pull off a rush on this map, you know? Like, you have to kill both the Marines.
And we
go
haven't
up the
had like a
ramp, and it's
good,
just really
solid,
difficult.
long TVT yet. So it's either going to be piano
Yeah, I think
versus
you're probably right. I mean, something
Rush,
weird and cheesy and unusual doesn't
or
necessarily
it's
have
gonna
to happen in
be-
the first minute or two
Yeah,
here. You can do an expand build and then tack into something kind of weird. But yeah, I mean, Flash putting up a very good fight in that last game, and ultimately
Speed
coming out with
versus
a win.
Organ,
Clearly,
maybe, depending on
mechanically, he's all
who
still
wins
there.
between Speed.
I'm also interested in seeing if he
and
does encounter any
Speed
issues in this
and,
tournament. Like, let's assume he wins here and goes on.
Rush, right?
You know, a lot of
Like,
times,
Speed could
when
beat
you
Rush.
have injuries from the past, a lot
Which
of
means
it
Rush
comes
should be
down
out
to,
of the
you know,
ASL.
giving yourself enough time to rest and not letting that flare up. It's why, especially in these old school Star League formats, it can be a real burden if you start to have any wrist or forearm issues. You know, in something that takes weeks and weeks to finish.
Yeah. Well, I think he's being very careful with it. He said something like he knows like how many games he can play in a given day before he aggravates the injury. It's like 10 or something like that, which that might sound like a lot, but it's not really, you know.
Yeah, that's like maybe
You know,
4 hours
I
of
think
playing on the ladder.
I guess my games are longer in general, but I definitely play in my little 5-hour stream each night, like far more than 10 games. So,
oh yeah, no, 100%.
Because some games last like 5 minutes.
10 games is almost as few as you could play. I feel like in a session.
Yeah.
Because you know, there's always a few games that are just a couple minutes.
And then there's the
But,
ones where people just
you know,
leave the
in
game.
StarCraft
It's a
2, our
ZVZ,
player
and
that
there's
had
others
the
who
biggest
just
issue with
leaves
that
the
was
game.
probably Beyond, who seems
Do you
like
even
he's gotten
count that as
better.
a game?
So, for those of you that are playing, if you come back and decide to pick up StarCraft again, because I know people are doing this every day, make sure you've got the right ergonomic setup at PC.
Yeah, you do not want to fuck up your wrists.
Yeah, do stretches, nothing crazy, just some basic stretches, and do some forearm workouts. And if you really start to feel pain, stop. Or you can
Your fingers are tingling.
Yeah, make sure your
Stop.
elbows are straight on with your desk and you're comfortable. Like, just listen to your body.
That's why with like the armrests here, they're at the
That's like
perfect
how I've
level where
approached
the
it for a while now.
armrests.
When I started getting some
like
ulnar
with the
or
pressure of my arm on the
ulnar nerve
armrests
problems, like
no,
it
it's
became like
queue
a huge
join.
priority to make sure I was
if you've got
playing
something for me to read, you can join
Yeah,
the
I
queue.
actually could not play for years.
Yeah, that
Doesn't
was
work on
myself.
kick
You were
though.
very sad about that. It was.
Yeah, I was just like, oh, I thought it was like this
So
part
what
of
do
my
you
life
want?
was over,
What do you want me
but,
to read, Smokey?
Yeah, I mean, eventually, you know, you recover
do you want me to read,
and,
bro?
and you're in good shape, and I have no issues now. So we've got a proxy
I write letters.
starport
Okay,
down
give
here
me
in
one.
the bottom center
Give me one.
from Flash.
Dear
almost for a
Mom,
second
I
flipped
hate
the players in
Scotty.
my head because I was so
Love
I was so
Smokey.
convinced that Oregon would do something like this. But for now, Oregon's being the much more straight
Dear
up player.
Scotty,
He's
I
got
hate
his
my
double
mom.
factories here.
Love Smokey.
I didn't see a starport in the main.
Dear
although
Dad,
that might start. in a
I
second
hate
here for
Scotty. Do you love
Yeah,
Mom?
I kind of wonder. It
Love
looks like he's going to go
Smokey.
just like a very safe opener. I mean, maybe I had Oregon pegged wrong. Like going 2 factory with an armory is like, it's honestly not a build many people use because it's not particularly strong against anything. You know, it's just like kind of a catch-all, and catch-alls are generally what more conservative
like-
macro players do to try to.
And usually the
just make
more
sure they have an
experienced
answer for
player
whatever
would do
crazy
that
thing they
because
might
they're
be hitting.
like, I can win in the long
I
macro
wonder
game.
with Flash, I think it's just going to be a vulture drop, right? And it makes sense that he wants to do a vulture drop because I think he just needs to get the scouting done. You know, that's part of what I like about vulture drops, like, for instance, in Terran versus Protoss. Even if you don't kill many probes,
You get
at
the
least you
scout.
see everything they have,
Yeah.
you know?
Sure. So he's going to come into the main, I think. Or sorry, the expansion is what I meant to say. That little
This is like
location in the
standard
back.
Flash.
You'll probably get a bunch
across
of kills
the
over
board.
there.
Where's the link,
And,
Smokey?
you know,
Give me
this
the
is a very
link,
big main that
motherfucker.
you have that you
What
start
are you
out
doing with your life?
It's a lot of area to cover here. And there's really no way to have
Show
a unit in each spot
feet.
to ever deter
They're
this.
bits.
So
If
it's
you
one
give
of
me
those things
bits,
when
I'll
it
show you
hits,
feet.
you have to brace for impact. You have
Okay.
to basically
Okay.
really control as well as you
Okay.
can and try to save as many workers
not
as you
free,
can. But you will
Smokey.
lose workers. There's no way to stop that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd get endlessly
Oregon,
asked.
I think he might actually be
I'm
just
banned,
planning
sorry, I
like a
can't give
4-factory
bits.
siege tank push. Like, I think he's actually
Kicks.
looking to catch a
Give me
vulture kill.
kicks.
But he did not catch
Kicks are
this
the same.
drop. This drop coming in about as quickly as it possibly can. And he is so far out of position. This is a huge amount of SCVs going down already.
Okay, so he's got. Oh, could he actually save this third one? What?
That's insane.
I mean,
he must be so pissed.
Look, it's not like the vulture's that important to save, but like could that have gone any better?
Oh my God!
This tank's gonna get sniped by vultures.
Damn. And look at that. He drops off the vultures elsewhere. Gonna lay some mines in the main base.
It's disgusting.
Dude, Flash.
It's insanely disgusting how fucking good he is. Oh my God.
I tell you,
1 year and 4 months. Holy fuck.
I think it's actually like a very cool thing when there is a player.
Shut up
like
and take
him.
my money.
There's not too many games that have a player like Flash where like everyone agrees he's by far the best. You know, it's like what other games really have that? I mean, is Faker considered that in League? Yeah, like I know from StarCraft, it's like Cyril in StarCraft 2.
Like, is Michael Jordan considered that in basketball? It's like, yeah, I'm like, he's like, is Tiger Woods considered that in golf? I'm like,
yay,
yeah,
no
he is.
fantasy finale.
Well, no, because Tiger Woods isn't that good anymore. Yeah, maybe he's the GOAT or whatever. But I'm saying, like, is Faker considered right now the best player in the world?
I don't know enough about League to answer that question.
See, that's the thing.
I mean, I know in Age of Empires, it's Hera. There's Cyril for StarCraft 2. I don't know if I can think Happy for Warcraft 3, but then again, the question is like how goated, because like Tekken 7, there's Arslan Ash, but I guess Flash. How many players have been good for like a decade plus, or the best?
Yeah, that's the other thing. Is the run, a little bit, the fucking generational run.
Like, damn, it's not too many, but it's like a cool thing to have and to watch. Where it's like he just runs circles around people. But I mean, Oregon is playing a good game overall, right? He's got kind of this interesting forward position. He's taking a third base. This is like I like what he's trying to do here. He's trying to utilize the high ground a little bit.
Yeah, I like this idea. It does feel like Oregon's kind of just feeding into Flash right now. He came with a push that didn't really go anywhere. Flash already with his third base up, steadily outpacing his opponent. Remember, Oregon lost SCVs earlier, expanded later, and is failing with his push. So he's starting to lose on all fronts.
Well, that's how it generally goes against Flash.
Yeah, it looks good, and then all of a sudden you just realize that you're
more dropships here. I guess that makes sense. If Oregon's trying to push you really hard, you may as well try to get another little drop off. Flash right now with plenty of siege tanks. Oh, you know what? Oregon might try something really sneaky and like go around and appear above the
I have watermelon that tastes like KFC.
Of Flash.
Smokey, you are the ultimate black person.
It takes a while though.
You're the ultimate individual. Did you know that?
Yeah, he's gonna lay a couple
Are you
more
a black
here.
Welshman?
No more tanks, so you can't really do anything. Oh, that's interesting. We thought he was going to do a drop ship. I guess he wanted to have like a secondary setup for wraiths to go.
Oh, the Kool-Aid man!
Kind of mind gamey.
Yes,
using a second
100%. I'll let you break down my wall, Smokey, any day.
But this is going to get shut down as well. He is going to go for the temple over here, Artosis.
Yeah.
By the way, Flash with +1.
You know what's kind of funny is like. Even though the Wraith plan, whatever plan he had with the Wraiths didn't do anything, it at least showed him that
yeah!
Kind of be a little sneaky snake in the bottom right, right? Like, if siege tanks suddenly are on that high ground above your third base, that is hard to deal with. So at least he caught that. Just continuing to map out. You can see supply is starting to rise in comparison to Oregon. But Oregon is playing like very, very well. You know, like I know I've been selling him as like mechanically he's not as good, and well, he's not, but like he's putting out a really good game right now.
Yeah, he's putting up a good fight. It does seem like the walls are closing in a little bit here.
Yeah.
As Flash
I got banned from a chat earlier. Damn. Senate got his entire like IP banned by Twitch. His account is just gone. Doesn't exist anymore.
Doing a decent job.
Called this woman who was shaking it.
Flash doesn't get the best hits.
Nice, Smokey. That's based, bro.
He does.
That's based.
And Oregon is just losing
so
many tanks right now.
I love to see it.
God.
Yeah, there's like
6 tanks left after he kills every tank. What? So painful.
It's hard to capture it when you're watching, like the way that we are with an observer here, but if you watch when Flash plays, he's very good at box grabbing tanks and then selecting whatever the right target is to kill.
And you're just like, boom, you're dead, 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 boom, you're dead.
Is shrinking.
Instead of like,
it's a really tough thing to do mechanically because basically you have to like get right up to the range of the opponent.
Boom,
sometimes take a full-on.
So he's killed 7 units by the time you've killed 3.
Then analyze just to the very, very edge of the
Come on,
fog of war
Smokey,
what's
tell me the
there
truth.
and prioritize an attack.
Tell me the truth. Would you shake it for money?
It's very difficult. Nada was known for being very good at that as well. The 2 best Terrans in the history of the game, both excelling
Mine just
at
starts
what
a wreck.
siege tanks. Huge skill.
It wasn't until sorry, Ertos,
No,
I didn't mean to run over you, man. Like, it wasn't until I got to see pro Terran players play in person that I even saw this whole concept of grabbing tanks and then right-clicking them in siege mode onto other stuff.
I was raised on a silver spoon.
So I didn't occur to me like, yeah, I guess
I was raised on a diamond spoon.
It's not just a straight attack move or a mute a click like you guys did.
I think we're at the end, by the way.
Yeah.
The SCVs are going to come down here, and I mean, there's not even anything really to fight with them.
I know what I'm talking about, Smokey.
We're seeing.
It's called GG.
The collapse of Oregon here, and Flash basically speedrun out of this group. Really impressive, early game to mid game, all the way to the phase that we're in right now here.
And
kind of
Flash gets out first, as everyone predicted.
Exploding on the map. Oregon shrinking down into 2 bases, and I would not be shocked if he taps out here with a GG in a second.
Well, it doesn't seem like there's too much left for him in this game. Like, he's trying to hold up in his main base, but he GG's. And Flash, to no one's surprise, will end up winning the group. His opponents put up good fights, like they were doing their best.
Yep,
and
they tried.
And trying to
Flash
make
is
some
like,
plays,
all right,
but
one day
Flash
down,
has a certain
round
level
of 16,
inevitability
here I come.
to him where you just
Easy
watch
peasy,
him like,
boys.
yeah, he's just doing everything too well.
Why they names in English?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he just never fell behind, really, in any way. Great drops. Crazy to see him actually
because StarCraft is
then
first and foremost an English game.
Drop again. It's just a sign of how strong he is. Oregon, obviously, I think there's no shame in losing to Flash, and I think he put up a pretty good fight.
Don't believe you. I mean, you don't have to believe me,
is be
Smokey. I'm
ready
just
for that
telling you
final
what I
match.
know.
He's going to get a chance to watch his opponents duke it out in the losers
Sorry,
match.
bro.
He's gonna have
My
to play his
knowledge
best
isn't
game.
worth
You're watching
shit.
Group B of the round of 24 here at ASL Season 21, as we have our first player through to the round of 16 today. Let's bring Flash out on stage to greet him. Congratulations.
I was gonna say smash or pass. Why do people get excited for gacha games? They all seem like slog. Ahab, because people love gambling. Why do people get excited for their new casino in LA to open up, or a new machine at the casino?
You have shown that you
People are
still
fucking
have got it.
retarded.
How are you feeling?
That's how I feel about it.
Well, for starters, it's been 6 years, so now I'm back in the round of 16. I'll treat this as the real start and work hard to get another star. The casters have been saying that your form has not changed, as if there has been no break.
What is a gacha game?
Starting with
where you have to spin to win and buy things.
Speed translates into your macro.
I think it's a gooning and gambling addiction. That too, because there's like, what's the gooning gacha game? There's the gooning gacha game, and then there's the female gacha game. Like the space, like lovers in space. And then there's the
playing that first match. I warmed up and the games went well.
No, there's like the real gooning. Azure Lane. I think it's Azure Lane.
What exactly in that
is like the gooning game,
Well,
and then there's
play the build I had prepared.
gooning is
I had to improvise.
Smokey, something when you do when you have a very happy time with yourself,
I didn't like
thinking of anime. All the characters are like 15. Yup. Welcome to gachas. Because Asians.
From our
Yup.
perspective as viewers, it seemed the game went nice and
True.
smooth. You also scouted first, and then afterwards you also got 2 tanks with spider mines, which then let you move out very quickly all the way past his ridge. But despite that, contrary
Hey
to
man,
what you
it
would expect,
is.
it's
It
been held
is
on for a
what it
very long
is,
time
right?
by
We're
Rich.
not gonna.
What was that
I ain't
like?
gonna. You know what? I don't know.
I've always known
I
he was
don't
good
play
with
them,
vultures,
so I don't
but
know.
he used them even better than I
Like,
thought he
Uma
would.
Musume is
That
a
threw me
gacha
off.
game, but I don't.
You know,
like,
it's a TVT,
I just
but
play it because
in
I
a
think it's a
situation
joke,
like that,
right? It's a
the
good
game
joke game to
should be
play.
ended quickly. I got caught up in this
But
fixed idea where I tried to end the
that's
match
the only gacha game I think
ASAP
I've
and
ever
things
actually
got
played.
messy.
Well, yeah,
I'll
I
make sure
played it,
not
but
to
I
do
didn't
that
spend
in
money
future.
on it.
Messy? I think you're the
And
only person who
loved it,
felt
you
it was
monster.
messy.
Which one? As Your
So
Lane
now, once
or
again,
like
after
the
a
in
very long time,
space
we get to
lovers
see you
in
in the group
space
selection
one?
ceremony.
Played
Many
Genshin
fans
Impact
will
for
be
like
looking
4
forward to
minutes.
it, and you likewise, as a player, will be looking
All
forward
of
to
them.
it.
There's like
Please
100.
address your fans.
There's probably like 1,000
Any
gacha
comments?
games. There's probably more than 1,000 gacha games. There's probably more than 1,000 Nexon gacha games.
I would like to thank these friends from
Oh,
Shinai
Diablo Immortal is a gacha game.
and for helping me practice Barracks, Mong, Royal.
A new
Thank
gacha
you
game
so
comes
much.
out like every month. Yeah.
And I'm always thankful to Terra.
Is Neverness
I
to
always found
Everness
envious
a
and
gacha
wanted to save
game?
myself
All I know
during
is
the
it's like
interview, so
GTA
thank you,
6.
Terra. And
It's like
lastly, a lot
GTA.
of
Who
fans
plays
showed
Dumb
up today. I'm
Fuck
going to the
plays
round of 16.
Diablo Immortal.
I will for sure go to the round of 8 in the grand final,
Losers,
so please
Smokey.
keep cheering for me. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a gacha game. That's what I
Can't
thought.
wait to watch your journey this season.
D4
Congratulations on
bad!
advancing. And we've just heard from Flash, the first player moving on to the round of 16 out of Group E.
Ooh. We got a break, and then we got Rush versus Speed. I'm guessing Rush is gonna win, and then it's gonna be the finals, which is gonna be piano, or it's gonna be Speed versus. Yeah, whoever wins versus piano. Or whoever loses against piano. No, whoever wins, whoever loses gets knocked out. So it's either Rush or Speed is going to be knocked out. Path of Exile is the true game. That's true. Imagine paying $30 each session
Welcome
for
back,
DLC.
everybody. Flash.
Do you want to hear my super good news? Yes, Blessed. What's up, Blessed? How's it going? Path of Exile 2 only costs $24 or whatever, dude.
I think we all knew
Get
he was
Diablo
probably
4. It's the
gonna
new
look
one.
strong and perform well, but it's confirmed now.
Fair
Flash
enough.
is back. He's a real threat for this entire season of
What's up,
ASL.
Blessed? What's the
Now
news,
we've got
man?
two
You get all
very
your shit
familiar
approved?
faces duking it
D4
out.
is old as
This
fuck.
is
Yeah,
gonna be
D4's like
Rush
2
versus
years old
Speed.
at this point.
And
the only reason
you know,
people bought
Speed has
D4
looked
is because
very
it's the new
strong.
one.
He's improved.
Path of Exile, Path of Exile is free. It's just Path of Exile 2 is not.
Even though
is not out yet. When Path of Exile 2 is out, it will be free. But in order to get early access, you have to pay for the early access.
I think you're right.
Because the game's not fully out yet.
Looked
It's
pretty
in
strong
pre-beta.
against Flash, despite Flash getting a huge advantage in the early game. I think this is just a great match.
Of course, PoE 2 is superior.
You know, I think
Case manager is paying for a room in a 2-bedroom apartment. Damn, there you go, Blessed. You got
Speed
this
is
shit,
gonna
man.
be
I
very
believe in
sharp
you.
about his play.
Content
So
is
Rush
in the
is gonna have
current
to really
version,
kind of
Scotty.
fall upon his
4
I think
apps.
overall higher skill set, right?
Plus
I would definitely
endgame.
agree with your assessment. He's been one of the top 2 Terrans for
2
years at this
Ubers.
point. And it would definitely be an upset
And
if he
4
doesn't make
endgame
that insert.
bosses, I believe.
Well, this should be a good one. What is our map here?
Attitude.
Which is like
Attitude,
a third
thank
of
you.
what
Oh,
will
it's
be
like
in the
right
game
middle.
when
I was
it's
looking at the
completed.
top right, being like, oh, I think they covered
6
the
to
map
7
name up
acts,
in the,
5
we
Ubers,
don't
and
know.
10 endgame bosses.
Sorry, guys. We're going to the map attitude here. Rush versus Speed. Both players on the left.
At least,
Speed
I'm
in
pretty
the
sure
top
that's
left,
like
Rush
the
in
minimum
bottom
that
left.
they've said. Next, they will help me with getting disability. Fuck
So
yeah, Blessed.
4-player
Let's
map.
go.
It's funny, they
Live
both,
off the government
vetoed
while you
the
fucking
2-player maps
can,
here,
man.
whereas Oregon and
100%.
Flash had a
Imagine being
different
stuck doing
mindset going
Pit
into that
that is
last game.
Diablo's endgame.
Attitude is
If they ain't updating it.
super vanilla.
I don't
type
know
of
what
map.
the
I'm
end
really
game
enjoying Attitude. It's
in
actually,
the new
I think, my favorite
expansion
map in the map
DLC
pool
is.
right now.
Then different housing, I assume.
It just I
Hell
don't know,
yeah,
it's
Blessed. Just stay on
very
your feet, man. Keep
normal,
getting at
very
it.
kinda
Keep upping
simple,
yourself,
but
up
still
in your
has some
position in the
interesting terrain
world.
on it.
You
And I
know?
honestly even kind of like TVT here.
And
TVT
then,
here
you
is
know,
kind of
maybe one
interesting
day
'cause
you'll
you
be
do have that close
providing
by
for
base
someone
that's
else.
a mineral only that's
The
super
new class
easy to
looks
take,
cool,
or you
though.
can,
I don't even know. Is the
you
new
know,
class a
take
Warlock?
slightly
I don't even know
riskier
what the new
base
class
at
in
like
Diablo
12,
is.
3, 6, or 9 spots that has a gas, but is a little bit further
I
away
am
and harder to
blessed.
defend.
Yes, I know you're blessed.
I agree with you. I think this is a great map. By the way, we saw on when we had the shot
Thank
of the
the
fan in the audience
Lord.
that had the speed shirt.
Diablo 3 Rifts feel
sometimes
fine,
when you
dungeons are
see,
fine.
Like
Warlock
the
and
winners
Paladin.
match
That's what I thought.
end, and you get a superstar like Flash advancing. A lot of people online will say, "Oh, everybody left."
The problem
They don't
with
care
Rifts
about,
is
anybody
like
but that player. And I've seen this said
the
several
randomness.
times,
Like you just get a bad
one of your
rift.
top players wins.
Like especially if you're pushing,
you can
you're
see
like
in that
you
shot
get
what really
a
happens
third of
is
the way
that
through the rift. Oh,
everybody,
well, it has
while
this
the start
monster
of
with
this
this
game is
mod.
happening, they're
Restart the
lined up
rift.
to get autographs or
And that's why I
photos
don't
with
like the
player that
timer
won
thing because it's like you get a
and got
bad
up
roll
first.
on something, and it's like. So then
That
you're
is,
like
that
pushing
is
with
super,
like
super
trying
common,
to hit
especially
that
when it's
bare
someone with
minimum,
Flash or
right?
Jaedong.
I just
Like,
most
of
don't
the fans
like
are
that.
there to kind of see them.
I like
but a lot of them will
PoE's
sit back down
endgame
after
better,
the
where it's like you have like
meeting.
the
A little
map,
meet and greet,
you
right? Like the
spread
pros
out the
always do
map,
that. It's really
you have your
nice.
different
So if you
biomes
guys ever
inside
do
of the
travel
maps.
down to see an
Each map has
ASL
like a special thing that
live,
you can
then,
do. Why aren't
yeah,
you playing
that's-
those
if you wanna meet
these
pro
pros?
gamers after they
Because
advance, you
Smokey,
can go
I'm
get
better
mine,
than
and
them, and
even
I don't need to
some of the
prove
ones
it.
that lose will even do it. Some of them go home
Dude,
upset.
I'm
occasionally
so
they'll make a
good. There's
line
no
as well
point in even
and,
playing.
You know,
Oh,
go
cool. A
and
Waller
sign
with mortar
autographs
that
and talk to
reflects
you for a minute.
damage and is an illusionist. That would be full circle and beautiful.
So we've got
for sure, blessed one day. That's how
Rush
it
with the
goes.
racks, very forwarded in the front of the map.
Please fully enjoy
And
this
he's going to have some
immersive
Marines coming out
experience.
here. Speed with a much more conservative opening here. Not making a Marine right away, actually. Both players are scouting in a direction that puts nobody really in the lead here. And the SCVs are going to eventually cross each other's paths here on this scouting maneuver. But yeah, Speed, just one SCV and gas. Same thing here for Rush.
Keep dancing, bitch. It ain't over
In a
yet.
pretty quiet start here.
We're definitely just going to see some factory expansions going up. It looks like Speed only made one Marine there. Okay, he's going to reland the barracks because a Marine popped up at his base. And in fact, Rush is making a third Marine. So Rush is going to put on just a little tiny bit of pressure with these Marines.
That's the face only a mother can
But
love.
it's really
Daddy
it's not hard
boy,
to stop as long
dance!
as
You guys
land your
froze
barracks and
me
make more
mid
Marines
fucking
here.
dance!
You might want to bring like 2 more SCVs just to make sure, but actually
You
his
danced
vulture's
like
on
that
the way,
at
so
the
there's
club,
not
I
really
would
a
slap
timing here
you.
to get a bunker up or anything, I don't think. No,
he's going to come
what?
down here.
What?
Oh,
that is.
Oh God, the SCV's getting in the way, and then there was several missed shots from those Marines, but he still wasn't able.
I would
to
enjoy
pull it
your
back in
slap,
time.
Smokey.
Oh my
can't
God!
I can't believe that he didn't take that more seriously. Like,
Yeah,
if you bring
Rush
a couple
might
more
just,
SCVs, like I'll do 4 SCV, 2 Marine.
Damn,
or
bro,
I'll just make a
Speed
third
really
Marine and use,
underestimated
like 2
him.
SCVs, something like that. And then this
Absolutely
doesn't happen. When they get a
underestimated
bunker
him.
there, dude, this is bad situation. Rush will probably get mines right away. And what you do is you just repair. They have to go siege tank. You lay mines.
Yeah.
And the Speed's whole opening is just janked out of its mind at this point. Like, this isn't
And
what you
he's
practice
stuck
for.
on one base.
Yeah, there's. To be honest, you don't really see this actually happen in ASL. This happens all the time in StarCraft 1 games. And it's something you have to be ready to deal with. It's kind of crazy to see it in a pro match like this, especially when he sees it coming, right? Like when you see the SCV and the 3 Marines down there, you know they're going to try to set up this annoying little contain that then, curbs all of the, progression you're trying to make early on. But yeah, I mean, because of this, Rush is able to plant his command center on the low ground.
Like a Dragoon.
This tank, which does outrange the bunker. I think a lot of people forget that about tanks. But they don't have to be in siege mode to fight a bunker. They can just hit it with impunity from a distance right now. Because of this,
Was that a good enough orientation?
Command centers easily. Now he's got. Oh, can he target that? Okay, he does get 1 mine planted, so you can't land the CC. Oh, nice. He even snipes the vulture.
Wow. Rush's control here.
Dude, I haven't had
really
Wendy's in so
Speed,
long.
He's like
Like,
he was
dude,
doing
I
really
just
great
don't
stopping the
eat
mines,
fast
and
food,
look
but I
at how
eat a
he's just laying
burger
more
every
mines where the
day.
command center goes.
Every
like,
day
that's
I
gonna
eat a
be
burger.
really
I
hard to
burger every
defuse.
day. I eat a burger
Normally you'd
every
want
eat
a
a
Marine
burger.
to just
I
walk
burger
into that, but he
every
lost
eat a
all his
burger.
mines.
I
So
burger
it's like you
every
have to
eat a
trigger that
burger.
with
Eat a
tank.
burger. Eat a
And
burger. Eat a burger.
those mines are
every
close enough
day.
together. You can't
You
guarantee
shitting
that
me,
you
dude? I
you
got
won't
nothing
take
on me.
mine hits.
Fuck you. What are you talking about?
Right. So this
Look
is
at
part
this.
2 of the rush. Is you get the mines planted, and then it's super dangerous to try to
fucking
set these off.
Yeah.
So you got to inch in very slowly.
A burger can
Yeah.
eat me. I'll eat your dick
That's
with
what
my
we're
burger.
talking about. So now the command center can land.
But it's so far
But
behind.
look at how late this is. These SCVs have already been mining.
And he's got 44,
so this
44.
is a huge success here for Rush.
Rush is stuck on
Speed
supply
has been
block.
slowed down incredibly. He
That
also got
probably
away,
stalled
I think, with
him
all three
quite a
Marines
bit.
and the rest of the Vultures that weren't killed in the fight initially.
Where's, there it is.
Sweetheart.
Way outplayed in this early game. And this was
Smokey,
the
why are you
opposite of
so
what
mean
I
to
thought
me?
this would look like, Tasteless, because again, Speed, he doesn't get to play in all the top pro leagues all the time. He's like a ladder warrior. He's on the ladder very consistently and very consistently really high. And like you said, this happens all the time. Like this bunker thing. Every day I have someone try to do this to me, and you get really good at dealing with it, right? Right. So I thought, like, oh, Speed will know. He'll just pull 2 more SCVs and he'll be fine. And then he doesn't pull anything. He walks down with the Marine leading down the ramp and just loses a Marine instantly, and then loses the other Marine. I think it might be nerves, but it's like a very ladder-esque opener from Rush that crushes the ladder god. Weird, right? Like, that's definitely not what I saw happening here.
Well, I think that you know, he just played Flash, and that was
I think you
probably
played
super
me
intense,
for a
and he
fool,
played
Smokey.
really well, but it might be kind of like weird lingering adrenaline.
Yeah.
I miss
You
my
have one of the
sexy
craziest,
going
best, closest
blind.
games
Night
ever, and
Sire's
then the
back
next
and
game
plays
was
Flood.
kind of all over the place, you know?
Sure. Well, you know, he's recovering reasonably well. He has a lot of Vultures out in the map, which is nice. Rush has these extra Marines, which is awesome. He can push the barracks away really easily. He can use them to trigger mines. It's one of the best things to do with the Marines at this point. Just
I
walk
know
them
you
forward and
just
see where the
nutted,
mine
Smokey.
field starts.
Don't
And then you can use
deny
them to
it.
trigger more mines if need
I
be.
know
It's
you
like saving
just
scans because
nutted.
they just aren't very useful at this
I
point.
didn't say
But
you
Speed is
could.
doing a great job moving his Vultures around, and this is one of the areas in which Speed is really good, is utilizing
give you
Vultures in
permission.
early game Terran versus Terran.
3, 2, 1,
So
toke.
Rush is proceeding very cautiously. His academy's about to finish. I didn't see if Speed started the academy yet or not. It doesn't look like he has. So Rush is going to
You
have
come
some
across
scans
as a
ready to go.
Karen when you take off those specs.
Hey, you tell me if I'm incorrect about this, Sartosis. A lot
Definitely a
of times the guy
Karen,
that's containing
Smokey.
them, especially with mass vultures, gets the academy later.
Yeah. Generally, that's the case. If you think you're going to get contained at all, you get your academy immediately. Like, there's builds where you just start the academy before you're even contained because you know that it's coming because of the builds that, you know, each of you are doing. Like, you need to scan, push the mines back, and make sure you don't get contained. You saw what happened to Speed against Flash. That's what happens if you get contained.
Yeah, it looks like he gets shut down trying to do any kind of run by there. Got to be very careful, you know, advancing here on these mines. You know, you don't normally want to have like an insane number of mines stacked together, but in TVT you always do.
Because you can just get huge clumps
Terran
of
units
stuff.
fire basically instantaneously.
Instantaneously.
Vultures sometimes shoot. Well, they can be a little bit funny. They shoot fast, but not as fast as like tanks or Marines and Goliaths do.
Yeah,
But
they're instant damage.
when you have a bunch of mines stacked together, if they
Whereas
all
there's
pop
like
up
a
and go to their targets, you can
travel
lose
time for like
everything. So you gotta be
projectiles.
super cautious moving
for
around
most
on
other
that.
races.
But he's cleared out most of the mines. It looks like Speed is ready to basically block this off, and we're gonna get to the phase where there's going to be a little bit more posturing around the map, and then both sides have to take a third base.
Rush has taken a pretty far forward position. Speed's still running around with the Vultures. It's kind of funny. He was like trying to do a counterattack before, and 2 tanks made him turn around. He's being very careful with his Vultures. I feel like there was a potential previously for him to jump on those 2 tanks with his Volts, but pulls them back for now. Lots of mines being laid all over the place. Rush's forward contain, like this is a really strong position for him, but he does have to be careful. Like, is he going to reinforce that? Because if he doesn't, it can be busted, and if he does, he might be a little bit out of position for this huge amount of Vultures that Speed's running around with.
Okay, the Vultures are going to come up now.
Fuck you,
A couple
ads.
of tanks here are going to make it a lot
I
harder to make
didn't
this
ask
work.
for
Is
that.
Speed going to try to actually
Why'd
run
you
around?
come
I'm
into
worried
my
that he's just
house?
gonna get chased
Be
down
up
into
in
this
here
corner,
on
and he's
my
gonna bleed off
end.
a lot of Vultures in
You
the
ads
process.
know not
It's
what
hard to
gets
get a ton of
done
Vultures
for
up
that.
a
You
ramp.
tell me
Yeah.
what you got to do. What
They
I
really start
say
to
you
kind of
are,
log
you
jam
be
against each
when
other.
they go.
And I think
That
that a lot of
is
times
why
we see
we
like
do
Vultures kind
what
of like
ads
Zerglings. You just see
say
them get
when
killed
we
off
know
and
what we're going
don't really
to
bat an
pay
eye.
for
But
what
if you lose
ads
too
we
many
see
of them,
when
man,
we say,
you lose
"Hey,
a lot of the
break in
meat in your
progress."
push.
The fuck do you mean,
Like,
later?
I'm a little bit worried.
All right, sounds
if
good, Hugo.
Rush
Have a
goes
good
to,
one,
he
my
could
man.
just
Take care,
unsiege
brother.
everything and break this tank line. That's exactly what he's going to do because all the vultures
Always
are on the far
good to
right
have
side
you
of the
here.
map.
Yeah, you can't keep up a siege line with only 4 tanks this late into the game. Very painful here for Speed, and he brings down more tanks. And his
You know
vultures
what?
actually come in from the side.
This is actually
Really
damn
well done. Great.
You know
holding
what?
From Speed, his vultures got back
Holy
just in time.
shit.
And he did have those few tanks.
Rush
just
is in
slightly out of
trouble now.
position.
Oh my god.
That was a really good move.
Yeah, the
'Cause
combination
Speed's
of the
already got
vulture
his third
flank
base up.
and then the extra tanks that were not in the scan.
Wow, this could be
made Rush
interesting.
lose
Speed
that
could actually
entirely.
take this.
I thought Rush was going to win that pretty heavily.
Yeah,
It
if
makes
he
me wanna
hadn't
go
done.
back and
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. It makes me wonder about, the difference between the right clicking or attack clicking of these two players compared to Flash. Because like when you watch Flash's fights, it's like everything attacks what it needs to in that moment.
Yeah.
Well, that is definitely a huge difference between them and why Flash got out in first place, part of it at least. Looking at this game, Speed is actually in a really good spot now. Because he has already got his third base up, and it's a gas third. Rush has been slowed several times from making his own third base, and it's the mineral base, which is just not as useful. So Speed is going to have this opportunity to be like, okay, does he want to get Science Vessel? Does he want to make some Wraiths? Does he just want more Siege tanks and getting +2? Like, he's going to have a lot more gas to work with here and a lot more options on how to play.
Well, he's going to be able to crush these bikes here in the back. Couple more kills here on the
Never
SCVs.
heard
Good
them
targeting
called
here by
bikes.
Speed.
Damn.
Supplies are
Tasteless,
fairly
bringing
even.
out new vocabulary,
It
bro.
is the mineral-only base here for Rush when compared to the gas base here at 12 o'clock for Speed, which basically a gas base is always better than a mineral-only, but I think some of this is just due to what is closest to the right of their starting location.
Yeah.
Rush ends up taking the mineral.
Well, I
just 'cause it's a little bit
potentially
closer,
got
and he's
4
gonna take a
people
fourth
here.
base right away
Ah,
at 6 o'clock.
nice, Senate. There
And
you
I think we're
go.
gonna see something similar from Speed.
Hell
Is that an
yeah.
SCV in the top right?
That's what we're
know,
talking
actually.
about.
It might be. We are actually getting to the point where he should be thinking about a fourth base. You
fuck
actually
Twitch.
take
Yeah,
the fourth
fuck
pretty
Twitch.
quickly after the third.
They don't know what they're doing, man.
Because your money starts to ramp up.
They can't do
like
shit
crazy.
properly. Fuck them.
Now,
Fuck
it looks like a
Twitch, true.
dropship just got loaded up here for Speed. He is going
Hey,
across the map.
said
Rush,
it caused
actually,
you
if
to be
look
a
at the
better,
minimap, technically he
you know,
has a little bit more of the map.
be in a better pool.
Area-wise.
Right? At the end of the day.
His economy definitely not quite as good.
I will fuck
This
Twitch's holes
dropship
for
coming
free,
in,
true.
Like,
And it's
Speed is
like
kind of
nowadays
dictating
a
this
lot
game
of people
little bit more than
multi-stream,
Rush
so you
right
could
now. He's
probably
been a
find
bit
the
more
same people
active,
on
and
Kick that you
of
find
course,
on
with that
Twitch,
additional
right?
gas, I'm excited to see what he wants to spend that on.
Because it's like, it's just super easy to multi-stream, and it just makes sense to multi-stream.
Okay, so the drop was totally shut down. Beautifully done. Oh, wow.
Oh!
I like that too.
He wants to spend it on dropships that will then
Depends.
just perish.
These really did not do very much.
No, not so well.
I'm like, before I could even talk about the first failed dropship, here's a second one.
Yeah, some people don't like certain platforms.
So Rush Speed going to expand into the center left?
Oh, is he? What?
Twitch
I mean,
equals
you can take
bitch
that base.
factuals.
Yeah, and that was
True.
an SCV in the top
That's
right.
why
by
I'm
the way,
on
that
4
Rush sent,
separate platforms, plus
a vulture up
YouTube.
there as well. Now, that
Technically
base that
5.
Speed's taking, a lot of times that's one of the bases that like no one ends up taking. It's like one of those fiercely contested bases in the center of the map for Terran vs. Terran, but it does look like he wants to take it. The thing is, you have to commit a fair amount to defend it, but it's like way out of position for anything, right? Like the tanks there aren't helping you other than to hold and expand.
So Rush continues to grow down here into the bottom right. Yeah, the games that we cast, Artosis, we don't normally see, like, let's say that we have the spawns the players are in this game. A lot of times the left base, like the 9 o'clock and the 3 o'clock base, basically, the left and the right are not taken until the very, very end. We've talked about that in previous TVTs. But it's interesting to see Speed go for like a quadrant expand and basically take his little quadrant of the map.
Generally, that's going to be a little bit weaker than trying to take the other side of the map because it's going to be harder.
I agree.
Now, Rush.
Here's why. Yeah. The reason why is because it creates this soft spot here at 12 o'clock, where
Yeah.
like you have so many units not even close to this at all.
A ton of his tanks are like over at that 9 o'clock base, you know? Rush does have considerably more supply, but now he has some tanks even sectioning off top right. Like Speed, he's played very timidly. It's like he's playing a Terran versus Protoss game, right? If you just showed me his setup only on the minimap, I'd be like, yeah, he's playing against Protoss here. You know, he's like, he's really well defended in his area. Everything's close, so he can like go and respond to Zealots and Dragoons going somewhere. But what we see from Rush is he's just kind of going around everything. He's got so many units, and he's just positionally dominating right now. Even though Speed got himself into a pretty good position after like a failed early game, this is right now. I'm looking at this. It's like, wow, Rush is looking like he's dominating based on the position on the map.
Okay, he's pushing up now. Big siege up here. Can he possibly break this? I love the D-Matrix over here on the tank in the front. And Speed's going to come down here with a
Do me a
huge
favor. What's up,
sledgehammer
Smokey?
of tanks.
You want me
and
to
try
go
box
die?
up this position and
I don't know if I
man,
can
actually,
do that, but I can
this
try.
For Rush, he's got a lot bigger of a
Go
tank
outside and
spread
tell
than I
us if you
realized.
burnt.
Some mines are going to be planted
Wait,
here. Great
what?
targeting here from
It's
Speed.
fucking
Speed is
12
going to be able to
o'clock in the
control
morning,
this position.
dude.
Rush not able
12
to
o'clock at
advance,
night.
but it's getting kind of scary.
It's fucking...
That huge amount of tanks that came down there really wasn't able
It's like-
to get in the way of this push that's coming up here on the left
I'm
side.
not going
and we're seeing
outside.
Speed set up siege tanks further and further back.
Well,
I'm not
Speed has
going
been
outside.
pretty
Fuck
efficient
that.
with this so far. He's actually taken the supply lead when
Help,
Rush was up
someone
by
help
about
me.
20 before that. But I still think that this is pretty good for Rush overall. Like, he's got
I don't think I'm
threat
gonna do
of
that,
getting base.
Smokey.
We have more and more tanks going up there. The thing is, he could quickly bring all of his units somewhere else. Speed cannot. Like, the tanks that are up there, they're basically just up there and they have to sit there. Rush can suddenly unsiege
10
everything
minutes
and like
later.
move to another area.
So
and that's
the
like
cops
a very
are
strong thing you
here.
can do in Terran versus Terran. Whereas, oh, he's over defending here. Let's go over here.
You can really see the problem with the expansion formation.
Hang
here
out with
for
your...
Speed.
Hang out of your window
Like,
and
it's
yell
a
I'm
lot
gay
harder.
and
I
I'm
mean,
proud.
The
Do
bottom
it.
right side of the map feels so far away. Now, Speed's moving out. In fact, he's dropping over here, and he's doing a big push through the middle.
I
But let's see if
feel
this actually
like-
works. This is a lot harder than it
No,
looks.
Smokey.
To try
How
to come up
about
with anything that's
that?
going to be
Does that make
successful
sense?
here.
Like, does that work?
This is like one of those desperation drops. Vulture tank at this stage in the game, and 2 drop
Do you
ships
even have
isn't-
windows?
Isn't
Yeah, there's a
likely
window
to
right
do
there.
too much, but he's doing a nice push down the side at the same time, and actually finds a good location. Look at this. The Vulture's actually running into the third base, getting a lot of SCVs suddenly, and look at that supply differential.
No.
It just went from like even at max, and suddenly Speed is up by 30 supply.
This is crazy. Somehow 6 o'clock became the weak point. The
Nope.
Vultures hit that mineral only,
You
doing
have to pay
a lot
for
of
it,
damage.
Smokey.
You can see that Rush is basically scrambling to try
10
to stabilize
kits.
over here. It's a lot of work to get up here. So many mines in these tanks. This is so annoying. And remember that
You don't have a
Speed's going
window.
to be setting up for the
Sure.
next attack behind this.
Sure,
So Rush now has
bro.
to show how many
Sure.
dropships he has and hit
I'll be right
over
back.
here. He will be able to clear this out. Again, a ton of mines. He's going to have to spend scans on here. Remember that, you know, in TVT, when you get enough scanners, you're basically scanning each other's bases and armies the whole time. There's not that much fog of war. But he's having to burn a decent amount of scans on those mines over here. And Rush now sees there's a huge wave of Speed units coming across the map.
I'm really impressed and surprised by Speed there that he found that weakness at 6. I didn't think he was going to find a weakness, but, you know, that's one of the most important things to be able to do in Terran versus Terran is somewhere is probably under defended. Can you go and hit that area? And he's done it perfectly. And suddenly, like, you can see him infiltrating into this bottom right. Rush is maybe screwed in this game.
Yeah, I can't believe how well Speed's played this. He's just outpositioned Rush. And, you know, I mean, so many SCVs are going to be killed here. I would be curious what the pure SCV count is here for both sides, because there's so many SCVs getting wiped. This is the 4th base where we've had a big SCV wipe happening, and there's more SCVs being transferred over here as well. What?
This is absolutely wild how many SCVs he's gotten. Rush has like no income right now. My God, this is really, really bad for him. Speed has a ton of money. He's maxed out constantly right now. Rush is just losing tanks everywhere. Well, he's doing a good little push right here, but it feels like if Speed just kind of gathers his army together and parries this one big push from Rush, I think that could be something that ends it, because he has the top right. He's destroyed the bases in the bottom right. The command centers are technically still alive, but there's nothing mining.
You know, funnily enough, the counterattack that Rush is trying to do doesn't really seem to have any easy targets because of the weird expansion pattern that Speed took. Speed went with that quadrant setup, and then he's basically got this one like main base at the very, very top right that seems almost like it's disposable, like he could just pick up and leave. He's got no infrastructure there.
Yeah.
Speed's just setting up more counterattacks to draw these tanks back. This is crazy.
You know, it's a good point. Like, that's the nice thing about that position. But if you're in that position and your opponent kind of defends everything, that's where it becomes a real liability, where you're like, oh God, how do I take top right? You know? But Rush had that weak area, and Speed found it, exploited it. He's maintained his max. He has a huge amount of income. He has a huge bank right now. Oh, and he's starting to make missile turrets too. When you start making missile turrets in the middle of the map with your siege lines, that's when you're like, okay, we're entering endgame here, where I'm finishing him.
Okay, so this is so annoying right now. Rush just can't really get this base set up. The moment that he lands this, we see the vultures dive in. They're going to plant some more mines. The tanks are targeting pretty well. And again, I mean, Speed is getting so much bigger. Look at his minerals and gas.
It's crazy.
Like, this is insane. Do you go battle cruisers yet, or do you wait on that? Is that basically when both sides have just mass turrets up that you're kind of forced into that?
Yeah, if it's really turtled positions, that's when you go for it. Speed is far enough ahead that he should just play this like a tempo game and just like continually attack all over the place. Just keep switching up where he is, trade slightly inefficiently. It doesn't matter because he's just got the income advantage.
Yeah, look at Rush here. I mean, he's almost to 140 supply. Speed could, you know, lose half of his army and max that out immediately. And he's just totally collapsing on this position down here, right outside where the main base is. Oh my God, Speed is +3 attack, +2 armor, whereas Rush is just +2 attack.
Well, that shows you the bad state that Rush is in. The player that's behind oftentimes just stops upgrading after +2. Because it's like, well, I just need more tanks. Like, that's all there is to it. I don't have a big enough economy.
What? I don't feed
he does
the,
have a fair amount of.
I don't
Yeah,
feed
because
the kids
it's like
in the basement, bro.
the 3-2 does make a difference, but
that's a waste of food.
90%
Why
of
would
the
I
difference
give
is in the
them
+2.
food?
Like, at this point, like SCVs won't even really hurt him.
What are you
right?
talking
like,
about,
SCVs are one of the best
Smokey?
fighting units in TVT. Another big drop comes down here from
Oh
Speed
shit! You
into
gave
the
me
bottom
10
right.
kicks, motherfucker.
I think Rush is going to
Jesus
GG
Christ,
very
thanks.
soon. Like,
this is going to be a
wanna see
massive
the window?
upset, Artosis.
Yes.
Rush
I'll
is
show you the
easily a
window.
top 8 player in pretty much any ASL you're in. But to lose in the round of 24 is insane.
And not just lose, but last place.
See? Window.
That's pretty wild. And the thing is, he's actually in really good shape right now, too. Like, I don't think he's in quite as good shape as, like, for instance, Royal. Like, Royal, I'm really watching this season. But Rush is in good shape. He's been playing well, I feel like. And, yeah, this is not going well for him right now. I don't think he can come back, but it's Terran versus Terran. Like, you can get so cost efficient, and if your opponent tries to finish you too hard, then the game can fall apart. So
No,
there's
I
still
don't-
like,
I don't know how to do
I
it.
understand why he's still in the game, but I think the way that Speed is playing this with the dropships, you can see how blue the map is.
Who's
The
that,
more missile turrets he
Spider-Man?
makes, the more impossible this is becoming.
I don't know, man.
And, like, just one more note is, like, what he's doing up here, he's trying
It is
to...
what it
this
is,
him
bro.
trying to
It is
finish.
what it is.
Where it's like, is he going too far? Because if Rush can now clear this, because Speed didn't play that position more defensively, Rush gets the bottom right once again. Right? Sometimes it's better to set up and just be
only for
annoying and
100
deny
kicks.
one base rather than
I'll show
try
it to
kill
you
another
again
base.
for 100 kicks. No, you can't get me with the same trick twice. You gotta do 100
He's
kicks.
going to clean this up here in the bottom right.
Well, then no
These
window.
drop ships are going to go back for another massive pickup over here.
Well, that sucks to be you, bro. You just wasted your 10
Rush is
kicks.
starting
What an
to reclaim
idiot.
his corner on the map.
What an
The problem is the
idiot.
supply is so much lower. Like, we saw an insane
Yeah,
amount of
that's what
tanks
you
and
get,
Goliaths
Smokey.
fighting
That's
down there in
what
the
you
bottom
get.
right. That's most
You know
of
what?
everything that he has.
You know what? For the 10 kicks, I'll give you that. Okay? For the 10 kicks.
I saw
I think that's
3
worth it.
starports blinking, one without an add-on.
Right?
If
That's fair.
Speed screws up this drop, and he goes.
You
into
can't
heavy
complain
rate,
now,
and Rush
Smokey.
blocks that. If both those things
Okay,
happen,
well now you gotta do another
Rush
10.
is on a comeback trail. Like not ahead,
Because
but
you can't
like,
just do,
it's- it
now
looks
you've
like it
wasted
could
10.
potentially happen.
Because I'm not showing
I
for
don't
10.
know if either of those things will occur though. This drop is looking
So,
really
like, you
scary
just
coming in. I don't think
lost.
there's many units in there for Rush.
You just lost.
Yeah, not too many.
So now you need another 100 kicks.
Oof. Dude, Rush is like,
This is
it really looks like he's
crazy.
dead, man.
Yeah, I think
he is trying so hard to hold on to these bases, and it is just not working.
What the fuck, Smokey? Why'd you give me
an
100 kicks?
exhausting.
Why
uphill
did you
fight
do
here for
that?
Rush that I just
You
don't know that he
idiot.
can pull this off.
Why did you
and
do
you're seeing him
that?
have to force units
Fucking
up ramps
retard.
to take these fights. I mean, he is winning this fight down here in the bottom right.
Okay,
But
what do
again,
you want
gotta
for the
go back
100
to that
kicks?
Supply, as well as the
What do you
amount
want
of
for the
money
100
in the bank
kicks?
here for Speed. I mean, over 5K minerals, almost 2K gas. Where Rush, you can see he's not
No,
maxed
you're not.
out, and he's
100 more
basically
kicks.
spending money
100
as
more
it comes
kicks
in.
and I'll show elbow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like a.
You didn't ask
Oh, wow, look at
beforehand.
Macron. Rush.
You
He's
didn't
really keeping his
ask
minerals and gas up.
beforehand.
It's like, well.
Why
what is
would
Speed
you?
supposed to do? I
Why
guess
would
Speed
you?
could
Why
add
would
some
you
production
not
in top
ask
right,
for the price?
And you can always build
You're
more
like,
missile turrets and
throw
turrets.
money on table. I want this. Sir, that's not enough money. Well, fuck. I want my money back. Sir, you already
man.
gave us the money.
Okay, this
Shut
might
up
actually be it
now.
at this point. This is
You
so many tanks. I
fucking
don't know
with
that Rush
me.
has any ability to clear this attack.
No,
He's trying to
Smokey.
come
Give
up.
me 100 more and I'll
Wow,
show you
this,
double
This is
elbow.
going to be Rush's worst result.
Okay.
In
years.
and years
Yeah.
and years.
This is
right?
crazy.
I can't remember him not being in the round of
No,
16.
you will not. I will. And
what's
you know
crazy
I will,
about it,
Smokey.
Artosis, is that I was
And you
imagining,
either pay
Flash
100 kicks or
advancing, but
you
it was gonna be
are down
watching
100
Flash
kicks.
compete with these other modern
I know how
Terrans
to
as we
work,
get
how
closer
you
and closer
work
to the
to
round
get
of
into
8,
my
and kind of seeing
head.
how he looks and how he compares. And what a plot twist here that Rush is
Yeah,
gonna
it's
get
100
flushed
more
out
kicks,
immediately
Smokey.
in the
Come
round of
on.
24.
Yeah. Don't be a
And
little
won't really
bitch.
be part of the next chapter here.
Give
in the
me my
ASL as we
kicks,
go into the round of
motherfucker.
16 at all.
You
Especially after the
stupid
opening
little
he had. Remember he had that
bastard.
bunker against Speed. Like that's
You
such a pain to deal
Merbo,
with. Like he really
Berman,
out-opened Speed.
Berman,
Yeah, wow, GG. Crazy upset right there. And Speed very happy to have done that. And
Not
here's
worth
the
it.
funny part.
So, like, here's
next
the
match
math,
is
though.
much easier.
Like,
Oregon
you
is a tricky
either
player,
stop now and you've wasted 100
like,
kicks,
Speed is the third best player in the group, and he's going
or
up against the weakest player in
you
the group.
spend
to get out of the
100
group.
kicks,
Not what
and
anyone
you
was
get what
expecting.
you paid for.
Speed running on pure adrenaline right now. Had a great
So
game against
it's up to
Flash,
you
and
whether
then
you want to
epic
decide to
late game where he
waste
defeated
100
Rush.
kicks,
This should be the
or
easiest part
get what
of
you
the
paid
day
for.
here, but Oregon's already shown he's got a lot.
All
of great
I'm
tricks up
saying
his
is I
sleeve.
want you to get your
I do feel
maximum
for
value.
Rush. That's got to be really disappointing.
Show
There's been a
that
lot of hype
crop
around this
circle
season,
then?
and I think
What, the thing on my
everybody,
arm
him
here?
included, did not expect it to end like this, and certainly not this early.
Yeah. Well,
that thing?
I was kind of looking forward to seeing a Rush versus Flash game. I guess I'm not going to see it. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, Oregon.
You know
versus Speed
exactly
for
what I'm
second place
talking
in the group.
about. I have no idea, bro. Bro, don't yell at me for your own shortcomings, okay? That's not how I work, bro.
Speed in Polestar.
You know that.
Really, anything. You could do anything on Polestar.
Yeah, this should be a fun one. Speed, by the way, gotta make sure he's not totally exhausted going into this.
My
Go
crop
for some
circle.
intense TVTs he
Fuck
just
you,
went
it's
through.
probably
He just
worse
got
than
off the
it
back of that
was.
Rush victory. That
It's
was,
been like, what,
24
3
minutes,
months since
something
I took
like
that
That was a long
picture?
game, yeah.
It's probably way
Yeah.
worse
Oregon's
now,
games have
bro.
been relatively
By the time
short.
I'm 35, I'm not gonna
I
have
don't know.
like any
Yeah,
hair
let's see
back
what
there.
happens, man. Polestar
If
is our
you
map.
didn't remember this,
As we get
motherfucker.
one of possibly 2 more Terrans advancing here.
Call it a crop circle,
into
you
the round of
motherfucker!
16.
How dare you?
Probably,
Look at hair growing
this is the last
down
Terran to move on here.
side.
This group
How
is pretty
dare
tough.
you? Call it a fucking crop
But yeah, and
circle!
what's been a very
I hate
Terran-heavy
you,
season so far
Smokey!
for this ASL.
Everyone knows it's called a fairy ring, you motherfucker! It's called a goddamn fairy ring.
Okay, we've got Oregon in the top right.
Jesus,
Speed
my
cross spawns
Twitch
down
pick
here
is
in the bottom
amazing.
left. Consider signing up for the
Go
Patreon,
look.
everybody. It's Patreon.
I don't remember what your name is, Smokey.
//
You keep
ASL
changing your
Inc.
name. name.
Did I get it right, Artos?
You got it. You got it right.
You'd
this
have to
time,
go and
Jesus.
type in my chat.
Thank you, everyone who has signed up already.
Spooky
Also,
Crows.
even if you're not signed up,
All
we
right,
do
send
post
me a
on there
link to your
links
Twitch
to the
channel.
VODs
How
that you
about
can
that?
go and check out. The videos are getting up quicker on the
I'm
Soup
banned
channel.
from your chat.
And
I
a couple days
can't.
later on
Wait,
the
you're
YouTube
banned?
for the
No,
new
you're
release.
not.
So,
You're
yeah,
not
thank you
banned
everyone
in
for
my
watching, and,
chat.
definitely
There's
do
no
check
way
that out.
you're banned. Who would ban? No one even knows you have a Twitch
It's been,
account.
So good to be back here doing ASL. And
What are you
an
talking
interesting
about,
season this
Smokey?
is.
Just give
You
me
know,
the
we
link
already
to
know
your
now that Flash is advancing,
to your
he looks
account.
amazing.
Just put the link in the chat.
You know, and it's kind of crazy to be now in yet another new
I don't
era
believe
of
you.
StarCraft 1 with the return of Flash.
I
This
love
is
this
not
camera shot. It
possible,
shows how
bro.
close they are to each other.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just waiting. One day they're gonna have that camera shot, and someone's gonna lean back and look to the right. It's like, hey, he's trying to look at the screen. What are you doing? Little pocket mirror to see the big screen behind him. He's like, all right, cross spawn. All right.
So the way the stage works is that each player is assigned a booth. So, you know, you can have it where, you know, it's the guy on the so there's 4 booths obviously on stage, and you could have it where, you know,
How
the guy on
am
the
I
very far
not
left is against the guy on the very far
following
right
you?
on the final match. And in that case they're far apart, but in this case they both happen to be on like stage right.
I don't know how to check
And
if
that's
you're
how you get a cool
banned.
shot like that.
Oh,
And the
how
rule
do I
is they're
check if
not
you're
allowed
banned?
to turn around.
Oh yeah.
They've got to stay eyes locked on that screen. If they were to turn around, they would see the giant screen behind them that would have everything.
Yeah, there was actually like a really infamous situation that happened in Pro League like a
You
really
look
long time
so
ago.
hot in that
where
photo.
The question was, did he move his
Fuck
eyes
you,
enough to
Smokey.
see? Someone had.
I need to
moved their
make that
eyes
into an
I
emote.
actually believe it was Leda, if I recall correctly. And I can't remember if he got a game loss for that or not. I have to go back and look it up. It's been so long since I've even thought about this. But yeah, stuff like that's really important when you're doing these kind of live broadcasts with the screen there and everything. And
I have
audience,
no
someone
idea how to
could
see if you're
signal, but
banned or not.
It really never happens. That's the only time I remember anything like that ever happening in professional StarCraft 1.
There's a lot of thought that has to go into how to set up a studio to do a proper esports match.
I have
You can't
no
cheat.
idea.
Because esports is one of the funny things where you have both like something competitive and sports like, but at the same time you end up with this high-end production where you
You're
can do a lot of
spreading
stuff
the
you can't
hairs the
normally do in
exact
sports.
way I would
Like
spread
you normally
you.
have sparklers on the stage.
Whole
or
new
smoke
meaning of
machines,
skull fuck.
or
Whole
giant
new
screens
meaning of
right
skull
by the
fuck.
players in a normal sporting match. And a lot of times, like especially a giant screen, that can be used to cheat in StarCraft because it's a game of incomplete information. I remember when we were setting up the
Yes, I'm
offline
banned,
event
but who
for
cares?
The RSL,
It's Twitch.
You know, 2025 finals for StarCraft.
Wait, your
2.
account's
We
banned
rented
or
a
you
big
banned in my chat? I
esports
don't know how to
venue,
check to see and like unban
it was kind
you.
of crazy because
Wait,
like
can
we
I
had
just
all
do
these
like
TVs
unban
on the ceiling. We were
slash
like pointing them to try to
user?
give, you know, everybody in the audience the best shot, and then we realized, oh, they can just, the players will be able to see this. We have to be so careful with how we point stuff.
Dude, you are banned.
or
Why
it'll
are
just
you
literally
banned?
Destroy the integrity
I
of the
just unbanned
Yeah,
you.
there's so many headaches, and then of course soundproofing and all that as
banned
well. It's like
me.
damn,
You made a poll.
it can be
loser.
hard to.
I
to run one
did.
of those.
Okay, well I just unbanned you.
Well, the crazy thing with the soundproofing
Hey, you're welcome
was
back
how
now.
much it really didn't work in the
You're
early
welcome back
days.
now.
They used to have these like
I'm a
wooden booths they'd
generous
put you
god,
in
okay?
with crazy headphones to try to block the sound, and like they would get so hot in these booths, it looked
worries.
insane. It was like a little mini sauna. But now the technology is much better. They have these soundproofing headphones. You really can't hear anything when they're on.
Yeah, and they generally also blast music into your ears, like the or white noise, right? Like
Yeah,
that's
usually
very
it's-
common as
yeah,
well at events.
Yeah, usually it's white noise or like brown noise or pink noise or you know whatever. But usually it to describe what it's like, it feels like you're playing StarCraft, but you're on an airplane.
Yeah,
like there's that level of kind of just generic sound, like the humming and everything. But yeah, I mean, I've put those headphones on. It's like you really can't hear anything. I've had my friends
10
screaming at me while
days
we
and
tested it
7
out, and I don't
hours.
hear
That's
anything.
insane, Smokey.
So
10 fucking
taking a look
days. You,
at this
I
game,
love you.
they're both
Not
going for
for
3
story
factory
time.
Vulture opens.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Oregon is
sure,
actually
Smokey.
getting faster 3
And I
factory.
think in the last 6 months.
He's skipping a few more SCVs.
Like,
just to put
I'd
that out
say
there.
the
Like,
last
notice how
6
neither of his
months,
command centers are blinking.
you
Notice how his three
probably
factories
did
are up much faster.
one of those days, like 24
both
hours
ways
of watching the
are
stream.
commonly
because
played,
of
right?
the,
Like you can either
like,
have the
changing
heavier
of the
SCV
stream
approach where your
time.
factories are a little bit slower, or you can have the heavier vulture approach. You know, obviously, if you don't get any damage done with the heavier vulture approach, then you might end up being a bit behind against someone who's able to scale up more quickly with their higher SCV count.
Patty,
So something to
chill.
watch out for here. Hey, the thing is, it's cross spawn, and they're both doing similar enough builds. I don't think anyone's going to end up taking any damage here.
Yeah, because, like,
it's gonna be
now that I'm
Oregon
at new
is the first
streaming
player to
hours,
move
you
out,
don't watch
setting his stuff
like the
across
entire
map. There,
time, right?
nobody's
Because
taking
you're
their second
sleeping.
gas. What
Because you're a
actually
little bitch
prompts
and you're not a fucking night
player
owl
to
like
take the
me,
second
you little
gas
pussy
in
ass
games that
fuck.
look fairly similar like this
So
one?
you're never here.
Yeah, so if it's a build that's not
I
three-factory
recently
vulture, you
stopped
take it a
watching
lot
you
quicker.
because I found
But
out
when it's
you
three-factory
was
vulture,
gay.
well, you
That's
decide
not
if you're going all
true.
in with it or not.
Look.
Like if you're just going to add some more factories
Fuck.
to vultures, then you don't take it. But otherwise, you just kind of wait until you have the money. Like they'll take it.
Guys,
pretty
I
soon
swear
here.
it's
Hold on.
not
Oregon
true.
is actually
Hold on, wait.
coming up with an attack
Wait.
with a tank. He might. This is actually really scary for
Fuck.
speed. Really scary for speed.
Yeah,
like,
okay,
He has to pull
I-
all of his SCVs. This
Damn
is
it, you're not
insane.
even
That
100%
siege tank is
gay.
making all the difference. Look at
Fuck.
this. Is Oregon going to kill speed?
Yeah, this would be
Oh my God, I
crazy.
mean, he might be able to. So many
Dude,
SCVs are
the
being, driven
flight
away
and
here,
or
now he can
Flash
just
and
basically
Oregon
camp at the
getting
bottom of
out.
the ramp.
That is
This
insane.
is crazy, Artosis.
Yeah, Oregon
I think he
is
does.
on the brink of winning this game
I
right
think
now
he
and
does.
advancing. His tank actually gets pushed through there. It's doing so much tanking for him. He's got so many more vultures. Speed is dead, man. He is, like, you do not come back from a game like
For
this.
50 kicks, black screen,
so
2
many
mins on
SCV
stream.
kills.
Okay, sounds good.
They're
150
just getting
kicks.
completely obliterated. And I mean, the
You
tank
want a
is
black
very hard
screen?
for the vultures
I'll
to kill,
give
but I
you
mean,
a
how many
black
SCVs are even
screen.
left in this game right now? Oh, the
Very
mines are going
few.
down.
Yeah. And Oregon is not really missing a beat at home. Like, he is totally fine. He's got plenty of supply depots. He's just producing vultures nonstop, sending them
Okay,
down.
that's 2 minutes
He can
of
kind of do
stream
anything. He's
time.
got mines here. How many SCVs are left? That's a great question. It can't be very many. But he's at 41 supply. So he's probably got like 25 SCVs.
For
This is
50
insane.
kicks.
It does seem like speed is starting to stabilize.
For
He actually
what?
has some,
For
a decent
50
amount of
kicks?
SCVs remade.
No,
back
it's
in his natural.
500
I think he was
kicks.
literally pumping those out
Not
when the
50.
vultures were trying to get up
500.
the ramp. Speed's now come
Know
down
your
to the low
numbers,
ground.
Smokey. What's
It
wrong
does
with
feel
you?
like Oregon did lose a little bit of momentum, right? Like he might have missed a couple of cycles on those factories, maybe some bad rallies as well. Some of the vultures sitting in the natural where the rest were actually
Speed
out
can
on
come
the map.
back. Sorry, I'm from Australia.
suddenly
You're
Speed
not.
is
You're
back
from
on the low
Wales.
ground again.
Don't lie to me.
This is a terrible spot for him, though. Like, he's laying some defensive mines. I don't think that Oregon really cares about that too much. He is getting his own starport. He should have made a second gas at this point.
Oh,
That's
Austria.
when you'll get a second gas. It's
do
like
you
when you're
read
getting ready
stories?
to switch techs up a little bit, right? And he is making a starport, so I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't done that. But coming in once again
Smokey,
here
that's
and trying to do another
that's
trade.
the neat part. You don't.
Well, more vultures
Oh,
coming
God.
down. Yeah, look at this. He's just kind of overwhelming him once again.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem when you go back and
This
reclaim the low ground,
motherfucker.
is you are at risk of being overwhelmed again. You know, it seems like now the SCVs are going to fall in very high numbers here once more.
Roll
Keep in
a
mind,
joint.
there's nothing to block
Oh
this
God,
ramp.
no,
I
I'm
mean, the
not
vultures
rolling
can
the
easily get
joint,
up here and just
Smokey.
spam out
We're
mines.
literally
And if you
about
don't
to
have
end
anything
the
else to protect
stream.
That, God, the blocking at the ramp, by the way, from speed is really, really good.
Like, we're
But
not
yeah,
gonna
Oregon,
roll
like,
a joint.
If he can just
Yeah,
burst
we're
up
gonna
this ramp, I
end
don't see a
after
world
the
where
game.
Speed's going to stay in this game. He lost, again, probably a dozen
Not even
SCVs.
square.
Still a decent amount.
No,
sitting
not
inside the
even
main.
for 1,000 kicks.
It seems impossible.
balls.
Like, with 2 wraiths being made as well, he can bring the 2 wraiths down. He's going to force a lift here and then lay mines underneath the command center. You try to keep that down because you don't have scans. And it's like, damn, man. Look at this. He's even mining the minerals. He knows he's going to have to come down in full force. Oh, my God.
I was watching you do your
Is he
makeup the
gonna
other
try to
day.
shove
I
his way down the
appreciate
ramp
Smokey,
before that
thanks.
he has to lift?
but you look
because the thing is,
fat,
you have to
so
lift
I
here.
laugh.
The mines are going under instantly, and he doesn't have any way to trigger them. He has no way. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Smokey. I appreciate that.
More vultures coming down.
I
That's
appreciate
the
that,
issue,
bro.
guys, is if that command center lifts up, you are spamming mines.
You don't have to
under
be
there.
apologetic
And remember, vultures, as we already see, don't
about
set
your
off
Malegic
opposing mines.
and your
It's like a weird property. I don't think Blizzard really factored in when they programmed the game, but
You're
you know,
just an
only
ad,
tanks,
Smokey.
Marines, and
You don't
Goliaths
mean
can set off mines,
anything,
which means right,
right?
now, keep in mind,
You're
Speed
a
has one tank.
product.
Okay,
You
so
are
if there were
a
like a ton of
selling
mines under
point.
that command center, do you know how delicately you'd have to move that tank around with vultures around it in order to clear that out to land that again?
You're
You got
a
a headache.
number.
Yeah, he'd have to like. Oh god, the 2 wraiths are gonna come in. We're gonna see a GG. There's just no point anymore with the 2 wraiths in there.
Yeah.
He does not have an armory. He just started it. GG. Dude,
And
Oregon's
holy
just going around
shit, Smokey Grows. Suck my balls. That's what you should change your name to.
Crazy
Suck my
upset.
balls.
Oregon advances. Rush and Speed are
Suck
out. We have Oregon, who's been one of the mainstay
That's
old
crazy,
school
dude.
players here
He
from
is
StarCraft
literally
1.
the
He's been
absolute
here
underdog.
forever,
This
but
is
he
a
was always
season of
kind in the
underdogs,
background.
guys.
Always
That's
overshadowed
4
by these other
out
players.
of the 6 have
Usually
underdogs.
around
No,
the
change your
24
name,
guys moved
Mr.
on to round of
5077.
16 along with Flash.
Why would I change my name? Ever thought of a name change? No, I thought of that before I started streaming, and I locked in my name.
Almost every single ASL. They're now out
And
of the season.
yeah, my name is locked in, so
What-
I can't
what
change
a
it.
victory here today from Oregon. He takes down Speed and Rush.
Yeah, that's so
And-
crazy.
And has an okay game against Flash. Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
like he was
very,
doing
very
fine.
impressive. You can see he's a little bit overwhelmed. The guy is mostly a professional commentator at this point. And he wasn't even expected to make it in. That was the biggest upset in the qualifiers, was him beating Stork, you know?
And now he's in the
Which
round of
was
16.
Amazing. But he's
Change your name on
brought
Kick
these
then for
really
fun.
good
No,
builds.
because I need
He's
them both to be
executing
the
them well
same.
enough,
Otherwise,
and
you can't
he
search
goes
me
to round
up.
of 16.
It's a brand
That's
thing.
Group B of the round of 24 here at ASL season
Do
21.
something wild.
Twist after twist, indeed. Let's
We're not
meet
gay.
our second player moving on to the round of 16. It's Piano.
I don't know if
A
I
round of
can
applause,
do
please.
that, Smokey. That's not really in
Wow.
me.
Yeah, thanks.
You know,
It feels
like
we've
there's certain
never
things,
seen such
traits
an
that people
underdog
have,
comeback
and it's
in
just
the round
not
of
in
24
me.
before.
Exactly.
Today's story
Hey,
written,
see,
directed
Smokey, you
by
know
Piano,
exactly
was
what's
truly full
going
of
on.
twists and turns.
So the fact
A
that you
comeback
know
on top of a
tells me
comeback
that
since
you
season
know what's
7.
going on.
It's been a full 7 years.
Right? The
for
fact you
to
can
finally reach the
articulate
round of
it and
16
you're
again.
correct means you
Right
definitely
now,
know what's
It
going
seems
on.
like you can't even properly
I'm gonna
look
do it
down the
for
center
you.
of the stage.
Watch this real fast. Okay, go ahead, Smokey. Do what you gotta do. My new name is Valiant Boy
emotions
mixed with Smokey equals
overwhelming.
Bad Itox. Bad Scotty.
It seems
Never
that
punish
your
Scotty for
unwavering
bad
belief
Scott.
in
Punish
yourself
was
all the way
Scott.
through the matches.
Is that what you're changing
would
my
allow
title
you
to?
achieve such a great
Huh?
result today.
Smokey? Is that what you're changing my title to?
It took longer than expected
Motherfucker.
to make it to the round of 16.
I am Valium. I always knew it. I always
This
knew you were
moment
secretly
must carry
Valiant
an
Boy
especially
Smokey.
deep meaning for you.
That
Piano.
French accent, you're never
Please.
getting away from
Few
it.
words.
Yeah, one's a little Frenchy
Guys,
accent,
round
the
of
other one's a
applause
big
again, please.
black dude who will dick me down.
Thank you.
One's an absolute beta,
You
and
know
the other one's
these
an
pricks,
absolute
you
Chad.
guys who showed up to cheer for me. There's this one person I coach, and you know what she said? She said, "Guys, let's match clothes. Let's all come wearing black." Even if it's just to prove them wrong, I realized I have to advance today. I have
that
to show them what
sucks.
I've got, I thought.
I don't think it
February,
works.
right? Because you know my
Slash
PBT is
clip?
19%. I can't win more than 19%. It was my mission to get 2 wins today, so I showed that I can do it. So I'm happy. Right.
I think it just searches for a clip. That doesn't give you a clip.
Wow.
That sucks.
Honestly, in the pre-game interview, you jokingly hinted
Yeah, it
that
doesn't work.
you would likely not.
Yeah,
be
it
able to
is
win
what
this
it
interview.
is, bro. You know, you can't win them
Right.
all. I was opening Pokemon cards yesterday, right?
You brought
Oh
up
my
this
god, did you
number.
get a one ring from their
19%.
Pokemon cards, dude? I know that card's worth like $2 million.
It made me feel that
You don't really believe in yourself.
Like a shiny
And that's
one
why
ring.
It seems to me now that
And I got
all of
Pokemon
these
cards
emotions are
from
coming
the
out.
pack.
That's correct.
Insane.
You know, I'm turning 40 this year.
Wow, that's
Last time I went to
crazy.
the
Are
round
those
of
better
16
than the One
back in
Ring?
Season 7. I was the oldest player there. It was 3 years ago, so I was 37.
Dude, this guy's 40 fucking
Anyway,
years
I didn't
old.
have any expectations. My primary goal was to give the viewers
Damn,
a rush of
bro.
dopamine.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
In the game against Flash, well, I knew it would be too hard
Yugi
anyway, so
what?
I practiced for it very lightheartedly.
The fuck is you?
I decided to hang everything in the last game.
Yeah.
Now my plan originally was to go CC first.
Yu-Gi-Oh?
I decided to play the build I liked the most,
Yu-Gi-Oh?
and I
My
changed it.
blue-eyed dragon was cool.
As I was
I don't know what a
grounding myself.
blue-eyed.
Now, that's optimizing. I'm
You mean
confident
like a
in
black
optimizing.
face
So in the last
true
game, it
soul?
was me believing in myself.
Like the
And so I
last
managed to
dragon?
advance.
Traded it for a milkshake and an extra
As I
cheese
was
sandwich.
watching you from the side, I
Wait,
got the
you
feeling
had a basic
that's what you were
cheese
thinking right
sandwich
after the game. That
to
as you
start
turned
with?
to face the back of the stage,
What kind of hacks in life are you
that you were deeply
using?
moved by the fact
What
that
the
you
fuck is
finally
this?
trusted yourself.
All I get is bread with weed in it.
Because also when
Oh,
did I ever
God,
go to
man.
the round of 16
Why
again?
do
I'm a
I get
commentator now.
gypped?
I wondered if I'd ever play in the round of
Breakout
16, and
success of a
I
fantasy
never made the round
story.
of 16 after my
Holy
daughter was
fuck,
born,
Smokey,
so I
let's
wondered if I'd ever
go.
get the chance to mention my
Let's
wife and my kid in an interview.
go. Holy
But I managed to
shit,
do it
bro.
today.
That's
they will be watching.
crazy. Dude, that's the best
As you just
story I've
mentioned
ever
yourself,
read.
You
Oh my
went
god,
to
it's
the
better
round
than
16
Lord of the
today,
Rings.
Despite your age, despite you turning
Holy
40,
shit.
how you did not give up until the end, your determination to prove something despite being teased by your colleagues. All of
That's
this must
fucking
resonate deeply
insane,
with you.
dude.
Many people
I can't
watching
believe
this
that.
today.
It just blew my
You know,
mind.
had
It was
the
like
odds stacked against me like
it just
nobody
happened
has
so
before. I think
fast.
the odds were
With a
33
gun
to
land.
1 against me. You could sit a streamer named Vitamin there and it would be no different.
Add more
So I'm
commands.
very happy
If you give
today,
me a
and
list of
I
commands in the
recently joined
Discord, Smokey, I'll add
DM
more
University.
commands.
I'm looking forward to working with Zeus. And you know these friends from the Eno University, the students, they really are good colleagues to have. Thanks to the fact you gave me your precious time today
you
to come
failed.
here
You
and cheer
spelled
for
it
me, I was
wrong.
able to advance.
You spelled it
genuinely
wrong, idiot.
In the pre-game interview, you said you
Idiot, you
qualified for the round of
spelled it
24
wrong.
due to a mistake.
Ah.
And I advanced due to a mistake again today.
You're dumb.
You are saying you advanced to the round of 16 due to a mistake, but a repeated mistake does not seem like coincidence. Well, my opponents just keep making mistakes, so I advance, yeah.
Yeah, see, you're
The
just,
things
you don't know how to
you
spell,
showed today
bro.
in the games, like the floating factory strategy.
Oh,
It seemed like
shit.
after the first game you were
Oh, shit, what the fuck just
focusing constantly
happened?
on the strategic
What
parts.
the fuck just happened?
Right. You know, I practiced
Smokey,
with
your
two
dick
people.
went maximum
I asked
size
Sharp
and then went
Sagan.
down,
They
then
had
went
already been
maximum
occupied.
size
Whether it
again.
was Rush or Flash, they were already practicing with others. I played with
One kick, what the fuck
Jack
are you
tier player
doing?
Hammy
Why would you give me
and
one
King
kick?
tier player higher. I only practiced with these
80
two, and I won
dice
15
more
mil in practice,
kick!
but nobody would believe me. I won all the games in practice. My wife would
72!
stand by
No
and
one
watch me
else
play it and be
does.
like,
Why not?
Wait, you're winning?
I
And that got
mean,
me
I feel
thinking,
like you're giving me your
right.
titty
Why am
money,
I winning?
Smokey, and I don't
I couldn't wrap
appreciate
my
it.
head around it myself.
You know?
Yeah, I'm good. So I was confident
really
today. So
don't
even before the
appreciate
games,
it.
above all, I made it known that
I
I
don't
at
feel
least gotta
that
get one
like
win.
you're
Anyway, I advanced and
looking
I'm very
at me
much
in the
excited
right
about
light.
The prospect of taking part in the group selection ceremony.
I'm not allowed to take my hat off.
And we are busy putting together a new team, this new crew, so Zeus will be busy, but I hope we have fun and things
Take
work out.
your hat off.
You advancing today is by no mistake at all. It's not a coincidence. Your opponents today, well, Rush is someone who never missed out on a round of 16 since Season 10. And Speed went to the round of 16 3 times in a row. I really want to emphasize that what you showed today is not by chance. I have a feeling
cover
that
it
the
like
players you
over
meet in the round of 16
three
might
threads.
likewise
What do you mean?
awaken something in you like this. You saw it, right? In the green room. When those two played, I didn't watch on purpose. Because whoever comes, I was ready
you,
to
I
just
have a
play my
fine
thing.
hairline.
You even came to chat with me. Well, you were all alone in the back. Right.
Hiding it,
I bet the
motherfucker.
seeded players, the guys who are already in the round of 16 were watching this too, so I can't wait to
If I was
see
hiding it
what
with
you
3
show at the
strands,
group
you'd be able to
selection
tell.
ceremony.
You can't. I'm not hiding shit.
Thank
Fuck you
for
talking
this moving
about.
story today and the great games.
It's a lie, Smokey. Everyone knows
Please
that.
close
It's
things
fake.
out as you
It's
address
angle
the,
and light and
the fans.
now
and your
Shoto
families.
now. For 100 kicks, I'll
I'm
show.
sure my family are
No,
watching
it's
this
got to
at
be
home
100 kicks.
shouting at the TV.
100 kicks
So,
or
big
no
thanks to my
go.
wife,
No
my
show,
daughter for their
no
support
go,
and
no
for the
100
meal I
kicks.
had before coming
Nope.
here. And
Nope, those aren't the right
Casterly,
numbers.
He said I would never be able to play
Imagine
around
the
16
extra.
again.
You
Casterly
okay?
all the
Imagine
way
my foot.
There, this brick. You'll
There,
never
problem
make
solved.
It, he said.
We both win.
If you
I
make
imagine
it, I'll give you
100.
1,000
You imagine a
bucks, he
foot.
said, way back.
Boom.
Buy me dinner at least.
I do every day.
Thank you. And a word for your fans? Oh, my fans are dying out because I'm busy with StarCraft University nowadays.
I rewatch your streams just to catch a
If my
glance.
performance make it so nobody asks questions like, why is a guy like this here? Thank you. Once more, a wholehearted congratulations on advancing today. Thank you. And we've just heard from Piano, who advances out
What a
of Group B into
crazy
the round
day
of 16
today.
in second place.
The only thing would be crazier if Flash
What
didn't
a
get
day,
out,
man.
but everyone
I'm
knew
really
Flash was going to
glad
get out.
We got to cast
POE2
these games.
new
This
season
was really
29.
fun. Yeah,
Hope.
it's so cool to see Flash back and in great
May,
form.
hope you play it, gay boy.
Oregon story is really exciting, and this gives.
No,
I think,
there's a
lot
new
of people
season
someone
of
very
POE 1
interesting
coming
to
out in
root
like
for.
2 days.
This
Or
is a very
3
unusual
days.
player to advance, especially in
An
a group like
ancient
this. I mean, Speed
something.
and Rush are so good at TVT, but Oregon really delivered. I think he planned things out very
You don't know
well.
what you're talking about,
And,
Smokey.
I mean, I think
I
when
would
you're a
shut
player
up
like
before you
Oregon,
embarrass
you gotta take
yourself.
it one day at a time, right? Let's see how far he can go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so are you,
I think
so
he's
it like
probably gonna be
works.
stopped dead
It
in round
works.
of 16. I think he's the most likely person
Right?
for Soma to pick up for his group. You know, I think Tolbo, Ample, and Oregon are all going to be picked up
And
really
we have the
quickly
group
in that draft in
nomination!
the first round. So we'll see which one Soma ends up taking. But I'm really happy for Oregon.
Imagine
It's
having a
huge that he
speed
even made it in.
potion.
Like
dumb
when he
as
made it, I'm like,
shit.
damn, that's awesome. What a
Imagine
great
having
upset.
a potion that just
And we've
makes you
actually had a
win. It's
lot
called
of
the
upsets
win
this
potion,
season.
and I take it
Soul
every
losing to
day,
Ample,
Smokey.
Tolbo taking out 2 of the best Zergs in the world.
It's made
But
with
on this
high
next group,
energy
I don't know that
protein
there is
brain
going to be an
matter.
upset. I don't think Lada's going to be able to make it out of here. Best Queen and Jaedong are all
Imagine
in
having a bald
top
spot.
4
I know,
quality.
right?
Like,
I have
all
the
3 of those
perfect
guys
hair.
could be top 4 this season,
With the
honestly.
perfect hairline.
This is going to be such a fun group. I cannot wait to see exactly how
Okay, I have a
everything
bald
pans out
spot
here. But
on
we've
my
got some
balls.
great players to fill in those remaining spots.
They have no hair below the
Best is
eyebrows.
probably
That part of my
and then I think
head
it's a toss-up
is
between
below my
Queen and
eyebrows,
JD.
which means there's no hair
But
below
we'll
my
see.
eyebrows.
I mean, we've had a lot of upsets already here in the round of 24.
Right?
So anything could happen.
That's true. Leda has some pretty scary Terran
it's a
versus Zerg
weave
at times.
for real.
He actually lost to Queen on day 1 of the qualifiers.
Well, I mean,
in a game
you
that
want
he
a
was
little
ahead
something
in,
to grab
actually,
onto, a little
which is
landing
interesting.
strip, a
There
little
is
kind
a
of
little bit of upset
V,
potential,
you know?
especially if Best wins the
a
group, which
target,
I think
maybe.
You might be right. Like Best is really good right now. He looks
There's a lot of fun stuff
nearly
you can do.
unstoppable.
A little crater.
Well, guys,
Cute.
thank you so much.
Yeah, you
for
know, in
joining
that little
us. This
area
group
there,
was incredible to cast, and we're
like
gonna
along
be back
the
tomorrow
side,
with
you have
the
like this
final
little
group
path.
in the round of 24.
That's right.
yeah.
Thanks, guys. Once again, check
Alright.
out the Patreon,
That was fucking
patreon.com.
great. Hell yeah, more StarCraft! Alright, guys. But yeah, we're gonna call it here. We'll be back again tomorrow. As always, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. Always a good time. Never stop being you. Never stop creating. Never stop spreading your ideas. And as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Daddy won't... Don't leave to get milk. You won't come back. I may not come back for you, but I'm gonna come back to smash your mom. Good seeing you. Sleep well, bro. Yep. Fuck you, Smokey. Have a good night, good sir. Take care, brother. Always a good time, my man. Do what you gotta do. Find what you need to be, and who you, what's, we, where, are, do what. When we be where, what, do find, we be what, manage, do, find, do what, be where. When, be where, do what, be who does what, when, where, be what, when, who. Who, what, when, do, who, when, whoa, where, when. When, where be, ho do, when we be, where. You do what be peen in my mouth. My peen in your mouth, or your peen in my mouth. I like your peen in my mouth. But either way, get your wheels ready, and we'll see you on the other side.
Intoxication, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. No, I don't think I've ever been raided this much in one evening. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream?
W. Yo, what's good? Pew, pew, pew.
It's going pretty good. Overall, just hanging out. Got lots
Welcome,
of lovely
Raiders
peeps popping in.
Not bad, another day, another book XD.
Fair enough, fair enough. I've been working on my new
Damn for TTS voice on Kick, by the way. Twitch, not Kick. Fuck you, Smokey. Peace.